Golden wheel. Hold on, I gotta reset my fucking camera. Wheel.
Yo, Destiny. YT Chatter Undesirable was unfairly banned. I think. Please unban him. Thanks, babe. Also, just in case you forgot. Destiny Pepe W.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we...
Wait, where's he? Wait, what is this even from?
How was I and my mom last night, you devious dog? Get him, Tiny.
Your mom is great. He's talking about Starfield? What, is like a pronoun selector? Where is, wait, where's the original rant? Wouldn't that make sense in like these types of games? Don't you normally choose like gender so that when the NPCs refer to you, they use the correct pronoun?
Is unhinged guy from Jubilee gonna be an orbiter now?
Probably not.
Bethesda. Just
Did you hear we arrested over 450 drug users in San Francisco today? Good thing it wasn't in New York City.
want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off. Fuck that. Bethesda. There is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself. Think, oh my god, just think of this world. Just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I
Destiny,
meet,
give your
all the
thoughts about
places
each
I
Jubilee
go.
panelist. How was the experience?
It was a wild ride. It was okay. Wait, who's this guy in Kick Chat? At Destiny, I didn't get my bootlicker comment. Wait, were you the guy there? Did they cut that out of the Jubilee thing, or?
I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring! We can't see past our own fucking reflection!
I mean, like, I could see him being this mad if this was like a game about like World War II and you're customizing a character and you can do. I mean, because it's like, is that really? But I feel like of all the types of games to get upset about this, like spacefaring games, you've got like aliens and shit. I feel like this would be like one of the games where they could have neo pronouns, and I'd be like, I guess, because it's like space shit. Maybe there's like other totally other types of creatures. Like, it's literally a customizable like space RPG game in the future. Like, no, like.
That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company.
Wow, Rick Montana, thanks for subbing, buddy.
Fuck your immersion. Fuck you having a good time. Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, no, no. Current fucking day. Fuck off. You're boring. You're fucking dull. You have nothing to say. You are a one-hived mind twat waffle. That's all you fucking are. And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired. You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit fucking crap idea.
Okay. Jesus.
For the olden days and how the
terrorists and about criminals.
Wait, force and clip.
My favorite.
Oh god.
And rapists.
To clarify, I do watch Vosh. I love that guy, okay?
That's like the least surprising thing in the world.
Whoever asked.
Very important delineation of terrorists and
Let's prove that gamers are truly the oppressed society. True. Please unban from YouTube chat. Bro, I don't even know how to unban from YouTube chat. If you get banned from YouTube chat, you're probably fucked. Do you think this police shooting was justified? Yeah, I do.
saying that I wanted. One of the things I got most well known for was saying that I wanted to fuck Yordles. And in response, I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry that Yordles have such a tight body, supple, firm breasts, wide mouths that can fit anything inside of them, and that they look so fucking hot. In the wise words of Corky,
I'm going in?
I'm coming.
Oh, shit. Bro, Jesus Christ.
Fuck off. It's infected everywhere.
Nerves kicking in.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Fuck.
It's like I see like progressives and they're so fucking cringe. And then I see conservatives like this and it makes me want to be trans. I'm gonna be honest. Where's the estrogen? Oh. How did you enjoy the wedding? Wow, it was so much fun. What is this?
Will not be berated, bullied, intimidated into not playing a game because you think it attacks you or goes against your ideology. Boo fucking who?
Oh no. This is a psyop. He's a progressive psyop. Never mind. This is not a real human being. No, it can't be. This is not a real human being.
Man up! Fucking pronouns! Boo fucking who? Man up! Fucking gender ambiguity! You think it attacks you or goes against your ideology, and you just can't help! Shovel! You're dog shit! You think it attacks you or goes against your ideology. Fucking crap! Ideology into everything! You think it attacks you or goes against your ideology. Goes against your ideology.
This man lost his entire battalion in the Gamergate Wars of 2014. Destiny, have some respect for our veterans. Did you already do like a review such content in the Jubilee video? No, bro, I literally just got home like last night. Am I gonna play Starfield? I might, we'll see. We need to read these because I have a debate on this in like 3 hours. Can Alec from Jubilee be an orbiter? Yeah, we'll see. This way, okay. Nice. How do I ban? Can I ban links in my chat? Check Sargon tweet. Twitter Sargon. What tweet? Okay. See, Fresh Fit saying women's vote should count for half on the Timcast. Did you break up with Melina? Not yet. Sargon has been base lately? Yeah, right. Where do you find your academic papers to read? I don't know, Google them. You ever seen the movie Flushed Away? No.
Should women vote?
I think their vote should carry half as much weight as men's.
So you're in the middle. You're
I'm in the middle. I think women should have the ability to vote, and it depending on what position they hold. If they're in the military and they're some type of government service, then I think absolutely their vote should count all the way. But if it's just a female and she doesn't have any type of civil service or anything else like,
does that mean that only men with civil service should get to vote, or?
I saw your face. Like, what? It's like the dumbest argument.
Yo, these niggas hate democracy.
Yeah, just
and
hate
the American flag in the background.
Which is the most ridiculous thing in the world, bro. And this nigga...
Is this ABBA and Preach at home?
The nigga was a part. He was a part of a civil service in America, bro.
Bro, why are we going backwards, like morally? Why are we trying to convince you? Don't even believe that.
Yeah, that's what. Bro, come on. It's such a crazy, nasty grift to pander. Like,
oh wait, I have talked to. Wait, is this? Oh god, is this your rage? And I've talked to this guy before. I don't know anybody in like in this community. I feel like it's been too long. We need to go fight with them all again. Oh shit, fuck, bro. I don't know anything. Okay. He forgore. Why it's a common format of two people standing in front of the camera and reacting? I feel like I've only seen like Abba and Preach do this. They're only missing the creaky floor. True.
What are we doing right now?
Oh,
bro?
they don't deserve to. What do you mean? By that logic, should we also have standards for what type of man should be able to vote?
Oh, just kidding. I don't know anyway.
No, that's what he says next.
Okay, good. I want to hear it.
Then I think it should be, and this goes for the men too. Right. Certain guys shouldn't vote either. If you're working at McDonald's, etc., should your vote count all the way?
Oh, hey, at least he's okay. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. He's consistent. I'll take it.
So then it's not a question.
On God. That's one of the craziest arguments
I've ever heard.
In a very long time.
I've ever heard in my life, bro.
Why do they think niggas that believe making less money, it makes you less valuable?
Yes, that is.
Bro, y'all niggas obsessed with bread, bro. And it's sad, bro. Like, it doesn't make you less of a human, nigga, because you're right as a human in this country.
Okay, I don't have time for this. I need to read this article. Oh, also, hold on, real quick. I want to address some of the allegations, okay? Okay, people are saying that
cater and coddle to black people when we just want to be treated like everybody else. We're equal for a reason.
I think especially recently with a lot of right stuff that's gone on or protest stuff that's gone on, people on the left tend to infantilize a lot of different types of protesters, and especially even talking to some of the other black content creators I do content with, when you hear a lot of progressives come out and say, well, they don't have a choice but to riot or break into the store, or well, they're stealing these electronics or shoes for other reasons, you just don't realize it. I think a lot of people kind of look.
Okay, XQC and other people are claiming that I am talking about Hassan, or that I have Hassan in mind when I'm doing this Jubilee performance, okay? I don't want to clarify. I absolutely had Hassan in mind when I was talking about this. 100%. Of course I did. No shit. He said some unhinged, stupid fucking shit about black people rioting and redistributing goods to neighborhoods. So just wanted to clear that up, right? All right. The Constitution prohibits Trump from ever being president again. Hold on, chatting. Why do we have Trump behind bars as an emote? Nice job, guys. The only question is whether American citizens today can uphold that commitment, by Michael J. Lutig and Lawrence H. Tribe. J. Michael Lutig is a former federal judge on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit. And the Fourth Circuit in the United States is... Hold on, let's get to... I should actually know where these are. I think is important. Jesus, it's done by... Wait, hold on, I'm sorry. Are the circuits not done by states? Are they done by... Oh, they're divvied up by district courts? Oh, Jesus. Maryland, Eastern District of North Carolina, Middle District of North Carolina, Western District of North Carolina, District of South Carolina, does that mean the entire state? Eastern District of Virginia, Western District of Virginia, not to be confused with the Eastern District of West Virginia, I suppose. Northern District of West Virginia, Southern District of West Virginia. Holy shit. Okay. I don't even know what the, I I don't even know how the district courts are all separated out. I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest, but but these are all of our circuits. I know that the Ninth Circuit is the one that people always get mad about. They say it's the most radical one, and it includes like California, Washington, Oregon, and shit. But this is the one people get rattled about all the time. DC and Fed are these two separate ones. Oh, probably a federal district, and then the DC has its own. As students of the United States Constitution for many decades, one of us, as a U.S. and then what was the other guy? I'm sorry. A university professor of constitutional law emeritus at Harvard University. Okay, so one guy with experience, one guy is a Harvard person, talks about this. So decently intelligent people writing for the Atlantic. As students of the United States Constitution for many decades, one of us is a U.S. Court of Appeals judge, the other is a professor of constitutional law, and both as constitutional advocates, scholars, and practitioners. We long ago came to the conclusion that the 14th Amendment, the amendment ratified in 1868 that represents our nation's second founding and new birth of freedom, contains within it a protection against the dissolution of the Republic by a treasonous president. This protection, embodied in the amendment's often overlooked Section 3, automatically excludes from future office and position of power in the United States government. Stephen. Hitting these. In the United States government, and also from any equivalent office and position of power in the sovereign states and their subdivisions, any person who has taken an oath to support and defend our Constitution and thereafter rebels against that sacred charter, either through overt insurrection or by giving aid or comfort to the Constitution's enemies. The 14th Amendment. Why would why would this page, why would this landing page not just link me the actual text of the 14th Amendment? Okay. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Fuck me. I'm fucking retarded. I thought that, don't Nazis and shit make the argument all the time? I feel like I've heard the argument that there's not actually anything in the U.S. Constitution that talks about like being born in the U.S. making you a citizen. Do those people just ignore the 14th? I've never actually read the 14th Amendment. Do people just ignore the 14th Amendment, or what is the argument for that? Wait, hold on, I'm so confused. Wait, what? Okay. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Section 2. Representatives shall be appointed among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, as opposed to fractional, excluding Indians not taxed. Ouch. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for president and vice president of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officials of a state, or the members of the legislature thereof, is denied to any of the male inhabitants of such state being 21 years of age and citizens of the United States are in any way abridged, except for participation in rebellion or other crime. And the basis, oh, interesting. So this is where your right to get your vote taken away as a felon, I guess, comes from? Is that... The basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such a state. Wait, if you had enough felons in your state, can you lose, like, representatives in Congress? Is that possible or no? Representatives in Congress... denied any of the male inhabitants in such a state. No, they still count to population. Oh, huh. And then section 3 is the relevant one. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may by a vote of 2/3 of each house remove such disability. I feel like the arguments are going to revolve around like Biden supporting BLM protests and saying that that's essentially engaging in insurrection or rebellion. I feel like that's where that whole argument is going to run to. The validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, including also what about like pardoning Nixon? Is that aiding somebody who's failed to uphold their oath to the Constitution? By supporting the enemies of the Constitution? Section 4 is the validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, including debts incurred for payments, the pensions, and bounties for service, shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss of emancipation of any slave, but all such debts, obligations, claims shall be illegal and void. The historically unprecedented federal and state indictments of former President Donald Trump have prompted many to ask whether his conviction pursuant to... Hold on.
You have a problem with that? Do you not want
Well,
me?
no, I didn't know if you were calling me because, you know, on some private shit or if it was just whatever. But okay, now everybody can hear you.
But that's so nice. You would have answered if, like, you were
Well, I don't know if you're
everything.
like dying or something. Jesus, I'm not gonna like.
No,
that was Bose's
You-
last phone call right before she passed out from renal failure or something.
that's
Jesus.
okay.
Okay.
You can unmute it. That's okay. Okay, we're in the middle of a really unfortunate situation. This sucks. So I did this whole thing. I set up this whole thing because I thought you didn't respond to my last message, and then I just saw you did. But I have to do it anyways because I've already set this up, and then we'll just like figure it out.
Okay.
Do you have a moment?
What is a moment?
Okay, like 5 minutes.
I've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, you have to put something up on your screen.
Okay.
Okay, and then also let's just. I think we need to like set the tone. Also, can you just like run through this through the lens of as though you didn't respond to my last message, because otherwise it like doesn't work.
You know what? Boom. There you go.
Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay, and all right. Can you just like I'm gonna go ahead and pick this one. Can you just play that? Just
For no particular reason.
just play that and then let me know when it's going.
Sure thing.
Okay, and then you know what? Let's do the third track. Just the one at 6. Actually, no. Let's just do the first one. I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Can you let me know when it's playing?
It's playing. Go for it.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and send you this document here. Okay.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Okay.
I can't really.
Can you go ahead and open that? Can you go ahead and open that? Can you read it?
I can open it, but I can't move it to my other screen because it's like on a different computer. But I can read it.
You can't put it on the. Well, wait. What? Well, pause the fucking song for a second. It has to like be up there.
Okay, then you need to upload this onto the internet somewhere somehow. Wait, hold on.
Can I email it to you?
Just let me figure this out. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Okay. Can you read it? I don't want to read it. I feel like that like takes away from it. Okay. Restart the song.
Notice of friendship termination. Date September 1st, 2023. To Stephen Bunnell, address destiny.gg. Dear Stephen, I hope this message finds you well. This letter serves as a formal 30-day notification regarding the current status of our friendship. Please be informed that due to extreme instances of neglect and being a bad friend, this friendship is due to be terminated. This decision has not been made lightly. You will have 30 days from the date of this letter until October 1st, 2023 to consider...
I wrote it a couple days ago, but you weren't live. So.
Yeah, okay, I gotcha. To consider any remedial actions to reverse this decision, or you may choose to discuss with Bose immediately. Post this period, if there's no mutual consensus or understanding reached, please fill out the attached forms to finalize the termination of this friendship. Please understand, this was an incredibly difficult decision to make. It doesn't reduce the value of the fun times we've had or difficult times we've been through together.
It was
If this
very
agreement
difficult.
is to be terminated, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors and personal growth. Sincerely, Bose Bosington.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, you know, I will say, did you respond to the last message? Sure, but you know, for the sake of this, like you did not. But I you know, I just want to say we need we need to fix something here. There needs to be some type of remedy. Like you need to ask me how I'm doing more often. Like you need to hit me up more. You need to. Okay, you responded pretty fast, but like we have to do something.
Okay, true. Are you can I turn the song off now or?
Oh yeah, you can totally turn the song off.
Do you still live in LA? Do you say that? Did I just
Me?
dox you? Yeah.
Of course. Yo, no, I live in Los Angeles. That's okay. Just nobody kill me.
Okay, listen, the next time I'm in LA, which happens basically like once a month now, I'm gonna let you know. We're gonna go get food and it's gonna be amazing, okay?
Oh my God, Steven, that would mean so much to me. So now, can you just riddle me this, just like for a moment? So if you've been coming pretty frequently for the past month or so, why didn't you tell me?
I thought you had moved out of the state, so.
No.
Yeah, I think I heard you say something about that.
You did not.
I think you did. I thought you did.
No, you didn't. Okay. Well, fuck, dude. I really lost my steam once I saw that you had responded to my message. How did you miss that?
Well, maybe I need to send you a friendship termination agreement since you're just ignoring what I respond. Because
well, no, we
there
have to send a.
There have
We
been
have to send
multiple
a.
times. There have been multiple times where I've responded to a message where you're like, "Oh my God, I need something. It's really important," and I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And then you just don't respond for months.
I didn't see it, and also I never need anything. You know what I do, Stephen? I check in. I say, "Hey, how are you doing? How's it going? Are you happy? Is life good?" And honestly, I just need a couple lines here or there, and then knowing that you're happy, I'm like, "This is good. I'll move on." But you have to admit, our friendship has been radio silence for like almost like a year.
Okay, I'll reach out. Okay, I got a spreadsheet of people I reach out to regularly. I'll go ahead and add you to the urgent
Put me to
one.
the spread,
so
and
that
then can you
be
put me in like the first like 10 or something like that? Like I feel like.
I'll do my best. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I need.
Okay. I love you, buddy. Be careful.
Okay. All right. Bye, Steve.
Bye. The historically unprecedented federal and state indictments of former President Donald Trump have prompted many to ask whether his conviction pursuant to any or all of these indictments would be either necessary or sufficient to deny him the office of the presidency in 2024. Have we had other presidents being indicted by... In 1872, Grant was pulled over for speeding in a horse-drawn carriage in Washington, D.C. and issued a warning. The next day, he was caught speeding again. Wait, you could... How do they know if you're speeding? Wait, hold on one second. Trying to make me paranoid, motherfucker. All right. Okay, speeding horses. Having thought long and deeply about the text, history, and purpose of the 14th Amendment's disqualification clause for much of our professional careers, both of us concluded some years ago, in fact, a conviction would be beside the point. The disqualification clause operates independently of any such criminal proceedings, and indeed also independently of impeachment proceedings and of the congressional legislation. The clause was designed to operate directly and immediately upon those who betray their oaths to the Constitution, whether by taking up arms to overturn our government or by waging war on our government by attempting to overturn a presidential election through a bloodless coup. How would you know if they're waging war on the government or attempting to overturn a presidential election if you didn't have legal proceedings first, though? Otherwise, it's literally just an accusation, no? The former president's efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election and the resulting attack on the U.S. Capitol place him squarely within the ambit of the disqualification clause, and he's therefore ineligible to serve as president ever again. Destiny would be reviewable in court. In which court? The Supreme Court? The most pressing constitutional question facing our country at this moment, then, is whether we will abide by this clear command of the 14th Amendment's disqualification clause. We were immediately gratified to see that a richly researched article, soon to be published in an academic journal, has recently come to the same conclusion that we had and is attracting well-deserved attention outside a small circle of scholars, including Jeffrey Sonnenfeld and Anjani Jain of the Yale School of Management, whose encouragement inspired us to write this piece. Is that this article? 14th of August, 2023. Somebody sent me this to read as well. I think it's a bit more comprehensive than the Atlantic article that we're looking. Oh, shit. Do I want to shut my stream off and read this for 2 hours? That's the real question. I can just explain it. Yeah, you could, but it would be... This honestly doesn't look that long. There's like a lot of footnotes on a lot of these pages. It's probably like 60 pages. We'll see. I might play music for you and just read. We'll see. I don't know. Because Rakita is on the other team, so it'd be good to like actually know this. The evidence laid out by the legal scholars William Baud and Michael Stokes-Paulson, Paulson, in The Sweep and Force of Section 3, available as a preprint, is momentous. Sooner or later will influence, if not determine, the course of American constitutional history and American history itself. Written with precision and thoroughness, the article makes the compelling case that the relevance of Section 3 did not lapse with the passing of the generation of Confederate rebels, whose treasonous designs for the country inspired the provisions, that the provision was not and could not have been repealed by the Amnesty Act of 1872 or by subsequent legislative enactments, and that Section 3 has not been relegated by any judicial precedent to a mere source of potential legislative authority, but continues to this day by its own force to automatically render ineligible for future public office all former office holders who then participate in insurrection or rebellion, as Baud and Paulson put it. Among the profound conclusions that follow are that all officials who ever swore to support the Constitution, as every officer, state or federal, and every branch of government must, and who thereafter either engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the Constitution, or give aid and comfort to the enemies of that Constitution, and not just to the United States as a sovereign nation, are automatically disqualified from holding future office and must therefore be barred from election to any office. Regardless of partisan leaning or training in the law, all U.S. citizens should read and consider these two simple sentences from Section 3. We read this already, but we'll read it again. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector, president, and vice president, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. When it says 2/3 of each house, this means the House and the Senate, I'm guessing, right? Of each house, of each half of Congress. That must mean... The 14th Amendment was promulgated and ratified in the context of the post-bellum America when, even after losing the Civil War, Southern states were sending men to Congress who had held prominent roles in the Confederacy or otherwise supported acts of rebellion or insurrection against the United States. No, Destiny, every house in the U.S. Oh, shut up. The two of us have long believed, and Baud and Paulson have now convincingly demonstrated, that notwithstanding its specific historical origin, Section 3 is no anachronism or relic from the past. Rather, it applies with the same force and effect today as it did the day it was ratified, as does every other provision, clause, and word of the Constitution that has not been repealed or revised by amendment. Baud and Paulson also conclude that Section 3 requires no legislation, criminal conviction, or other judicial action in order to effectuate its command. That is, Section 3 is self-executing. Other scholars have relied on Chief Justice Salmon P. Chase's poorly reasoned opinion in an 1869 case called In Re Griffin to support the contrary view. Baud and Paulson decisively dismantle Griffin as a precedent. I mean, if a Supreme Court judge said it, I don't know if a scholar is saying it's wrong matters, no? Wouldn't you argue that that's still... Jesus. Wait, is there, what's the name of, somebody just told me about, there's a website that has like every single fucking, is it Westfield? Am I making that up? That's the name of a mall owner. Or is it Westlaw? There's a name of a site that like law students get access to that has like every single, thing ever. Oh, is it Westlaw? Hold on one second. Do you think you're allowed to use somebody's login for that site? Okay, to be clear then, when this ruling was made, Salmon Chase, even though he would later go on to be Chief Justice in the U.S. Supreme Court, he was only a circuit court judge at the time. That's a little different. Okay. Whatever. Okay, because I was going to say, if the Supreme Court ruled on this already, I don't know if an academic paper can just say... But all right. They conclude further that disqualification pursuant to Section 3 is not a punishment or a deprivation of any liberty or right, inasmuch as one who fails to satisfy the Constitution's qualifications does not have a constitutional right or entitlement to serve in a public office, much less the presidency. For that reason, they argue that the section, although it does not entirely override pre-existing limits on governmental power, such as the First Amendment's ban on abridgments or of the freedom of speech, powerfully affects their application. Finally, the authors conclude that Section 3 is expansive and encompassing in what it regards as insurrection or rebellion against the constitutional order and aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States. Baud and Paulson are two of the most prominent conservative constitutional scholars in America, and both are affiliated with the Federalist Society, making it more difficult for them to be dismissed as political partisans. Thus, it is all the more significant and sobering that they do not hesitate to draw from their long study of the 14th Amendment's text and history the shattering conclusion that the attempted overturning of the 2020 presidential election and the attack on the Capitol intended to prevent the joint session from counting the electoral votes for the presidency together can be fairly characterized as an insurrection or rebellion. They write, the bottom line is that Donald Trump both engaged in insurrection or rebellion and gave aid or comfort to others engaging in such conduct within the original meaning of those terms as employed in Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. If the public record is accurate, the case is not even close. He is no longer eligible to the office of presidency or any other state or federal office covered by the Constitution. I wonder who even enforces this. Like, do we rely on the Republican Party to, or do the courts? Or it can't be the courts, right? Or does the Democratic Party sue? Or does the U.S. federal government sue? Or... What is this? Ringtone. At the time of the January 6th attack, most Democrats and key Republicans described it as an insurrection for which Trump bore responsibility. We believe that any disinterested observer who witnessed that bloody assault on the temple of our democracy, and anyone who learns about that many failed schemes to bloodlessly overturn the election before that, would have to come to the same conclusion. The only intellectually honest way to disagree is not to deny that the event is what the Constitution refers to as an insurrection or rebellion, but to deny that the insurrection or rebellion matters, such as to treat the Constitution of the United States as unworthy of preservation and protection. Baud and Paulson embraced the idea that men and women who swore an oath to support the Constitution as government officials, but who betrayed that oath by engaging in or abetting acts of insurrection or rebellion against the United States should be disqualified from important positions of government power in the future, unless forgiven by supermajorities of both houses of Congress. To them, as to us, this will forever remain a valid, valuable, and vital precept for America. Section 3's disqualification clause has by no means outlived its contemplated necessity, nor will it ever, as the post-Civil War framers presciently foresaw. To the contrary, this provision of our Constitution continues to protect the Republic from those bent on its dissolution. Every official who takes an oath to uphold the Constitution, as Article 6 provides every public official must, is obligated to enforce this very provision. The senators and representatives before mentioned and the members of the several state legislatures and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support the Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. The Bod-Paulson article has already inspired a national debate over its correctness and implications for the former president. The former federal judge and Stanford law professor Michael McConnell cautions that we are talking about empowering partisan politicians such as state secretaries of state to disqualify their political opponents from the ballot. If abused, this is profoundly anti-democratic. He also believes, as we do, that insurrection and rebellion are demanding terms connotating only the most serious of uprisings against the government, and that Section 3 shall not be defined down to include mere riots or civil disturbances. McConnell worries that broad definitions of insurrection and rebellion, with a lack of concern about enforcement procedure, could empower partisans to seek disqualification every time a politician supports or speaks in support of the objectives of a political riot. This was my concern, I guess, for like the BLM stuff. We share these concerns, and we concur that the answer to them lies in the wisdom of judicial decisions as to what constitutes insurrection, rebellion, or aid or comfort to the enemies of the Constitution under Section 3. As a practical matter, the process of adversary hearing and appeal will be invoked almost immediately upon the execution and enforcement of Section 3 by a responsible election officer, or, for that matter, upon the failure to enforce Section 3 as required. When a Secretary of State or other state official charged with the responsibility of approving the placement of a candidate's name on an official ballot either disqualifies Trump from appearing on a ballot or declares him ineligible, or declares him eligible, that determination will assuredly be challenged in court by someone with the standing to do so, whether another candidate or an eligible voter in the relevant jurisdiction. Gotcha, so that's the standing. When we say a state secretary, do you vote on your state secretary, or are these people like chosen by the governor, or is this like a federal thing, or hold on. I don't know where these, like, how these all... The Secretary of State of Florida is an executive officer of the state government of the U.S. state of Florida, established since the original 1883. I don't know. Starting in 2003, the Florida Secretary of State was no longer an elected position. Rather, Secretaries of State are now directly appointed by the governor of Florida. Okay. Okay, so some states elect them, some states appoint them. Interesting. Given the urgent importance of the question, such a case will inevitably land before the Supreme Court, where it will in turn test the judiciary's ability to disentangle constitutional interpretation from political temptation. Additionally, with or without court action, the second sentence of Section 3 contains a protection against abuse of this extraordinary power by those elections officers, Congress's ability to remove an egregious disqualification by a supermajority of each house. The entire process, with all of its sometimes frail, but thus far essentially effective constitutional guardrails, will frame the effort to determine whether the threshold of insurrection or a rebellion was reached, and which officials, executive or legislative, were responsible for the January 6th insurrection and the broader efforts to reverse the election's results. The process that will play out over the coming year could give rise to momentary social unrest, even violence, but so could the failure to engage in this constitutionally mandated process. For our part, we would pray for neither unrest nor violence from the American people during a process of faithful application and enforcement of their Constitution. If Donald Trump were to be reelected, how could any citizen trust that he would uphold the oath of office he would take upon his inauguration? As recently as last December, the former president posted on Truth Social, that's his social media platform, right? Does anybody use this besides Trump? His persistent view that the last presidential election was a massive fraud, one that allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. No way did he actually say this. Can I get like an actual link to the Truth Social thing? I don't know why the fuck you would. Am I missing the link to it? It doesn't exist in browser? Wait, can you really? I think you need an account to actually see tweets on that dogshit platform. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, let's see if we can find this. Trump on Saturday. A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles. Even this. Why didn't I have this for the Adam and Sitch conversation? How is it? I don't like to use the F word a lot, but like, how does this not make him a massive no, I'm just kidding. A massive fascist. Wait, it's like the most authoritarian shit you've like ever seen in your entire life. No, I mean like it's like so. Is it like, is this not literally the, it's not the Sounding Act, my poor dick. God, what was the name of that stupid shit that Hitler did to fucking roll back everything? What am I thinking of? Somebody say it. The Enabling Act. Yeah, not the Sounding Act. This sounds like so insane. Jesus. Full context. Is there more context for this? Can you give me context that makes a statement sound not as unhinged? Oh, okay. So there's a little bit more. Okay. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception in working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want or would not condone false and fraudulent elections. This takes it from like a 100 to like a 92 in terms of horribleness. It's still like, Jesus. Even those found in our Constitution. Christ. I was hoping he said in a video game at the end, yeah. Mr. Trump was responding to a report Friday night about Twitter employees' internal deliberations over the company's decision in 2020 to block links to a New York Post article that described emails found on a laptop belonging to Hunter Biden, President Biden's son. The report, a Twitter thread by the writer Matt Taibbi, also criticized the fact that the Biden campaign had a back channel to ask Twitter to remove certain tweets, though it noted that Republicans had such a back channel too. The explicit suggestion of suspending the Constitution was astonishing even by the standards of Mr. Trump, who spent the past few years spreading lies about the 2020 election, which he lost, and promoting various illegal mechanisms for overturning it. Less than 3 weeks ago, Mr. Trump announced a third bid for the presidency, a job in which the winner takes an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Attacking the Constitution and all it stands for is anathema. Anathema? Anathema. I think it's anathema, right? Anathema?
Anathema.
Yeah. Is anathema to the soul of our nation, should be universally condemned, Andrew Bates, a White House spokesman, said in a statement. Several Republicans did reject the comments. Well, obviously, I don't support that. Representative-elect Mike Lawler, a Republican who unseated Representative Sean Patrick Maloney in a suburban New York district, said on CNN's State of the Union on Sunday, the Constitution is set for a reason, to protect the rights of every American. But far more remained silent, including Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader who hopes to become Speaker when Republicans take control of the chamber in January, and who made a point last month of declaring that Republicans would read the Constitution aloud on the House floor on the first day of charge. On their first day in charge. Two press representatives for Mr. McCarthy did not respond to requests for comment on Sunday. In an interview on ABC's This Week on Sunday morning, Representatives David Joyce of Ohio illustrated Republicans' unyielding loyalty to Mr. Trump. Mr. Joyce dodged 3 questions from the anchor, George Stephanopoulos, about Mr. Trump's comments and whether he would support Mr. Trump in 2024, saying that he believed Republicans would have a large field of candidates and that he wants to focus on making the most of the party's new House majority. When Mr. Stephanopoulos pressed him on a 4th time, Mr. Joyce said, "I will support whoever the Republican nominee is." With visible discomfort, Mr. Joyce then sought to defend that commitment after Mr. Stephanopoulos asked incredulously, "You can't come out against someone who's for suspending the Constitution?" Well, he says a lot of things, but that doesn't mean that it's ever going to happen, Mr. Joyce said. But Mr. Trump has followed through on many things that other Republicans insisted he did not really mean, including his effort to block the certification of Mr. Biden's victory, which culminated in Trump's support of storming the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Chatting. Ben Shapiro TikTok reaction features you at the end.
Calling for you to be banned, I noticed. I don't know.
What is the date on this? Oh, 3 hours ago. Is he starting to watch my stuff? Why liberals run from like these like fact-based arguments when we're arguing about like climate change, when we're arguing about you know like monetary
Yeah, nice, good
policy.
one.
Well, like we're arguing these things. Like the conservatives don't have the data on any of these answers. The conservatives don't have the facts. But somehow the conservatives became the party of like your feelings don't care about my facts. Your facts don't care about my feelings. Like, well, dude, all of your arguments are either like theologically based or just based on like this is what my small conservative community is. How do we lose that?
Well, because what you're saying is not true. That's why you lost.
Good day, sir.
Have I ever cited the Bible in a climate change discussion? Or on Federal Reserve policy? Or is all I do pretty much all day long cite statistics on climate change and Federal Reserve policy? It's such a straw man that the left likes to set up. They don't like the arguments like, oh, you must be getting it from the Bible. First,
what a weird clip to react to. Okay, whatever. Oh wait, hold on. We didn't even finish this one. I clicked off. No person who sought to overthrow our Constitution and thereafter declare that it should be terminated. Article 2, Section 1 demands any person. Okay. We will not attempt to express this constitutional injunction better than did George Washington himself in his farewell address to the nation in 1796. Do I have Legend of Winning? Yes, I do. Oh, it's this guy. Ooh. You think you're getting close to talking about Ben Shapiro? Maybe. But I think that, fuck, what was I just saying? Oh, it would be, if we have a conversation, it's gonna be really boring. I mean, but hopefully it's something. It would be cool, I guess, but. Can you address why this post got removed? Honestly, I would have removed it on title alone, but I read it more and I didn't. Again, I'm not here to satisfy like people that are obsessed with body counts or whatever and all this shit. No more virgins posting about relationships. No more people with no relationship experience talking about relationships. If your obsession or if any part of you deciding if a relationship is good or bad, if any of the top 3 or top 5 qualifiers are body count, not only do I have zero interest in what you have to say about relationships, I don't want you talking to my community about them because you have nothing of value to contribute. So anytime I see retarded shit like this, I instantaneously remove it, delete it, and probably ban. I'm pretty sure I perma-ban the poster. I don't care. Your cancer, your AIDS, nobody cares what you have to say. Your life sucks. Probably a virgin. Don't care. September. What's after September? October? Nice. These lifter flares are way too strong. Unironically, triple-digit body count. I feel like it's pretty normal for people to talk about body counts with partners. Had plenty of normal women ask mine. I've never heard that question in my life, and I've asked a ton of friends at this point, and I've never heard them ever bring that question up. I don't believe you. I think you're making it up to win an argument. But also, I don't care. Just leave. I don't want you in my community. I have nothing of value, or I don't think you've contributed anything of value. I just don't want to hear anything from you. I just have no interest in it. It's as simple as that. Destiny, you run. Having a high body count implies a lot of things. LOL, what do you mean? If you can't ascertain the values or things of your partner without like having a number, here's two issues. One is that this is the only time I'm going to address this too. It's such a boring topic, and it's only a topic that virgins obsess over, because the most of the people that obsess over this are people that are in red pill communities that we see have problems with relationships, don't have girlfriends, don't have bitches. Okay, they don't. I'm not even saying that as like just an insult. If you're a virgin, that's fine or whatever. But like, we saw the Fresh and Fit audience at the Valuetainment studio. 99% of those guys raised their hands and said they don't have a girlfriend. 90% of those people raised their hands and said they wanted multiple girlfriends. Most of you guys that are in these communities are literally in these communities explicitly because you have no bitches, you have no girls, you have no people in your life. If you did, you wouldn't be in those communities looking for advice. Okay, so there's two huge problems. One is that there are a million other ways to ascertain whether or not you have close values or not than asking the question of what's your body count, okay? And a subsection of that is, if you're trying to find out if you have similar values, just asking that question might already be like if a girl hears you ask that question, it's probably already a red flag for her, because like, what a weird question to ask so immediately, number one. And then number two, it's also a stupid question, because if you're asking it, you probably care about it, and it's self-defeating because the woman's probably just gonna lie about it, and you have absolutely no way whatsoever. This is like the most obvious thing to me, why I know it's a question by virgins and for virgins, because nobody would seriously go on a date and be like, what's your body count, and expect a serious answer. If you've ever talked to a woman before, if you've ever been on a date before, if you ever talked to a slut before, you're never gonna be in a dinner and be like, so what's your body count? And she's gonna be like, 74. That's never happened in the history of all of first date kind. So this is just like it's a by virgin, for virgin question. And I notice that a lot of sex advice, I talk about the sex subreddit all the time, a lot of sex advice, a lot of relationship advice, a lot of like red pill, all that shit. A lot of it's just advice that doesn't work. And it's obviously people have no experience, including most of the content creators. And it's just cringe to listen to. So I don't want like a bunch of like people in my community, being programmed, or like even thinking about that, like, oh shit, like should I be like grilling a woman on her body count like on our first date? It's like a stupid cancerous, yeah. It'd be like having a bunch of people in my subreddit posting like, this is why the female orgasm is fake, or this is why clits aren't real. Yeah, it's just a stupid, I just don't care. I don't care, and I don't want it in my community. Can't you just say it's okay to discuss if the conversation naturally leads there? Yeah, of course. So conversations go to all sorts of places. Past partners and shit might come up. But if you're ever in a conversation and you're like, what's your body count? Like you've already made so many errors. One is assuming the person will even answer honestly. And two is trying to figure out if this is the best way to figure out if you even have similar values. It's just such a stupid, but anyway, it's cringe. It's cringe, and I don't want it in my community, so I don't care. The basis of our political systems is the right of the people to make and to alter their constitutions of government, but the constitution, which at any time exists, till changed by an explicit and authentic act of the whole people, is sacredly obligatory upon all. The very idea of the power and the right of the people to establish government presupposes the duty of every individual to obey the established government. All obstructions to the execution of the laws, all combinations and associations under whatever plausible character, with the real design to direct, control, counteract, or awe the regular deliberation and action of the constitution authorities, or the constituted authorities, are destructive of this fundamental principle and have fatal tendency. However, combinations or associations of the above description may now and then answer popular ends. They are likely, in the course of time and things, to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reins of government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion. Destiny, why do you not account for other people's boundaries? That is a very common boundary for men, so just let them draw it and reduce their dating pool. Why call people toxic or stupid? Because you are toxic or stupid. It would be like having the boundary of like, I only want to date women with like triple D breasts. You're probably a fucking retard. Like, I think we can be honest and say that there are probably some boundaries that are like fair, and there are probably some boundaries that are like retarded. If you're Christian and And let's say that you don't want to be with somebody that's been like super promiscuous, or like virginity or chasteness is important to you. I think it's totally fair to care about like a person's sexual history. I think that's fair. But there's a couple problems. One is you're going to be able to ascertain this 99% of the time without ever asking for a body count. Okay, a true Christian person that's courting a woman doesn't need to think like, man, is she a fucking slut? You're probably going to see this because of 50 million other factors in their life. So truly religious people are probably never asking that question because they know, because they can figure it out based on the other person's behavior. Number one. And the second problem is most of you guys, and this is probably the thing that angers me the most growing up Catholic, most of you guys are not religious. You're fake fuck religious people. And I hope to fucking God, I hope to God that there is a God, because I hope that when you guys die and you're on your way to fucking heaven, he smites you and strikes you down because you utilize religion in the worst fucking way possible, which is to use it as a cudgel against people you don't like, okay? No truly Christian man is going online shitting on women for being promiscuous. It is the least Christian thing I can ever think of doing. Most of you guys are fake as fuck. You've never picked up a Bible. You never picked up a Quran. You've probably read the Torah more than any other book because you use it to shit on Jewish people because half of you are on some weird fucking Matrix Nazi land. So the idea that you say you're so chaste and religious and the only thing you use it for is to talk about women's promiscuity means you don't give a fuck about the religion at all. And it's so fucking cringe to pretend that you're so holy and chaste and Christian when you probably don't even know how many fucking gospels there are, okay? It's cringe as fuck. So I don't care, all right? Don't care. Don't want them in my community, okay? Clap, clap, clap. All right. All right. Our first president may well have been our most prescient. His fears about cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men have, over the centuries, proved all too well founded. But his even stronger hopes for the Republic were not misplaced. Still today, the Constitution, though through its Reconstruction amendments, contains a safeguard that it originally lacked. A safeguard against the undermining of our constitutional democracy and the rule of law at the hands of those who lust for power knows no bounds. The men who framed and ratified the 14th Amendment entrusted to us, the people of the United States, the means to vigilantly protect against those who would make a mockery of American democracy, the Constitution, and the rule of law, and of America itself. It fell to the generations that followed to enforce our hallowed Constitution and ensure that our union endures. Today, that responsibility falls on us. I would also feel more strong, or I'd also feel more at ease with people that obsess over body counts if they talked about male body counts too, but they don't. And all the red pill guys you worship all talk about how important it is to have high body counts as men. So none of it even makes sense. It's just like an excuse to hate women. It's literally just like misogyny 101. As lame as it is to say it and use that word, I know that's like a trigger for a lot of you guys, but that's literally all it is. Can you wrap all of this like Hamilton, please? Yeah, let me get on that. Do you CC a P365? Should I get one? Go for it, dude. I can still carry a Vector, okay? I need a pistol caliber carbine with me at all points in time. Eat or pass? Chicken and stuff. This looks delicious. Holy fuck. What is this? Shapiro said he would talk with you recently. Yeah, I saw this.
Destiny would be an example of somebody who I think does it better than some of the other people who argue online.
Why don't you debate Destiny?
I mean, I'd be interested in debating Destiny or having
He'd
conversation.
be fantastic. Yeah.
We had such a great conversation.
Maybe someday. What time is Keeper Kick? Isn't it literally my title? Okay. Damn, fuck. I'm trying to think if I should read this. 1, 2, 3. It's about 2 hours. Hold on one sec.
I'm unbanned. I have returned from the depths. Destiny DGGL. Just say insurrection with enough zealous fervor and we can get rid of our political enemies. Gabagool. Over here.
Well, look who's back. Finally, I can have my daily Q stream derail. I have missed those.
Really?
DJ Scratch. 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 DJ Scratch.
Chatting. Your once talked in another context about internalized shame becomes externalized blame. Do you think this applies to red pillars when they talk about female body counts? I think that people just like to blame people for problems. I think it's like, it's pretty simple. Can we, I don't want to do the red pill shit anymore. This is, I just don't care. I think that it feels good when you've got problems to blame other people. Women aren't easy people to blame, just like Jewish people. Like, that's it. Like, it's as simple as that. That's how I view it. That's how it comes off to me. I know it'd be exhausting to identify nuances in your argument section off the people you're talking about, and I don't know how to do this efficiently. But people that might be looking to validate their biases sometimes run off with the arguments you make about, say, body counts, and that a lot of people are using body counts for their misogynist views, make broad generalized statements to kill nuance. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, there are going to be people that legitimately feel a certain type of way about body counts, and that's fine. But, like, most of you people talking about it don't. You just hate women. It's so obvious. It comes off so obviously in the types of ways that people talk about women, and the types of ways they approach them, and the types of ways they talk about relationships, the idea that women shouldn't be allowed to get divorced, that they make up all these statistics, that they all blah, blah, blah. Like, it's so obvious that the underlying current is hate women. Like, that's like where the message starts and stops. I mean, like, there are legitimate reasons to care about body count and blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm sure. And there are probably even legitimate ways to bring it up in first dates, but it's not by this crowd. It's not by you fucking retards. Like, absolutely not. So, but again, I also don't care. If you disagree with me, that's fine too. Go talk to all these guys that fucking date the same Instagram models, the same OnlyFans women that they also shit on and tell you guys to ignore. Like, go listen to those guys. I don't care. I truly don't give a fuck. What are we doing? Who brainwashed you at Destiny? You used to understand Red Pill way better. Now you're on the opposite spectrum of not even trying to understand. I understand where you're coming from, but I understand that you're coming from that place because you're fucking retarded. And now that I'm out of these spaces and I'm not trying to mingle in these spaces anymore, I'm not here to placate or appease your retardation. I look down on you as a lesser human, as an idiot, okay? That's how I've always felt about you. I understand why you're stupid, and I understand why I view you as underneath me or any other normal functioning human being, okay? But just because I understand you doesn't mean that I think it's acceptable, okay, or that you're not fucking retarded. Does that make sense? I understand where the red pill shit comes from. I know where these things come from. The same way that I understand why some people like to rape kids, right? But that doesn't make it okay, and it doesn't mean I think it's a good thing, and it doesn't mean I think we should support it, or that my understanding should be confused with approval. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry. Why does conversation always revolve around the same topics? How many times do you discuss this? It's the same thing with, like, I guess it's the same thing with everything. It's politics and everything. Because nobody actually has the experience to dive any deeper. Like, this is where all the conversations about, like, dating and relationships, like, starts and stops. Is like shit like body count and stuff. Why? Like, why not? Like, how do you resolve conflict in a relationship? That would be an interesting thing to hear. How do you, when you're 3 or 4 dates in with a person, how do you figure out if this is a good long-term partner for you? That would be an interesting conversation to talk about. What do you do if you really like somebody and after 4 months you guys are living together and now you're running into conflicts in the household? How much is too much? How do you delineate who does what chores, who does what? That would be an interesting conversation. These are all, how do you deal with a partner who seems like they have more allegiance to their parents than to you, or they side with their parents in fights with you, or they let their family shit on you? That's an interesting topic. How do you balance out a relationship where one partner is still going to school and the other partner works and resentment is building because they're not sure if their partner is going to be with them after they finish school, so they don't know if they're going to get their investment back, right? There's a million billion trillion fascinating topics to talk about in regards to relationships and relationship dynamics. I cannot imagine spending years obsessing over body count as being the main driver of whether or not a relationship works. It's like, again, I don't know how to put into words that anybody looking in from the outside who's not a virgin or a loser can see how incredibly basic and simple the conversations are. And it's like, do you guys just not know anything or have any experience or whatever? Like, that's how I feel looking in. It would be the equivalent of, like, you go into some school and they're like, we're all NFL players. And it's like, oh, cool, you guys are all going to be in the NFL. And like, yeah. And like, they're talking about, I don't know, they're arguing over like how many yards are on a field. Like, I don't even know what to, like, it's so basic. then why don't you talk about this instead of going to the 100th Red Pill podcast? Because I can't talk about these topics on Red Pill podcasts because these topics are not for people that watch Red Pill content. People that watch Red Pill content are virgins, and I don't mean that as an insult. I mean they're legitimately people lacking in sexual or relationship experience. So what is it to them to talk about relationship dynamics? They don't have any, right? But when I do have like interesting conversations to me, or for instance, the conversation I had with Ayla was very interesting to me. She has an incredibly wild sexual history. She is incredibly promiscuous, off the norm, and her view and engagement with the topic is really interesting to me because it's very far off the norm and she has a lot of experience. But half of you guys lose your fucking minds listening to a woman talk about doing an orgy. Like, it's over. You can't even engage with the topic. You would much rather go back to like, hold on, Destiny. We need to talk about whether or not men and women are the same and if body counts are important, because that's where the real conversation is. Like, bro, kill me. I would rather kill myself. I don't want to have that conversation 50 million fucking times. I'd rather talk to people that are in relationships and have relationship experience, and or even Erudite and her relationship history sounds kind of interesting. But like, there's nothing publicly to explore because the type of audience that follows Red Pill stuff isn't the type of audience to have interesting relationship conversations because they don't have the experience. Yeah. I think the chatter was saying, why don't you talk about this interesting stuff instead of going on Red Pill podcast? Yeah, I mean, we will. But I mean, like, as I just have to keep moving away from... But it's not like I'm doing a bunch of Red Pill shows anymore. So, I mean, like, gradually the topics will change, so... I'm not into Red Pill space, but I understand some of the points they make about men's mental health, depression, low self-esteem, etc. The body count, other stuff. Yeah, but here's the problem, okay? This is my problem with the Red Pill spaces, all right? You'll have like this is like lifting advice, which is always dog shit. This is like self-help and esteem. And then this is like shitting on women. And I'll be like, I think these spaces are unhealthy for these reasons. And be like, well, it's not. But I mean, they give a lot of self-help advice and they talk about men's problems. No, they don't. Bullshit. They talk about fucking men's problems. Half the shit these guys say are literally the direct contributor to men's problems. These guys like encompass the same type of toxic masculine ideology that literally drives men to suicide. That literally drives men to fucking hate themselves. That literally drives society to devalue men. Like, where is the men's help? It's not. The men's help is all centered around either one, vague or pointless or needlessly reductive or stupid self-help advice that sucks, or two, just standing on the bodies of the women they bring on their shows to like slay. Like, that's it. It's more about shitting on women than it is about helping men. Like, again, you will never find a shredded guy in your life. You'll never find a dude that's accomplished. And it's like, damn, dude, how'd you get there? And he's like, well, I didn't know where to start lifting. I didn't know what to do with my diet. I didn't know what to do with my investments. But then I started watching the Red Pill, and there's so much great advice in those communities. Like, I learned so much. Like, no, you didn't. This has never happened in the history of like all of mankind. Again, go listen to Tony Robbins. Go read something by Dale Carnegie. Go listen to the plethora of like actual fucking gym bros on... Fuck, even the fucking Hodge twins, literally, and even the Greg Dusha guy, literally anybody on YouTube, even the worst of the gym guys, is going to give you better or more realistic advice for self-help or gym or literally anything than fucking Red Pill spaces. Like, what the fuck? Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, like, I've never heard of the gym before Andrew Tate. Like, I didn't even know these places. Like, I didn't know what a barbell was until I watched, like fucking Rollo Tomasi tweet about how I need to chop my dick up and get a vasectomy. Like, Jesus. I'm sure most of your progressive audience are virgins too. It's not just a red pill problem. That's fine. There's no problem with being a virgin. The problem is when you're a virgin and you have incredibly strong opinions about like how relationships should work and run, and then the podcasts you watch don't even talk about relationships. They just talk about like they just talk about the getting laid part. Right? At the very least, I could take a virgin seriously if they like listen to like actual material on relationships. But they don't. They don't. But okay. All right, please stop. How are we talking about red pill again? Let's take a break and watch the new Meat Canyon on XQC. Who is me? Oh, the cartoon guy. Jesus. I don't know how you can try to convince men to not care about body count at Destiny. That's not very base. I'm not trying to convince anybody to not care about body count. I'm just saying there's never been a high value guy. There's never been a man of work. There's never been any person that was like, oh, like I met this person, they clicked a million different ways, but then I found out they had 15 partners and I just couldn't do it. That has never happened. That's only losers that think that way. If there is a person with an ultra high body count, an ultra high horrible lifestyle, you're gonna get turned off way before that question even comes up. You're gonna figure out that you're not compatible with this person because of 50 million other things that you're gonna see through dating, through talking, through observation. It's never gonna be that question. If it is that question, you're just, yeah. But again, if you disagree with me, also, that's fine. Who the fuck am I? I'm just some random fucking streamer virgin guy myself. I don't know what you think about fucking women or being a relationship. Like, who the fuck am I? You know, don't listen to me. Go listen to everybody else that fucks the same OnlyFans models and Instagram girls that they make fun of on their shows all day. Go do that instead. I don't care, all right?
Chat, like you don't even have to even like put together, you know, like well, this is crazy, chat. You know, like it's crazy. You know, like it's kind of insane. You know, when they do this, you know. I mean, what am I even looking at, chat? Like this is insane. You know, like it's absolutely wild.
Why don't we just take some here and leave? You could spot us at any time.
If we're gonna do this, we should do it right. There's more valuable items further.
Dude, how much time does he spend on these animations? Jesus Christ. Did he do this in a month?
Down.
He has a team of animators. Oh, okay, okay.
There they are.
I don't think we should be doing this.
What? Don't be a fool. One of these could pay for your family's future and their family's future for generations to come. You won't even notice it being gone. Look how much he already has.
Is the music original? I mean, even in a month with a team, this is still a really impressive turnaround. Like,
You clumsy idiot! Grab the treasure and let's get out of here! Come on, let's go!
Someone's trying to steal my treasure. I mean, it's crazy, but you know, not that I need the treasure. You know, it's my treasure. You know, like it's my gold, chat. You know, like people like I don't really need it or anything. Like it's crazy, but you know, I got reviews, chat. Like I need them for YouTube vlogs, chat. You know, because people who miss the streams, like you know what I mean, chat. Like it's crazy, chat. Like I have a views now. You know, it's one of these things where it's mine now, chat. Like not that I really need them, chat, but I do what I have to do, chat. You know, like it is what it is. There's one more person in here, chat. Like, wow.
It's got them views, guys.
You could come into my treasure vault and get away with it, chat. Wow, it's great, chat. I know there's one more person in here. There's nowhere to run, chat. There's nowhere to run. So don't even try running, because you won't even be able to get past me, chat. You will pay for what you have done. I don't even need this gold, chat, but it's mine. Now give me your eyes. I will take your eyes Just like your friends, I would take your friends' eyes. I would take your eyes again. I will do it again, chat. You will join them soon enough and be here forever to stay with me. And I. This is crazy, chat. If I could just find it, the views chat, I could. Then maybe I could find it. Where to go, chat? Chat. Wow, chat. Wow, chat. This is wow, chat. This is.
Wow, Polymite, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, buddy.
YouTube rocks, maybe. Ribbit chat. Ribbit chat. Ribbit chat. I just need to find another fast chat.
What is this?
Have any general sex advice?
General sex advice? Yeah. Have a 12-inch dick like me. And then you're fucking kino, good to go. If you want to get good at sex, the only 2 things that matter are 1, deliberate work. You have to actually think about what you're doing and practice and improve. And 2 is communicating with your partner. And don't have a big ego.
Destiny, the main problem is increasing polarization, and couples need to find groups to belong. I think this is true for any topic. Red pill/politics. Strong and broad statements just create more bridges and problems. We need empathy. Understanding.
Steven, I caught it. Little Minecraft villager Steven. Destiny. Oh no, Lucas. Don't do it. You already know Steven. You already know what I'm going to do to this thing, Destiny. Oh god, don't do it. There's no laws against it, Steven.
Okay. Is it okay to suck at it your first time? Obviously can't practice leading up to losing your virginity, lol. Everybody's first time sucks, that's fine. But as long as you're slow and patient and communicative and don't be fucking weird, you'll be okay. How was Toronto? Toronto was cool. We did the wedding. I got super high, super drunk. Danced around a bit. Hung out with the boys. I think I saw a lot of people for the...
was an amateur. This is how you farm, chat.
I think I saw a lot of people for the first time. Because I don't think I'd ever seen Koibu or Nick. There were a lot of people that I'd never seen in real life before. So it was fun. V looked really nice in the dress. Yeah, she had like fucking 8-inch heels to be taller than me. What a fucking loser. V talking about the heels.
I wore these shoes on a date with Destiny once, like the streamer. Not like a date with Destiny, but colloquial phrase. Talking.
These were not the shoes. They were taller than this. And I'm pretty sure they were beige. They were extreme.
About like a very important meetup. I mean, like the streamer Destiny. I wore these heels, so I was taller than him. on purpose to emasculate him. I'm a bitch. Would I do it again in a heartbeat? An easy W. Take the easy W, of course. Because I'm a rotten bitch.
Based. When somebody types in my chat about a body count.
Oh, about now.
Okay. Are you gonna go over your Jubilee video on Kick? Can you not watch them on YouTube? Will you get... Just chatting, guys. Don't worry about me. Is it true that that Alec guy was calling one of the black conservatives a bootlicker? Yes, but I think they edited that out of the Jubilee video. He was going so hard because one of the black guys said that he had 6 cop friends or whatever. I'm guessing he's like in a community where he's got like friends that are cops. And then the Alec guy was like, wow, you're such a bootlicker. Or he said something, I don't want to misquote him. He said something like that, but I don't remember what the
Steven, you seem really distracted lately, and I know why. Your mind needs something to focus on. Some goal in life. You know it's calling.
The rift. It was the Alec guy. But the yeah, he was really aggressive at a lot of different points. Like, he was making people uncomfortable. Did they have his whole... I don't want to be mean about him, but is there anything you would have said or done differently in the Jubilee video? I just need to talk slower or speak slower. I'll get that eventually. Maybe or maybe not. I don't know. There's a lot of people. Maybe it's good to speak fast. I get my whole message out. Did they have... He had a whole soy rant at the end. Did they include that or did that get cut? Do you know? He had one where he was like screaming. He was like, I was a nurse and I saw people dying. And I was like, little bro. Little bro, what are you doing? I feel like you needed to challenge some of the factual claims. Because I challenged most of them, but I don't know how much ended up in the video, so... Okay. Can we get a reaction to some math? Wait, somebody linked the Jubilee video.
The goal is for you to come away from this video understanding one of the most important formulas in all of probability, Bayes' theorem. This formula, it's central.
Cringe.
Against white liberals who do.
Where is his rant? Does he have one? Show transcript. He would have said... Nurse? COVID? Oh my god, hold on.
Destiny, let's talk about inflation. It's really important for people to know the cost of gardening tools are going up. Hey, Pete.
This woman in this video reminded me of my mom so much.
So just stop it. Just treat everybody regular, trying to save us.
I just got one thing I wanted to bring up earlier about taxes, because you were saying that
Is this
you
it?
don't.
Hold on.
You had your job and you were talking about how like you get the tax every time. The last thing that was on my mind, COVID.
Oh, okay, it is.
Every time, and you're like seeing your tax go up. I worked in nursing homes in 2020 COVID. The last thing that was on my mind when I watched 60 and 70-year-olds on their deathbeds suffocating to death was taxes. I was worried about health care. I didn't give a shit about taxes in that time. So when I go to work every day, that's what I see. That's what I want to fix.
I see you once again elevating yourself above the rest of us, and particularly at me, a white man elevating himself above a black person.
He called me a bootlicker.
That's what
He called me a bootlicker.
Oh no!
Oh wait, so they did have this in here, or was it, or did they just not show him actually doing it?
I triggered them all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm chilling, buddy.
So what I hope comes out of
I'm
this
chilling.
conversation is that we're all Americans, and because we're all Americans, we know that America has a bunch of problems, and I think every person here wants to solve the problems, and I think everybody is bringing what they have to the.
This lady is like the worst and the best when it comes to like model immigrant. What would you say? I don't even know. Fuck, I don't remember her background. She approached me in the parking lot after we finished, and she wanted to chat. We ended up talking for like 30 or 40 minutes. But God, fuck, I hope I'm gonna get her story wrong.
Vosh fan tried using Vosh rant.
Yeah, ineffective. This lady is like an unbelievably amazing lady. I'm trying to remember if she was a single mom or not. I don't remember if she was a single mom, but she had 4 children. And it was like they went to like Harvard, Yale, Stanford, and Stanford. She was like unbelievable, or was it 5 or 6 children? Or maybe it was 6 children. I think every single child she had went to like an Ivy League school. It was like an insane accomplishment in terms of like educating and working with her children. I think she said she homeschooled one, but like, or she homeschooled them for a little bit. Like it was, fuck, I wish I could remember the details of her story. I just remember her kids' accomplishments given where she came from, and like her life was like amazing. And I can understand that when you have a person like this who works so hard and overachieves and excels so much compared to the rest of people around her, how people like this can be like, why don't you lazy motherfuckers do something and help yourselves? And it's hard to say anything against a particular lady like that, because like, yeah, geez, but. MX1Moo5, thanks for subbing. Thoughts on the new schizo conspiracy that just dropped? Should have said she was an immigrant or model minority. I don't remember if she was an immigrant. I don't remember if she was an immigrant or not. It might just be model minority, I guess you could say. I have exclusively confirmed that the FBI identified Ukrainian operatives and neo-Nazis who were at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th and even questioned J6. What the fuck? Were these guys using, were they using ESG scores? And were they trying to tell everybody to eat bugs and that they'll be happy owning nothing at the same time? Okay. Do you remember when she got triggered when you called your success luck? Yeah, she did. That was one of the things she came out to talk to me in the parking lot about, because I was driving a little BMW. It was just a rental car. But she was like, well, look at you. You said that you came from a bad background, and look at how much you've achieved. I don't know why you're saying your whole life was luck. And then we had a big back and forth about like, yeah, I got lucky. I'm smart too. But like, I'm lucky that I'm smart because my parents put me into a good school. I'm lucky that I play the right games. And I'm good at the games, but it was only because I was able to play in a computer. Because she remembers, you guys might not remember, but back in the day, not everybody had a computer. And when you did have a computer, sometimes you had one computer for the whole family. So we had one computer in the family room. Yeah, and there was like, yeah, I'm good at what I do, obviously. But I'm lucky that I'm good at what I do. But it's because I was good that I got lucky, but I'm also lucky that I was able to get good. Like, it's like a whole, yeah. But it was a fun conversation to have, yeah. What happened after that? Well, no, I shouldn't be talking about that. I drove off to go probably fuck somebody. I don't remember. But I went off after and I did whatever else I was doing in LA. Probably to fuck your mom, let's be honest. Was it hard trying to jump into the conversation during the Jubilee video? No, they were pretty decent about like taking time. Don't ask me. Listen, I'll probably react to the full thing tomorrow morning, so save your questions for then. So August can do his little video. It seemed like all the conservatives came from rich backgrounds and didn't actually ever experience the issues they were complaining about. Yeah, I don't know, man. Life is complicated, all right? Ooh. Looking at all the lefties raging about me on Twitter being on this Jubilee video. Are the folks at Jubilee conservative or liberal? I mean, I think they've been more liberal, but they try really hard to like accurately represent both sides. I think they legitimately feel like commitment to that. That's what it feels like. They did live community notes when people were lying on my video? Shit, did I get community noted live? Did I say anything wrong? They weren't lying, Destiny. They sourced when people brought up information. I used to be a professional StarCraft player. Community note. Destiny was actually never a professional. At best, he was a semi-professional who struggled to perform well in tournaments. I would never go on again if they noted me like that. Holy shit, I just saw a tweet. What a reference. Oh my god. Apparently you were wrong about the Trump calling for the execution of the Central Park Five after they were exonerated. Wait, am I? I'm pretty sure, I thought he took the full page article, the New York Times article, I thought he took that full page ad out after they were declared innocent by the courts, after they were exonerated. Am I wrong? Or after they were exonerated after initial conviction or whatever? Oh, maybe he doubled down after they were exonerated, but the article was taken out before they were. Okay, stop fighting on Twitter. This retard trying to push some LSF conspiracy theory on posts about you. Okay. Rapid aside. Continued trend where different accounts post the exact same footage at the exact same timestamp, the same length, many minutes after it happened. Last time it was 4 accounts in the span of 30 minutes. This time, 2 separate accounts, 2 separate platforms, starting at precisely the same timestamp, exactly matching length, 24 seconds, not even 30, the default. I'm saying it's a Discord room where they link a timestamp of random members subsequently push promotional clips. It's just a coincidence. He's a hate watcher for sure. Here's another one. Destiny XC shaded us on. The blatant advocacy for murder is a continued trend by this guy. Destiny, bro, I don't want to say what I do for walking inside this group of blank blank. He's watching Black Kai fans picked into the video. Kids like that. We're talking extended magazine time, boys. Go outside like the people and say 30 rounds not enough. 9/11 with the second worst. Probably something. Meanwhile, as fans, especially if they're B, blast them. Jesus. What a... This is 100% mirroring white nationalist rhetoric and clear-cut stochastic terrorism incitement in front of 10,000 live viewers. Oh, wait, is this Chaeiry Trump, do you think? Are you going to watch the Napoleon movie? Maybe. Not sure if this has been asked before, but at Destiny, are you happy? Making creative politics has been draining at times, and I'm wondering how it's affected your mental health. It's okay. I just hate getting stuck on like level 1 topics so much. Would you say the whole red pill thing has just gotten more extreme as time has gone on? Admin Preach used to be considered red pill adjacent until they had that fallout with Fresh and Fit. Maybe, has it? I don't know. Jesus Christ. We need to do something about the Jubilee people. Are they evil? Stupid? Do they not know how many people will suffer and die because of this video? What the fuck? People keep saying shit like, oh, it's obviously like sarcasm. I don't know. It's really hard to tell because some of these accounts are like, most of the actual people are so extreme. Okay. Uh-oh.
I actually have a very important question.
Okay.
What is a liberal versus libertarian? I took a test that your peoples sent me to take a test to see if I was right wing or left wing, and I got left center, and it said I'm like a libertarian.
There's some website panel thing, but that thing's trash. It's literally a site made by libertarians to try to convince everybody they're a libertarian. I'm going to explain this one time because I don't know if you actually care about this. And if you're not listening to me, then
I
fuck
do.
you. Okay? Okay.
I do care.
There are two types of liberal. Okay? In the global sense, a liberal with a capital L, a liberal is just like somebody that believes very broadly in individual freedoms and liberties. So the right to own private property, the right to freedom of speech, the right to an elected representative government, like right to freedom of religion. That's in the very, very, very broad sense. That's a capital L liberal. That's how people around the world use it. In the United States, we use liberal, little l, we use liberal to just refer to like a left-leaning person. So like a Democrat is a liberal and a conservative is a Republican. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, that's that's like a minor liberal, but that's only in the U.S. do we use that way. Do we use it that way? So if you're talking about liberals in the broad sense, in the United States, both conservatives and liberals are capital L liberals. Okay, does that make any sense? Because even conservatives in the United States believe like in individual property freedom, blah blah blah. Right? Okay. A libertarian is somebody that generally believes in a heavily restricted government. So they want to get rid of as much government as possible to maximize individual and personal freedoms. Okay.
Okay, so I guess that explains why I would get libertarian then, right?
No, that test is stupid and dumb because it usually juxtaposes authoritarianism with libertarianism. And to pretend that those are the only two things, that's like saying, would you rather have a 0 body count or a 5,000 body count? And there's no in between. Like it's a stupid test. That test is just made, that's just a test made by some libertarian person that wants to convince everybody that they're actually libertarian. It's a stupid test.
Okay, so do you have a better test I could take? I'm really curious. I want to know because I don't necessarily know like what my political stance is. I know I agree with some right-wing things and some left things. So, and then I heard about what a centrist is, but I don't think I'm a centrist either. Like, I don't know. So I'm actually just really curious, like, what is my stance politically? Like, what would I be categorized? Or is it
who
stupid to
cares?
take
Why
that?
does it matter?
So then should I just convert and be like, should I like take my vows and convert and be a complete
You don't have to
DGG?
convert to anything. Just like
No,
have,
like, should I just become a complete DGG?
Yeah, until you get banned for doxing people in my chat. Okay, don't do that.
Yeah,
or
but that
you're
was
gonna...
a fake address and no apartment number.
Okay, I'm still gonna I'm gonna ban you for even fake dox people. Why fake dox? Don't do it.
Okay, I won't fake dox
All right.
again.
Well, now
Please
you
don't
know.
ban me.
Okay.
I learned my lesson. Please,
Okay.
please.
Also, yeah, just who cares? Like, vote for people that align more with your policy positions. Don't try to like group yourself into like conservative or liberal. Like, who cares?
Yeah, but I just want to get in a political like debate sometimes because it's interesting, and then I don't want to like when I'm asked like I want to know what I'm talking about. Like I know my IQ is like 116. I took a test
Okay.
online,
Yeah.
so I want to have high IQ conversations on politics.
Okay. Well, then.
And I will have you know, on my first IQ test, I beat my ex. Thank you very much.
Good job. Good for you.
From 95. Thank
I'm
you.
so proud of you.
All right, well, I guess that's it. What are you doing, Destiny?
I've got a panel in an hour and 10 minutes. I'm not sure what I'm doing in the meantime. So.
All right, let's get you prepared for this panel.
Stop.
All right.
No, that's not.
Let me rub your shoulders real quick.
Okay. Okay. Bye, Xena.
Okay, bye.
Do you think online political content creators that try to create entertainment or incentivize generate engagement have improved or worsened the political landscape? Maybe by overreactions and hyper. I'd say worsened, but politics online is dog shit. But it's all about like groups and all that dumb shit. Nobody actually cares about any of the issues. Let me grab a Red Bull. Hold on.
Wait, sorry, I had one more thing to say since you helped me. Are you listening? Damn, he can't hear me. What the hell? Thank you, Destiny. You've given me a lot to think about. Wait, so if Destiny's gone, does this mean like I'm streaming off of Destiny's right now? Thank you, Destiny.
What?
You've given me a lot to think
good
about.
Good job. Yeah, good one. Nice. Repeat the same meme. Congratulations. Oh wait, we have time to watch this right now. Fuck me.
Professor. How are you?
Hi.
All right, okay. Professor, thanks for having a chat to us.
Pleasure.
Should we shut these gender clinics down, do you think, before they do any more damage to our children?
Absolutely not. In my view, most of the serious gender clinics in Australia do a great job and deliver obviously considerable mental health and physical health benefits.
So you agree with their affirmation?
Why do I feel like this guy looks like an actor of some kind? I'm trying to think of who it is.
Model, do you, where essentially the child gets to dictate the terms?
The child doesn't dictate the terms. The child isn't driving the car here. And I think the position you're presenting is not representative of the genuine situation. Parents who've had kids...
Hang on, when you say the genuine...
Oh, wait, I'm so confused. Is this a real interview, or do Australians talk like they're in movies? Am I retarded? Is this an actual interview, or is this like a TV show? Oh, you're right! Oh my god! Vijikstra. He looks like Dexter's dad. How did you know that? You're in my mind.
Police can't catch them all like one kill.
Thank you. Absolutely. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me watch this. I'm sorry. This feels like a movie. This feels like a TV show. I don't think the cameras are helping. Like the shot, reaction shot, like from all the angles, it really feels like a movie or a TV show.
You know, eh?
Hi.
All right. Okay. Professor.
Wait. Hold on. Are there 5 different? Hold on. I'm trying to. How many cameras do we have? Okay, we've got one camera here. Okay, from the right.
Professor.
We've got a second camera. Is that this one, or is there or is it this one here?
Professor. You know, eh?
Hi.
This is a third camera.
All right.
And then this is camera 4. That was the big one that we saw, I think.
Okay. Professor, thanks.
And then is this another camera? Or did we see this shot before? This might be 5, because I don't know if this is the same as this. It might just be zoomed in. Holy shit. It might just be that one zoomed in. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm done. This is just so exciting. It's so much. It's so much. Yeah, you're right. It might just be punched in from the... I think that's it. You're right. You're right. Okay.
You know, eh?
Hi.
All right. Okay. Professor, thanks for having a chat to us.
Pleasure.
Should we shut these gender clinics down, do you think, before they do any more damage to our children?
Absolutely not. In my view, most of the serious gender clinics in Australia do a great job and deliver obviously considerable mental health and physical health benefits.
So you agree with their affirmation model, do you, where essentially the child gets to dictate the terms?
The child doesn't dictate the terms. The child isn't driving the car here. And I think the position you're presenting is not representative of the genuine situation. Parents who've had kids...
Hang on, when you say the genuine situation...
The great majority...
Are you saying the people who are speaking out, those people who have been affected, the casualties in this, are not genuine?
What I'm saying is the great majority of people who come forward for care, kids who behaved in a certain way since a very early age, who come forward at puberty, and the youth who come forward in adolescence, genuinely come forward seeking to understand the situation in which they find themselves. So what really needs to be represented are many of the positive stories. How many lives have been saved?
So the kids whose lives have been wrecked, where do you put them?
Oh, no. I can't watch this. Sorry. Oh, this seems like a really good interview. YouTube won't let me watch this. Maybe I'll do it later on Kick only.
I mean, think about it. As Christians, we are fighting a war against the devil himself. We are advancing against the darkest forces of the universe, and we're marching with God on our side. And all the while, all around us, on a dimension that's invisible to our mortal eyes, there are angels and demons and supernatural forces, both good and evil, and they're fighting and they're working to defend and destroy us. And this is all happening all around us. The stakes are infinite. Our souls hang in the balance. We're standing on a battlefield right now as we speak. We are soldiers.
Wow, Trauma Davey, thanks for subbing. Wait. Don't die.
People demand that we, have evidence outside the Bible. And I think that's kind of silly, personally.
There's no secular argument against adult incest. Brother and sister want to make love. What's your argument? That they're going to produce mentally retarded offspring? It's nonsense.
But let's just say, hypothetically, you got a man who stumbles across a DVD.
Are these clips taken from actual podcasts, or do they get another guy to like re-record? Wait, I can't tell if I'm getting copyright dinged for this or if this is still from the last. They usually are. Okay, I think it's okay now.
A laptop that's got a bunch of child porn downloaded on it, and so he watches it. Now, you would probably, even as an atheist, I think you would instinctively say that he's wrong for watching. But why? It's not hurting anybody. Just as they'll condemn slavery, even when the slavery benefits most people in society.
Actually, what we can say is that we'd all end up worse. All of us today would be in a worse...
You've got your phone.
spot if slavery never existed at all across the entire globe.
There were undoubtedly many nice slaveholders in the South.
I love this eldritch fucking. What the fuck?
I am me, but I wish I were more than me.
And the diver, nice.
A dolphin can't do that. But if there is no God, then this is kind of the entire story of mankind. Man desiring to be free from himself, to be more than what he is, more than material.
The will of man's heart is towards evil from his youth.
If we research to cure doubt, then we're still relying on our own understanding and we're demanding proof. All he needs me to do is just come to the cross, kneel before it, and say, I'm here, Lord. Change me. Although we should always be very careful with that prayer, the change me prayer. He'll do it. He'll do it in ways that you didn't expect.
Babies are not kind. Babies are not murderers, not rapists, but they're not kind. They're pure narcissism. All of life exists for them.
But the question is not whether a thing hurts someone. The question is, why should I care that I hurt someone? Why shouldn't I hurt someone? Why is God hidden? Why is he hidden from us?
Wait, who's this supposed to be? Is it a rando or?
Admit that I've had moments in prayer sometimes where I say to God, God, if you would just reveal yourself. I mean, can you just reveal yourself? Can you come out of the shadows just for 1 second and just show me your glory in all of its fullness, just for 1 second. That's all I'm asking for, just 1 second. But the vision never comes. But what is a woman? You just really don't want to answer the questions, do you? I
want mommy, I want milk, I want to be held, I want to be comforted. And if you do not do all these things immediately, I will ruin your life.
Ever since the beginning of time, teenage girls have been getting pregnant. Girls between the ages of like...
Wow, get pumped. Thanks for gifting a sub.
17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile, okay? That's biological. That's a fact, all right? I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. So what I'm saying is that the problem is not per se teenage pregnancy. It's unwed pregnancy. That's the problem in society.
I violate my kids' consent all the time.
Congratulations, Elon. 4 billion views.
Jesus. What's your take on the change from Twitter to X as a, is it a bad marketing decision? I think it's horrible, but who knows, we'll see. Oh, we've seen this a long time ago, I think.
I'm here to talk to you today about music, art, fashion, one of the greatest problems that our generations are facing. The biggest scourge that affects our society. Against all of the cultural and social progress we've seen is the battle against intellectual thought. Are you guys comfortable with that? This is a war against critical thinking, a battle against intellectualism. This is a war against rational behavior. And we're not even aware of it. And that's terrifying. Whew. What kind of an example are we setting? The problem with America is that because of cultural imperialism, we are literally teaching the rest of the world how to think, what to wear. The Kardashians are lying to you. Culture used to be the backbone of the resistance. All it seeks to do is sedate the masses. Culture now seeks to appeal to our primal urges, our base needs. We're now in the age of mediocrity. You can bring about the positive change you want to see in this world, because the revolution will not be televised. Only you can bring about the revolution by taking it to the streets. Keep resisting.
You fucking idiots. You absolute fucking morons. God damn it, I hate you so much when you do this shit, chat. I hate it so fucking much. You're like 12 years old. You fucking... Fuck! Fuck! Are you fucking brain dead?
Jesus. E-Rob lives up to his name at Ludwig's World's Greatest Gamer event.
That's the problem. Can you throw harder than him? Come on, E-Rob. This is it. Both opponents right here taking their sweet old times here with the serves. It's looking good. The angles are getting covered. The 7 getting involved here. Oh, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, top of the mountain. The world's great. That's the problem.
He lost in the
has a superb landing. Oh my god. Lufox stays in first place though. Mada with more speed through the bobsleigh. 1 turn remaining. No way! What the hell? Has a superb landing.
Wait, was that good or did he just fuck up and die?
Oh my god. Lufox stays in first place though. Mada with more speed through the bobsleigh. 1 turn remaining. No way! What the hell?
no!
He did a skip. Oh, did that? So that counted well. Okay.
Spread your fingertips wide. Really feel that stretch. And then just allow your front body, the weight of your body to collapse down here into the earth, just like me here. So just let it all hang. Now we're gonna start with the feet. Press into the tops of the feet. Press, just imagine pressing into the shins, and then start to lift your belly up and lengthen your lower back. If you're curious as to what I'm talking about exactly, you can peek at me. I'm gonna go from here in this state of, spread your fingertips wide.
Gazabi, it's Dave. It's Dave, it's not Gazabi, it's Dave. Dave! D-A-V-E!
아 미치겠다 진짜.
어머 5분 있다 간다며. She say 5 minutes after she gone time, and she say it's 10 minutes. If 5 minutes is over.
Actually, I'm going outside, but she said money is come.
뭐라고?
엄마 진짜. Punky, this is punky dance. Punky dance.
Thank you so much. Anyway.
아 엄마 제발.
Are you doing?
Jesus. Jesus, what? No shot. Did she shoot herself in the face somehow?
I got this shit, bro. I lied to Small Man earlier today. I lied to him, and I told him I was the lowest rank in the game, and I had 30 hours in CSGO. He was having a whole... I straight up lied to his ass. I don't give a fuck, man. He started playing the game yesterday. Dude, I was so scared Zekin was gonna pick me. Holy shit. You are the lowest rank? I'm not Silver 1, man. I am a fucking rat. I don't care. I was what Jack sucks. Kind of sucks too. I think. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he only left you $1,000.
A little bit more.
Okay. Well, how much is a little? Okay. Well, he only left you $1,000.
A little bit more.
Okay. Well, how much is a little bit more? What? You like you're an inheritance guy?
No.
How much? Like $1 million?
No.
Oh, okay. How much?
350,000.
No way!
It's 14.
That's fucking crazy! You know what I got when my grandparents died?
What?
Fucking nothing. Okay.
Jesus. Wait, how rich are his grandparents if they're leaving a grandson $350,000? What? Am I missing context? Is this a meme? How much are you leaving your grandkids? Bro, I don't know. I'm leaving money for my son. Do I have to leave money to his kids? Fuck that shit. Man, that's his money to earn. Fuck him. He can give him money when I die. Jesus. All right. Did we miss anything exciting? Oh,
what is happening?
Apparently, there's been some more stuff that no one knew about.
Well, hold up. So I look at Sea Dog's tweet.
Yeah.
Sea Dog.
But no, but me and you we're not a part of this.
Oh, okay.
So.
Is this it? So I'll just be real with you guys. I accepted to join the Creator League, not fully understanding the tech behind it. Needless to say, with the current information available, I'm planning on withdrawing. I was not told or made aware at any point. Oh no. I'm not a part of this, guys.
Don't care.
All right, now tell me, what was the last thing you stuck your finger in? My wife, Steve. My
Jesus Christ.
Wait, what?
Alright. We Barack.
Okay. Okay. Hello, can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, type brr. What?
There was an attempt to look at a female's behind. The OP has been permanently banned for the use of the word female in the title of this post. Just to reiterate, sometimes when people use the word female, it's creepy, but otherwise, other times it's hard because there's just not a woman equivalent to guy. Guy is just a really good way to talk about men in general. It's not loaded, it's so vague, it's perfectly general. And there's not really that word for... There's not the same word for, like, woman. Women, like we've been for the last 100 years. I'm not sharing all your transphobic rhetoric I see in these replies. You're not being targeted or silenced because you're not being inclusive. Female is a sexist term. Woman is an appropriate and accurate term regardless of whether you're cis or trans. Words have meanings and histories. Your bigotry should not erase that. Jesus. Okay. Woman and girl are just fine. Girl is not fine. You sound like a pedophile. A girl's ass? I feel like girl skews very young. It just sounds like it skews young. And woman just sounds very formal. Woman. I met a woman yesterday. Like a professor. Woman just has a very formal connotation to it. Chick sounds very informal. Chick is way too informal. I saw a chick yesterday. It's just very, like, way too informal. People say gal, but nobody says fucking gal. Lady makes it sound like you're a pervert. I genuinely feel betrayed by the brothers, supporting them for all these months just to find out it's all a scam. True. Okay. If your family suffered under communism, that says a lot more about your family than it is about communism. Good people don't suffer under communism. Slavers and exploiters do. Based. True. I know I should be a bigger person, but seeing so many adult male gamers have a breakdown over pronouns in Starfield makes me laugh until my ponytail is all fuzzy. I don't have pronouns on my bio for a reason, but this is objectively hilarious. Do you think it's fair that the campaign to cancel Gina Carano started because she refused to put pronouns in her Twitter bio? This ultimately got her fired from The Mandalorian and ended a spin-off show producers were developing for her character. I don't think that's what happened. I'm not sure there is a smoking gun, but I'm not trying to change your mind on this. Just interested in your opinion on mandatory socially enforced pronouns display. I think it's dumber than hell, but this statement seems like you're asserting it is true. It is true, I just don't have proof at the ready. Do you have something that disproves what I tweeted? Can you disprove it? Based. First of all, making an assertion and asking the person to prove it's true isn't great, but an obvious Google search of Gina Carano fired brings this up. Pronouns are not mentioned and everything other people are saying is. Here's why Gina Carano was fired from The Mandalorian. Wait, was she, am I making this up? Or was she a person that didn't want to get vaccinated? Or was that somebody that was on Guardians of the Galaxy? Wasn't there like an A-list actor that was like, I'm not getting vaccinated and got thrown off a bunch of shit? Or was it her? She was fired for comparing vax mandates to the Holocaust? Oh, I might be thinking of the Black Panther actor girl. That might be it too. Okay, sorry. I think that's what I'm thinking of. The first thing she did to actively antagonize her detractors might have been mocking those of her fans who wanted her to put pronouns in her bio, but was anyone trying to cancel her just for not doing so? I just checked out of curiosity, procrastinating on the actual work I should be doing right now, and at least as of now, exactly 0 of these people have pronouns in their Twitter bios. Even Pedro Pascal, who she credited at the time for convincing her not to make fun of the idea. How many of those actors put their pronouns as beep, bop, boop? What? Why does the Adam guy seem so unhinged? Destiny, she did that LOL, she put beep, bop, boop as her pronoun. Okay. Dun 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 dun. I got that stupid fucking Hobbit song stuck in my fucking head. Did you see Adam and Stitch talking Trump fash yesterday? Also painful and funny. Also, meet Canyon, Scooby-Doo. Thank me later. Yeah. I didn't watch anything yesterday. I was in New York City and then traveling back to Miami. Did you know we are AFAB owned? We are queer operated. We partner with local artists. We want to host your party. What the fuck
Was
does
it
this mean?
hard trying to jump to the conversation during the Jubilee video? Was there any back and forth when the camera were off?
Nope. Oh, after the show there was a little bit. Is this like TERFs?
Remember when Bose was on stream instead of all those cringe orbiters?
Is this like
good times?
TERFs
Guys, if
using
you think otherwise.
LGBT abbreviations to out LGBT, the LGBT? I don't even know what's happening. Oh God. Does this mean just no trans women? Jesus.
Did you see Adam and Sitch talking Trump fash yesterday? Pretty painful and funny. Also meet Canyon Scooby-Doo. Thank me later.
I know what AFAB means. I don't know why you keep spamming what AFAB means in chat. Thank you. Yes, I know what AFAB means. Holy shit. Please. No one is talking to you. Okay, my bad. Okay. Insecurity, double standard between men and women. Okay, let's see if I can predict this post. Destiny says it's bad when men ask about body counts and says it's just because they're insecure. But when women ask for men's income history, suddenly that's okay. Is it something like that? Let's try this. So double standard between the way insecurity is viewed in men and women. I can't tell if I'm unable to see my own bias here. E.g., if a man describes being insecure, it is typically in a derogatory manner and lots of negative connotations are brought up with it, insecure, incel, etc. If a woman describes insecure, it is normally not in a negative way, but in a way one would describe as someone who's traumatized or injured. Oh, she's insecure, she's been cheated on. It seems as if men's insecurities are inherently seen as unjustified and due to personal fault, whereas women's insecurities are understood as being the fault of men. This could be due in general. Oh, no, actually I agree with this 100%. I think that I don't think it's a man-woman thing. I think it's a majority-minority thing. I think majorities are never allowed to have problems ever, because I guess we're supposed to be superhuman gods, and minorities are allowed to be the weakest, most worthless people ever. If you're a black male, especially, if you're a black man and you're online and you're like, if I enter a space and I just see predominantly white people, I feel like the white supremacist structures that have existed historically in the United States and the attitudes that white people can have pervasively, even in a subconscious manner, influence the way that they interact with me, and it just makes me incredibly uncomfortable. If you say that as a black person, I'm pretty sure you'll get like a standing ovation. People are like, oh my God, so true, King. But if you're a white guy and you're like, I'm really uncomfortable going to areas with lots of black people, just historically, the associations with crime, the massive overrepresentation of things like burglary, and the way that some black people, I guess, like view white people makes me really uncomfortable. I feel like I'm gonna get robbed or something if I'm in an area. You're like done. That's it. You're donezo. But like both of these thoughts can stem from the exact same interpersonal or societal experiences. But for one of them, you're like basically clapped on and applauded. And for the other one, yeah, you're seen as like a horrible, evil person. I agree with this. I've heard women say that they're uncomfortable with black men, and I don't know, man, it's hard to push back since it's based on their experience. Have you really? I feel like a woman couldn't say that. I feel like a woman could say she's uncomfortable with a man, but I don't know if a woman could say she's uncomfortable with black men. Like, I remember that I was arguing with a friend the other day, and I said, this video is like, this video got really popular, and I feel like at the time, most people thought it was funny. I wish I would have done a better job at the time. Why do I have such a hard time finding this fucking video on?
Come here. You scared of black people, yeah? You scared of black people, yeah? We are not scary. We're just normal people. Stop being fucking scared, bruv. You dumb bitch. Shut up, man. Dumb bitch. Dumb bitch. Shut the fuck up. Man's literally walking in the alley, fam. This woman sees me. She literally goes and fucking runs off, fam.
So I feel like this is a funny video. I feel like most people thought it was a funny video, but I don't know. I can only find like recent posts of this. But if this video was made by, I hate to do this, but I am going to do this. If this video was made by a white man, it wouldn't work at all. You would be seen as fucking unhinged, probably a rapist. You would be doxxed. People try to find out where you work. Your life would be fucking over. Your life would be fucking over. So it's kind of funny seeing like all the little intersectional competing oppressed classes at play here. Because if a white guy made this clip, he'd be like, bro, she's running from you because you're a man chasing an alleyway. You're fucking unhinged. But now it's like, oh, well, she must be running from you because you're black, so she's racist. But I don't know. Who knows?
This nigga open his mouth. I must be dumb. That is crazy. That I keep hearing this nigga open his goddamn mouth. The fucking nerve of this guy. That is crazy. That is fucking crazy. This nigga open his mouth. I must be dumb. That is crazy. That I keep hearing this nigga open his goddamn mouth. The fucking nerve of this guy. That is crazy. That is fuck.
That's his mom. That's not his girlfriend, that's his mom.
No shot.
That's his...
Jesus Christ, cringe. Have you seen the drama between Jake Paul and More Plates, More Dates? Apparently this 9-year-old kid has trouble hydrating, and the father said the only thing that works is Prime. I don't believe that, but okay. Jake Paul decided to call MPMD out on a story, and he responded with a 2-hour, 40-minute video. It's quite lengthy, but the most important bit is in the beginning.
You interrupt me will take longer.
Correct.
This
That is correct.
is Sparta. Bonus meme 1 away. Bonus meme. Bring back old TTS lady and Bren.
You
Love you,
interrupt me
bud.
will take longer.
Correct. That is correct.
You did. You guys have all been interrupting me.
My God.
Next time,
Okay.
try it. When I'm talking,
The entire
shut up,
point.
and then I'll be able to finish. I'm
The
not
entire
talking.
point.
You're interrupting
The
me right now.
entire
Next
point.
time, when I'm talking,
Is that you're trying to make
That
a
destiny I can
thing
fix
with
the
a
criminal
Jewish
justice system,
conspiracy
but I
and
can't self-promote. I need to go to work, but I'll be available for the next 2 days. I'm already in your Discord.
you've been
Same
wrong
name,
about
basic.
all of the people that you named
Less than
as
3.
being Jewish.
at the time when I made it, I was correct that the Jewish CEO of Amazon was actually Jewish. I just didn't remember that Jeff Bezos was the one that had
You're
hired him.
doing
and that
a
he
really
was there.
good job
So
of
that
making
was
it
one
seem
of
like
those
you're not
cases,
anti-Semitic.
and the second one of those cases
Very,
was
very good
you're
job.
interrupting yet again, and you keep saying you don't. You keep saying you don't interrupt me, but you
Yeah,
do
I
every
don't want you to
single
keep
time.
talking.
I
What the
got you.
fuck?
So then if
Tina,
that's the
please let
case,
him
then
talk.
if that's the case,
Again, do we want to
then
do the
don't
whole
get
thing
mad.
or...
Hold on, am I crazy? Okay, hold on. My face blindness knows no end. Does this woman look like she could be a mix between Lauren Chen and Erudite? Am I wild? Maybe? Just a little bit? Could it be?
We talk over each other?
My time because as
No,
you
I'm not mad.
know,
Do I look
I'll
nice?
take as long as I need to, as long as I'm interrupted.
Yeah,
you can stop
the guy
interrupting
that's
me, and I
yelling
won't take
definitely
that long.
seems...
So then again, the other person
You were very
was,
mad.
The other person was who I
This is
said
why you
was
didn't
Jewish.
accept my...
There is an underlying issue that should be addressed, and we'll get into that with blood work and urine analysis in a sec here. But with Logan, I can't get over the psychology of this. Still, you make these videos, shitting on other companies with horrendous misrepresented statements that are completely misleading, incorrect, lack any science and rigor, And instead of going into, the literature, finding a good meta-analysis, doing something of value that somehow reinforces the efficacy of your product, instead, you find an email from, some kid's dad and post it on your story, and you go, somebody who's not psychologically phased by anything online, with all the shit going on with Logan right now, the guy literally covers up a piece of the email to make sure he tags me and calls me a stupid virgin. Like, you know how much more you could have said without having to say anything by just posting the email? Like you just post the email and as some sort of, it's already, questionable that you're using this as your proof of concept and why your drink is so great. But to make sure you go out of your way to make sure it hits my inbox too, and you get that tag in there, the psychology, is it a marketing tactic? He knows they're going to make a response video. I don't know, but it's not like this response video is going to be favorable, I would think, because it's just going to be, this is going to be a complete dismemberment this time. Like I've done, the scientific dismantlement videos, but like this is going to be I would say a high level primer, no pun intended, masterclass introduction to hydration and what is a completely shitty formula, what's a good formula, and kind of dissecting. I would love to see it. Or even explain for somebody who's in a high intensity sport who is exercising for, 1 to 2+ hours, like which one do you think is going to be better? Is it going to be this or is it going to be, the 700 milligram potassium sucralose bomb with no sodium in it? I don't know. You tell me, Logan, you fuck. It's very frustrating. One of the things that sucked to see too is they sponsor the UFC, big football clubs, which is okay, I guess. But when they imply, like again, Israel Adesanya, Volkanovski getting sponsored too, implying that there's some sort of actual utility among fighters who have to rehydrate aggressively after weight cutting,
Oh, I got to hang out with this dude a little bit when I was in Sweden. I just call him the bald guy. Seth Everman.
Things on the internet might seem forever, but everything ends. Seth Everman, 100 final days. When the clock strikes midnight, going from November 26th into November 27th, my online presence will cease to exist. No more videos, no more tweets, no more pictures, complete silence. This is not a joke, not a meme, not a gag with some stupid twist. This is my reality. November 27th is exactly 100 days from today. 100 days. 100 videos. At least a lot of videos. Unrealistic? Yes. But this time, I haven't just been sitting in silence for months. My final goodbye, my final grand finale, my final time with you guys, and your final time with me, and merch. My last chance to make my ideas become reality. My final 100 days.
Why am I just might be crazy. I spent a lot of time in Sweden, in a lot of different cities, and a lot of time in Stockholm. Vogue model / Swedish girl at the Metro. I'm sorry, but if you're an American and you've never been to Sweden before, you shouldn't be allowed to post about the beautiful women of Sweden. This is not what an average girl in Sweden looks like. And literally only Americans will say some fucking retarded shit like this. This is just not true. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I say, once insecure female, I think many of you guys are just blind to the way female insecurity is turned around back on us, which is understandable because you aren't actually female. But if you're looking for actual answers and not just confirmation of your preconceived notions, then you'd probably be surprised to discover the ways that a woman's insecurity is often weaponized against her by both men and other women. Don't like current makeup trends, you're just insecure and afraid of baddies stealing your man. Don't like your... I mean, this is true too, sure. But I mean, like, at the end of the day, regardless of the justification for your insecurity, I mean, like, it's kind of hard for anybody to just get over it, right? Like, nobody's going to feel like they can do that, even if, I don't know.
The Swedish girl might be hot, but she won't feed the neighbor's kids.
True. A justified insecurity is just a concern, right? Maybe? Why? I mean, every insecurity is a concern. Why did LSF remove the Destiny threads? Oh, did they remove all my threads? Based. I'm sure they've got some rule for why they can't be there. It's because I have my subreddit, and the LSF subreddit is just for the LSF streamers, because that's their subreddit. Do you think this is creative writing, or is this guy dead? Oh, I think I read this. They removed it because spam vote manipulation. Do not encourage users to vote up or down any post in any capacity for any reason. Clips must not be focused on else of any capacity, but okay, whatever. I'm 19, my husband is 29. Alhamdulillah, cry more. Hello? Yeah. Fine. Why does the lobby have to call now to let DoorDash up? Before they just came up automatically. Did somebody break in and kill somebody? Fuck. I was 24, my wife was 16. Jesus. Bausch weighs in on Destiny Jubilee video. The factory is calling. You should stop raping dogs. Interesting that you say that while grilling meat. What? The cow that you're grilling was raped via artificial insemination in a factory farm. This means by consuming meat, you're directly paying people to rape cows. Please explain to me why it is moral to rape animals to achieve taste pleasure, not to achieve, but not moral to rape animals for sexual pleasure. True. What the fuck? When does hair stop being blue? Nice. Are you good at mingling? Probably not. I didn't choose my husband up, but at least I can choose my jewelry. Is this even, I don't know if I believe this is real. I don't know who this community is, but they tweeted one of my Ukrainian clips. How cute. It's Polish media. Okay. When you say to make active improvements during sex, how could I actually do that with my GF? Well, let her hang out with me for a bit, and then I'll give you some pointers.
Okay, who has this one?
I don't know. Is it smashable proof? Can you help him now? This right here is for everybody. They got me fucked up. You hear me? You want to take a hit? You want to hit it? Come on. Oh, damn, one more. We got to do it right here.
Bust the TVs up?
No.
Come here.
I didn't bust the TV up.
Huh? Turn around. Turn around. Okay, who has this?
Okay. Good one. "21-year-old with a 17-year-old girlfriend, interesting, said she'll break up with me unless I get a higher paying job." What? What is this post? Am I missing like a joke or? How do you still not recognize your own subreddit troll posts? It's D-Brock. Hold on one sec. How are you always breaking my shit?
Your shit! Who gave those SD card?
Who paid for the camera and the tripod and the lens and the pod connector?
Who sabotaging my career by making me order an SD card that's not how?
Just use your phone. Plug it in. Oh, you don't need to plug it in.
I don't know.
Just bring it. Show me. What the? What am I looking at? What is this? Let me get my food 1 sec.
This stream was brought to you by the letter A. 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 A.
Okay. Alright, give me something to watch for 7 minutes. Godzilla -1 official trailer. It's CS Arc time.
Competitive Counter-Strike is the ultimate test of skill in first-person shooters. For those who want to push themselves and sharpen their game, Premier is the competitive mode that features an active-duty pick-ban system. And now in Counter-Strike 2, the outcome of your Premier matches will drive a new precise Counter-Strike rating. This new rating feeds seasonal leaderboards. Rise through the ranks among your friends, in your region, and across the world. But if you feel you're not ready to tackle Premier matches quite yet, developing your map pool has never been easier. The pre-existing skill groups are now calculated on a per-map basis. So even if you've global...
You want an ultra fucking scolding hot take. And I understand I'm the minority here, but I might be around some other minority guys, because we tend to skew gamer. You know what I like the best? A simple ELO rating and a simple ladder. Just give me that. What's your rating? Oh, I'm 6,000. Oh, so like what rank is that? 12,000 on the ladder. Oh, okay. Boom. What's your ladder? I'm rank 12 on the ladder. Damn, nice. Cool. Boom. Not like this. Oh, I'm triple silver division 4 across 6 maps. And on this one map called like Air Fighter 12X, on that map, I'm the subdivision of Gold Chapter 4. But I'm in my promotional series and I've lost 2 and I've won 1. But if I win 1 more, I feel like they employ literal fucking mathematical professors to calculate this shit. Like what did I even just listen to?
Competitive Counter-Strike is the ultimate test of skill in first-person shooters. For those who want to push themselves and sharpen their game, Premier is the competitive mode that features an active duty pick-ban system. And now in Counter-Strike 2, the outcome of your Premier matches will drive a new precise Counter-Strike rating. This new rating feeds seasonal leaderboards. Rise through the ranks among your friends, in your region, and across the world. But if you feel you're not ready to tackle Premier matches quite yet, developing your map pool has never been easier. The pre-existing skill groups are now calculated on a per-map basis. So even if you've global vertigo, you can still master Mirage. So hone your skills, form your party, and dominate your opponents. Because if you want to climb to the top, you'll have to earn it.
I don't know. Wait.
Get in the car. This guy has no idea. Logan Paul, you're trying to make your drink the most popular rehydration drink in the world. So these guys have signed Bayern Munich. They're the official rehydration partner of the UFC. They don't even understand hydration. This is crazy. In only a few minutes, I'm going to teach you all the things that people like Logan Paul and KSI don't want you to know about when it comes to hydration. This happens to be
Is it really that complicated?
the two worst flavors. See that? Proper hydration drinks.
This is $10. This is okay?
$10?
Yeah.
Can you tell me how much that is one more time?
$10.
$10. $10, that's £5. A few British people. I'm grateful there's $10 because that helps me prove. 10? That was $20. Best be careful handling them. You see the way he warned me?
This is $10. This is okay?
That guy should have been wearing a black and white stripy jumper and an eye mask because he's robbing us. So what I've got here are 3 of the most popular hydration beverages. Now, if you recall to earlier on what Logan Paul said in his video, he was virtue signaling about the sugar content.
This 20-ounce bottle of Gatorade has 34 grams of sugar in it. One bottle of Prime has 2 grams of sugar. That's 17 times the amount of sugar.
Now, before I get into which one I think is superior, let's go for a quick lesson in hydration and dehydration. So depending on which sport you do, which duration and what elements you're in, there's going to be a different amount of dehydrating that occurs. So if you're playing rugby sevens in the summer, or whether or not you're playing football, maybe you're doing a CrossFit workout, whatever it is, there's going to be an element of sweating. Now, typical bodybuilder workouts don't elicit tremendous amounts of sweat. So if you're going to do 15 sets of bodybuilding exercise, an electrolyte beverage isn't an essential. But if you're going to do something over a longer duration, if you don't want to see your performance taper off, kind of is. I'll explain why. Fat loss gurus over the years have said to people that when you sweat, it's your fat crying. It's not. It's your body trying to regulate its temperature and you will lose water. But it's not just water that you're losing. We also lose salt. That's why, have you ever noticed that on a hot and sticky day, your dog just can't resist licking you? They're licking that salt, they're enjoying it. Do you notice that? And also, we got those mates that sweat and they wear the baseball caps that they really should have given up like a year ago, and you start...
That's crazy, chat.
To see like the French Alps on the side. That's the salt from their sweat drying up and crustificationing, new word, on the hat. If you're partaking in a sport, especially something like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that I do, where we lose loads of water and loads of salt, if you replenish with just water, over time you're going to create a negative balance of sodium, which is an electrolyte. And electrolytes are very important to maintain optimal performance. Could have gone for a science lesson there, but I didn't. Now, there are other electrolytes. Potassium and calcium, magnesium. I put et al. You're not supposed to put et al. That means and others, as in other authors or people. You would say etc. if you're talking about things that aren't people, but I just like the way it looks. The reason that I made these electrolytes small is, although we do lose them in periods of sweat and through exercise, we don't lose them nearly half as much as we do water and salt. These are the 2 main ones that we want to prioritize when we're looking to replenish things we're losing in intense bouts of exercise. So let's go back to the bottles for a second. We look here at the breakdown on the back, we can see the amount of sodium, which is salt, being just 5 milligrams. Then if we look over here at Powerade, we can see sodium at 168 milligrams. So this one's got a lot more sodium, which is one of the key players we need to keep an eye on in hydration. Now potassium here, 700 milligrams. If we look up here, 200 milligrams. Very simply, we can see that Prime is low in sodium, high in potassium, and Powerade is high in sodium and low in potassium. So understanding that when we sweat, we lose mostly water and salt, which one of these two do you think is going to be superior to when it comes to replenishing the sodium that you're losing, not Prime? Okay, hold that. You're going to try first sip. The next thing this brings me on to is the amount of sugar that's in these. So if we look at the amount of sugar that's in Prime, 2 grams of sugar. And when we look at the amount of sugar that we've got in Powerade, 35 grams of sugar, which is equivalent to about 6 teaspoons. So that makes Powerade worse because it's got way more sugar. Incorrect. You might be hearing rain. That could be rain outside, or it could be Logan Paul's PR team with a sprinkler outside trying to silence me. Because what you're about to learn changes everything. When it comes to replenishing water and salt, there is one thing that is used to speed up the process. Glucose is a very big player in speeding up the process of getting these electrolytes into the bloodstream. When it comes to rapid rehydration, which would be your preference if you're in a sporting environment, glucose would be a good thing. But what if you're in a calorie-controlled diet or you don't want to get excess calories in through your hydration beverage? Well, then you would pick a sugar-free alternative like what Gatorade do. This way you get the electrolytes and no sugar, which puts it in more to a comparison with Prime. But then again, if we also check, sodium, 336 milligrams, potassium, 72 milligrams. Gatorade also understand the electrolytes, which are important for sport performance.
That's crazy, chat.
And go high with sodium, low with potassium. So looking at the key players in the hydration market, if you want the best hydration, you're probably going to be looking here. And if you wanted the best hydration without calories or getting any of it in through sugar, you would look over here. So what exactly is Prime good for? Not a lot. Now I know what you're thinking. Why listen to me? James, you're just a personal trainer, counts reps for a living. So I called up my friend Jordan Sullivan, who's also known as the Fight Dietitian, who's a world expert in dehydration and rehydration, seeing as he prepares world champions in the UFC for a living. This is what he had to say.
When you sweat, you lose fluid from your skin. But where does the fluid come from? Well, it's actually coming from your blood. So the blood is important when we talk about rehydration. When we drink fluids, it doesn't just fall straight from our mouth into our blood. It has to go into our stomach, into our small intestine, and then cross a wall to get into the blood. Crossing that wall is where the problem lies. That wall has a couple of entry points where water can get in. If water goes across by itself, it's slow as all fuck. However, if you can put the right amount of sodium with the right amount of glucose in there, you have just made that drink a VIP. But the way that Prime is formulated, you're going the opposite way of getting in. That's why these comparisons that Prime do with other drinks are so ridiculous. Every drink that they compare themselves with actually have way better hydrating or sports drink properties than what they do. That's why doctors hook patients up to bags of IV fluids that are made of water, sodium, and glucose, and all good sports drinks have these ingredients in them because it works exceptionally well. I'm yet to see a doctor prescribe a bag of coconut water, bananas, or anything else with high potassium for someone with dehydration. So in short, hydration is a very interesting term for these guys to use, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
If performing well and being hydrated...
How do you hydrate yourself while working out? I just drink water. I'm pretty sure if you're just doing like normal workout stuff, I don't think you have to like drink Gatorade or whatever, unless you're doing like a lot of running. I think when we did cross country in high school, I think things like Gatorade were really helpful. But I think if you're just like doing like a normal day of lifting at the gym, I'm pretty sure just water is fine. I think.
Is important to you, I actually wouldn't pick any of these. You could get away with taking some water, putting a sprinkle of salt and cordial in it, and you would get the majority of the benefits for a fraction of the price. 10 Australian dollars and £5 for something that hasn't even got the right electrolytes or the right mixtures to call it a legitimate hydration beverage is a rip-off. And these aren't that well priced either. Because I train Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and I sweat a lot as a person and performance is important to me, before every session, I get electrolyte powder and I mix it with water. I get to save myself a fucking fortune from buying these overpriced drinks, and I get the exact concoction that I want. Better yet, I can determine how strong I want that electrolyte powder depending on how long the duration of my session is or how dehydrated I'm feeling at the time. And if you're someone that trains most days, although you're only saving a few dollars, that adds up. And across the month of the year, that'll probably equate to buying a new pair of lifting shoes or buying a gym program off a trainer online.
Have you ever tried those Korean anti-hangover electrolyte drinks? I could be totally wrong. My understanding is there's no evidence to support any anti-hangover anything. I could be wrong. The only thing that I've heard, and I think some people are just wired differently. Some people get hangovers, some people don't. I don't know. That's my guess. But so I don't know if this advice even helps, or I might just be making all of this up. But what I've heard is for every drink you take, so either glass of wine, glass of beer, or shot, for every drink you take, you drink at least like 3 or 4 or 5 sips of water, if not a glass of water. I've always done that. I try to drink water as I drink alcohol, and I very, very, very rarely, I think I've had one hangover in my life. Now, I might just, maybe I'm not a person that's not prone to hangovers. I'm not sure. But yeah. Yeah, just drink water along with your alcohol, and generally, I think that's supposed to help.
And better yet, there are solutions out there formulated by people who, one, know what they're doing, and two, have a brain when it comes to hydration. Unless you're someone that's into wasting their money when it comes to improving their performance, the only two things that I deem important on a daily basis to get in are electrolytes and creatine. So hopefully by now you understand why decent electrolyte is going to be one of the perfect things to accompany you every day when you train. The only other thing that I mix into this solution is creatine. And if you want to understand why every single person has a brain when it comes to training and nutrition, ensures that they have creatine every single day and the benefits that it can have for you, then you're going to need to watch this video here that I made for you so you can understand why these are the only things you really need to be taking to the gym on a daily basis. Thanks for watching.
Have you ever been blackout drunk, like not being able to remember hours of drinking late last? I've been blackout drunk one time in my life. It was not a good time. I think it lasted for, I was probably blacked out for 45 minutes, I think.
I drink 3 bottles of water after getting really drunk right before bed. I never get hangovers.
From leaving a restaurant to waking up in the Uber, or not waking up in the Uber, but remembering the Uber afterwards. So, Tessa, you tell the story? You're never hearing that one.
And the ability to choose which cases to take and which cases not to take. And they're using that discretion to target, it seems like, conservatives. So,
do you think it's inappropriate for somebody to campaign for office on promises of jailing or persecuting their political opponents?
obviously, yeah. Yes.
So you didn't support Donald Trump in 2016 then?
Lock her up. Lock her up. Damn, wait, did we
That
start
was
while
a
I was
metaphor.
muted? Are we?
That was a
To
metaphor.
be
No, we
fair,
didn't
though,
start.
that was based on the premise that she had committed a crime. And even when he was in office...
I mean, what else would it be based on? Of course, it's based on the allegation that there's a crime.
The district attorney of New York didn't have a specified crime in mind when they promised to lock up Trump and run for that office, which they have the actual power.
Give me the
to lock
quote
him
from
up,
Alvin
whereas
Bragg.
Trump
Give me the
didn't
quote.
have any power.
Give the
to...
Bragg quote then.
Pardon?
Give the Bragg quote, where he fails to identify a crime. Or he says, I'm going to go after on a baseless witch hunt against Donald Trump, is what you're saying or suggesting.
Yes, I'm talking. Yeah.
Oh,
Every criticism
we will
of Donald
get
Trump is
into
a
it
baseless
on the
witch hunt.
stream.
Pardon?
We'll get into it on the stream. Does everybody sound level for you guys? Are we all good?
Testing, testing, testing.
Pisco?
You wanna do that?
Roger,
Testing,
command.
testing.
Can you hear me?
I can hear everything, yeah.
Okay.
337,
Feels a
Roger,
little
command.
Loud for
Going
me.
in.
Lauren, can you talk?
Paul.
Yep. Hi. Hello.
I'm gonna mute you just on my
dick.
end, so
All right.
I
Be
want to
that
know what's
way.
going on.
Okay. It looks like we might have lost Beardson too. Maybe he'll join later on. It's earlier for them. Anyway, let's get into it. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for changing your schedule so that Destiny can do his keeper kick at the earlier agreed upon time. Unfortunately, Nick Rakita and it seems Beardson were not able to shift their schedule for kicker keep, even though I conveniently could, and so could the rest of you. Thank you guys so much for that. Our topic today is going to be about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is facing 91 criminal charges across 4 jurisdictions. His trials are set to start in March, May, and the soonest is this year in October for Georgia, which is going to be televised. These indictments include several felony conspiracy charges, most of which include his plotting to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Outside these court proceedings, constitutional advocates, scholars, practitioners have begun to invoke Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to legally disqualify Trump from running for office again. This has inspired some states to look to their state secretary to apply the 14th Amendment and not allow Trump to be listed as a presidential primary candidate on ballots for failing to keep his oath when he was sworn into office in 2016 to uphold the Constitution. The country is polarized on it, but I want to ask you all, I'm not going to give you an introduction. You can say who you are, where you stream, but I do want you to start off answering these 2 questions each. Do you think Trump failed to uphold the Constitution? And do you think he should be kept off the ballots? We'll start with you, Josiah.
Hey, I'm Josiah with Pondering Politics. Yes, I do think that Trump failed to uphold the Constitution, and yes, as a matter of constitutionality, I do think he should be kept off the ballots. Though I will say I think there are practical ramifications to it that should be considered too.
And the white liberal Destiny?
In my mind, the peaceful transfer of power is probably one of the most important aspects of adhering to the Constitution and being the leader of the United States. So trying to deliberately get in between that process, I would say, is probably one of the most egregious ways to fail upholding your oath to the Constitution.
Lauren De Laguna?
Yeah, I disagree. So the 14th Amendment has a disqualification only if you have engaged in insurrection or rebellion, which is why they have been using that key phrase, insurrection, since January 6th. However, they did a very poor job in meeting that point. I don't believe he will be charged successfully and convicted with insurrection, and so therefore in that sense, he didn't fail in upholding the Constitution, and furthermore, he shouldn't be on that alone be disqualified from being on the ballot. And furthermore, I think we're going to have a lot of practical issues if you disqualify him from the ballot beyond just like constitutionality.
Okay, and PF Jung?
It's Young, but that's okay. Do I think that he didn't uphold the Constitution? Probably not. I believe he said the Constitution should be suspended at one point. So the answer is no, but I think he should be on the ballot, because to not have him on the ballot would be not intelligent. I think it would throw this country into civil disarray, even though perhaps you can make a legal case that he should not be on the ballot. But I think he should
and
be.
Just to clarify, you are correct. He said that after looking at the hit journalist piece that was the Twitter files. Okay, sorry for that. That was maybe a little biased of me. Go ahead, Pisco.
Yeah, he absolutely violated his oath of office numerous times throughout his presidency, not just election stuff. And of course, he should be kept off the ballot, no matter how intelligent you think it is to not apply the Constitution. The Constitution is the law, and it should be applied, and it clearly disqualifies him for office under the United States.
Okay, and I want you guys to just go right into it. The only thing that I ask, and this is a big thing I'm going to moderate, if you bring up Hunter Biden's cock or the laptop, it is a derailment. Okay, this is a very meaty topic, so that's all I ask.
The cock I understand. The laptop is relevant, right?
Is there anything that doesn't bring up Hunter Biden's cock? I mean, have you?
You think the
looked at
cock stuff
array
is
of
relevant?
women?
Coke and strippers are what bring
Less-
the cock up, apparently. So,
Well, less about the cock stuff, but certainly the censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop story seems like it could be relevant.
I can't imagine how that would be relevant. I also can't imagine how the prudence or intelligence of it can be relevant. Shouldn't we apply the law? If the law is, and the Constitution says, that if you engage in insurrection, or if you engage in rebellion, or if you give aid to the enemies of the Constitution who engage in insurrection or engage in rebellion, if that's what the Constitution says, and you might disagree, as Lauren does, that that's what it says, or what Trump did qualifies for that, isn't that the only relevant thing to consider, whether or not the Constitution was violated in that section?
That's why I brought up earlier that if you want to say, really what this hinges on is whether or not Trump is guilty of insurrection specifically.
We said guilty, you mean criminally guilty?
Right, criminally guilty.
What makes you think Section 3? What makes you think Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is a criminal sanction?
it's explicitly not. Like, there's no language in the 14th Amendment which requires a conviction or trial. It says automatic.
It specifically requires insurrection. So how would you want to prove insurrection other than a criminal finding? Like, what burden does the state have to show for insurrection in order to bar?
There are other fact-finding processes that aren't criminal trials. There are,
Okay.
obviously different constitutional officers, whether they're constitutional officers in federal government or they're state executive branch officials or legislative branch officials, have their own fact-finding processes. If you're worried about, the lack of review, almost all these cases, in my mind, and by I think every legal reasoner's mind, would be challengeable in federal court. And so he'll have his day in court. It'll be reviewed, but the facts are clear.
Yeah,
So
it's a
what-
disqualification as utterly as being like a 24-year-old Canadian resident or Canadian citizen. It basically joins those qualifications as well. Those don't have to be adjudicated.
No, I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is Pisco's trying to lower the burden of proof that is required by making, yes, don't give me that face.
What's the burden of proof that's required for X?
Right now,
Lower
you're saying if you don't think it should be a criminal level, then you're saying it shouldn't be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, what I'm saying is your incorrect assumption and the implicit assumption is that it should be a criminal, and I don't have any reason to think that it should be. Why should it be?
It should be because we should be applying the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt in order to exclude somebody from the ballot.
Is the impeachment clause in the Constitution, does that require a criminal conviction to have impeachment process?
But the impeachment process is explicitly written out in the Constitution, whereas this is just the 14th Amendment simply cites have engaged in insurrection or rebellion. So what level
Even more
of...
evidence that no particular procedures are required. For the treason clause in the Constitution, as I'm sure you're aware, there's particular procedures that are spelled out. In the impeachment clause, there's particular procedures that are spelled out. Even more reason when no particular procedures or burden of proof or any level thereof is either stated or implied, that you shouldn't read one into it, originalist.
Okay, so what level would you like to apply to... You just want like a committee of Congress people or senators, and the reason that I would assume that it would be a criminal procedure is because there isn't one explicitly written out, whereas for the other procedures in which you're detailing, there's an explicit procedure.
That doesn't make sense either, Lauren, because I mean there are a lot of disqualifications that where you wouldn't imply a criminal level burden of proof or procedure. There's qualifications related to the number of years old you are. There are qualifications of being a natural born citizen. Do you imply criminal proceedings and levels and burdens of proof in those qualifications?
Those are explicitly written in the Constitution.
But so is this. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah, 14. This simply says have engaged in insurrection or rebellion. So who's to determine
or given aid or comfort to...
Wait, hold on, real quick. When we say explicitly written in the Constitution, is there a difference between something being an amendment versus something being in the original Constitution?
No.
So all of this is explicitly in the Constitution. So I guess the question is, because what Pisco brought up is like, do we need like a criminal burden of proof for being like a citizen of the United States or for being 35 years old? Like, does this ever like go to court? Or because if not for that, why couldn't there be a similar standard or a different way of review for the things about aiding enemies of the state or engaging in like an insurrection?
So I don't know how there could be like a I don't know how there could really be a proceeding to determine age, right? Age is just such a concrete fact. You either aren't a certain age or...
You don't think that there could be questions about age where there would be factual issues that relevant about when you were born? Or let's say about the
wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Let's just use Obama as an example. Donald Trump challenged Obama's citizenship multiple times for years in the United States, and that would be a direct disqualifier as well. Yeah.
There were also questions about Ted Cruz's legitimacy when he ran for the presidency in 2016 as well. These things had to be determined by those state election officials and officers who are responsible for putting names on a ballot. These are
more fact-finding committees and not legal arguments and legal. So when we were discussing, Destiny, when you mentioned, I'm sorry. When you mentioned, like, if it's... Here, I'm just going to go on mute for a second.
Yeah, that's Roger Stone.
Bring him on. It's Roger Stone. It's Trump
I want to
trying
make
to find me 11,780 ballots, Lauren.
I'm accused a lot of just doing this question stuff, and so I want to give an affirmative case. I think these questions about, is it self-executing? Is it still enforced? I'm glad we're not talking about whether or not this only applies to civil war. era stuff. But I think that those are more boring questions, as is the question of prudence. If it's in the Constitution, he should be disqualified from office if he fulfills the standard. And we haven't demonstrated that he fulfilled the standard yet. Those of us on the standard being having engaged in insurrection or
given aid
rebellion, or
and
aid or
comfort.
comfort to the enemies of the Constitution. That is people who have also engaged in
That
insurrection or
doesn't answer
rebellion.
the question. Like, what's like? Is
Yeah.
it beyond a reasonable doubt? Is it what? And then, are you saying is it just a conferment of a committee? So, what Destiny said earlier, like whether or not it's explicitly written. Well, for impeaching
Happy
a
to explain
president,
that,
that
Lauren.
process is explicitly written. For determining whether or not somebody has engaged in insurrection or rebellion, that process is not explicitly written in the
Happy to
Constitution.
explain it, yeah.
And so people would assume, the average person would assume that when you're talking about meeting the level of determining insurrection or rebellion, that would be a criminal level. And you're saying that this could just be determined by a group in Congress or in the Senate, or I don't know. And that's not written in the Constitution, so I don't understand how you would come to that finding.
Yeah, so like as we've already sort of brought up the examples, I think that break your assumption that there ought to be a default standard for every qualification in the Constitution. I guess when it's convenient that it should be done in a criminal process. I just don't know from where you're drawing that legal principle. Maybe.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Let me ask
or,
a question. This is cutting through all the bullshit. Okay, so the problem, Pisco, and this is what I don't understand. Okay, is Biden goes to run for president, and somebody says, actually, Biden aided an insurrection when he supported BLM. So. How do we determine the factualness of this? How do we? What is the body? Who has the standing? Where is the review happening? What? Yeah. Oh, yeah. What is it? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah. So Article 6 of the Constitution requires that every official in the United States, either under state or federal office, swear an oath to the United States Constitution. They're all bound by the Constitution. And they have to enforce the Constitution, right? Just like every official in the United States.
Hold on, wait. You're not even close to answering my question.
To answer the question.
Okay, all right.
The question.
You're not even close to it.
Has to enforce the Equal Protection Clause of the United States, whether or not there's a criminal process, civil process, whatever. In the case of specifically disqualification proceedings, there are a number of different ways in which Section 3 of the 14th Amendment can be enforced. The most simple way would be through an impeachment proceeding, right? That didn't work, but that in terms of the specific charges levied in the Trump impeachment. But that would be a way to enforce Section 3.
Okay, but I thought earlier, didn't we literally...
Excuse me, I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm not done.
Well, no, hold on. Stop. Wait. Hold on, because you just took like 3 minutes to give the... You could have literally just said...
No, that wasn't 3 minutes. That was...
You could have just said... You
did ask him a question, so shouldn't he get the answer?
Yeah, but he didn't... Okay, go for it.
Yeah, so impeachment, secretaries of state who are in charge of determining qualifications on their ballots, doing it for themselves. And when that decision is ultimately and inevitably challenged by Joe Biden, let's say if he's being disqualified for, I don't know, giving assistance to Black Lives Matter, in your hypothetical, that would be challenged in federal court. There would be an evidentiary hearing in the trial court that would be ultimately appealed up to the Supreme Court.
So now
as
it is
we do all these issues.
Now it is criminal level. So now
That's
it is
not
criminal.
I'm sorry. What part of what I just said was criminal?
So civil. It is a civil proceeding then.
Yeah, it would be a civil.
Okay.
So we're going.
It's a proceeding in court.
Yes, it would be reviewed in court, in federal court. If the state
it's a preponderance of evidence to disqualify somebody from running for the president of the United States.
I mean, that standard of proof, you're asking what is the burden of proof related to engaging in insurrection? That's a question ultimately that, the courts are going to have to come to a conclusion on. I would say probably preponderance of the evidence. That would be my standard. I would imply I would say a less interesting question than, is this even justiciable at all? And do people have to enforce Section 3 as written or not? That's the question you have to ask. Those are legal questions. Some people might say, beyond a reasonable doubt, like Lauren says. I think that this would clearly fit that standard no matter what. And so I'm comfortable in the facts, but that's kind of a subsidiary
beyond
and
that.
not super helpful.
Beyond that, I was just going to say that even though the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is self-executing, it doesn't preclude additional legislation coming from Congress or the states that provide a mechanism or a process by which you would adjudicate it. It's just saying that in the absence of that, you can still appeal to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So it may very well be the case that Trump's eligibility for the presidency is challenged, either because Secretary of State kicks him off the ballot because they're looking at it in Michigan and New Hampshire potentially doing just that, and Arizona as well, or in a red state, they choose to keep him odd, and citizens can challenge that. And then through the course of the proceeding, it may very well be that states adopt a process by which to make that determination state by state by state. Or maybe the Supreme Court will come up with some sort of process that's required for all 50. I don't know, but just because there's no process now doesn't mean there won't be one.
I just have a question for Pisco. So if Trump hypothetically were found not guilty by a jury of his peers to have engaged in insurrection or rebellion, and let's assume, just for hypothetical
Not guilty.
sake,
I don't know. What are you saying? Where?
so isn't
hasn't
he
been charged
being
with that.
charged with insurrection right now?
No, he's not.
He is not.
Have you
So
read the
what you're thinking of, Lauren, is the Capitol riot is looked at as part of the means to the conspiracy charge that he is facing. So he's not
is found
facing a charge
guilty-
for inciting.
If he is found not guilty, okay, in
Of
all
what?
criminal proceedings against him,
Of the classified documents case, you think that's relevant?
if somebody wants to use that as evidence of rebellion or engaging in helping the foreign enemies, or if anyone wants to use any of these criminal proceedings as proof that he is engaging in insurrection or anything
Too
of the
loose.
kind.
You have to be more narrow. Specify the crime. Specify the charge that you're talking about. What kind of thing you're talking about. And I can just short circuit this all. Whatever you're going to talk about, everything he's charged with are not the same things as engaging in insurrection or rebellion or giving aid, comfort to enemies thereof, as the 14th Amendment defines. So everything he's been charged with isn't going to be one-to-one to the standard of the 14th Amendment, if that's where you're going.
Why do you think? Okay, it may not
There would
be
be no
one-to-one.
preclusive. There would be no preclusive effect of the decisions in the criminal trials to the 14th Amendment standard, if that's.
But there are criminal charges that he could have, a district attorney could have put against him for the act of, would be considered one-to-one with insurrection or rebellion?
No, not necessarily. As an originalist, we're taught that we're all originalists now, I guess. We're taught that the text as enacted in the time and what the words meant in the specific time of the enactment of any particular text is what's dispositive in any particular case. And so it could be the case that a lot of the things that say insurrection, the charges that say insurrection, weren't enacted at the same time, and therefore we're not going to import the same meaning that we would import to the 14th Amendment's definition of insurrection and rebellion.
I understand,
and so it's not the case
but you're
that
being-
just because it says
you're-
insurrection, it's going to be the same.
So you're saying there's literally no charges that could be put against Trump that would be similar enough to, therefore, if he's found guilty, meet the burden and exclude him based off the 14th Amendment disqualification?
I'm not saying that. It's conceivable that there could be a criminal charge.
It's like nailing
it's
donuts to a
conceivable.
wall.
No. I'm answering your question. It's conceivable that there could be a criminal charge that roughly approximates this standard. So what?
Okay, perfect. And Trump has not been charged with any
No.
criminal.
I think
okay.
explicitly they're
Criminal
avoiding
what?
those charges of anything relating
So
to
he
like
hasn't
sedition or
received-
insurrection and all that.
You're talking about incitement of insurrection. You're talking about insurrection itself. I mean, Trump wasn't literally holding guns. He didn't use force. So what are you talking about?
So you're saying that there is no district attorney that is charging him with any even similar or approximation to
No.
the one? Okay, all right. So don't you think that's a bit odd to then try to exclude him from the ballot if he's not even being charged with the potential crimes that would be
Yeah.
used to preclude him from the ballot in the first place?
What I'm hearing from you is not strictly speaking a legal argument. You're saying, isn't it weird? Isn't it like, doesn't it feel odd? Isn't it not prudent given the fact
How
that
can you-
prosecutors are? I just want to be clear. What you're giving is not a legal argument. You're asking, isn't it weird?
It's
my
a bit
answer to that is
odd.
the standards are what?
It seems, hear me out though. If you're trying to exclude someone from the ballot, but then you want to avoid having to meet a burden of proof because, like you said, he didn't have guns, he didn't have weapons. How are you going to charge him with?
No one said you're dodging a
insurrection?
burden of proof. You just pulled that out of nowhere. No one says that you're dodging a burden of proof in whatever the relevant forum is, and almost certainly that
Okay,
would
Pisco?
end up in civil court. Yeah.
Pisco, if you can answer, how
Yeah.
does one get removed from the ballot? Like, what is
Yeah.
it going to look like to do that? Because I think what she's getting at, like, they have to prove something. No?
Yeah, different states. So the reason why this answer, even in the articles that are in support of it, they don't ever specify a one particular pathway is because there's multiple, and different states have different pathways. So in states in which the secretaries of state have to determine the qualifications of every candidate, think about it. Just like Stephen brought up the the age of a candidate, where they're from, where they're born. There are state officials that have to make decisions about whether they're qualified to be on the ballot, right? In terms of residence, there's obviously, you guys are aware of that, for federal legislative representatives, you need to be a resident of the state for a certain period of time. There
But
are state officials.
doesn't that
Yeah.
warrant a lot of what Lauren is bringing up? Which, according to what you're saying, it sounds like, yes, there's precedent. Like, it makes sense for him to get removed from the ballot under the 14th Amendment. It's right there. But you know what? How it happens, it could change. It depends, you know? And when there's no, like, set standard, people are going to question
Any
the
particular
process.
state, so I would say in the main run of states, there are state secretaries of state who are in charge of elections in a given state. Agreed? Everyone seems to agree with that. They can be appointed, they can be elected. They make official decisions, official acts, either in promulgated in rules or just decisions that have legal force. They'll exclude people from ballots for any number of reasons. In the past and moving forward, secretaries of state often have that authority, right? And so when a secretary,
when a presidential candidate was excluded from the ballot for whatever reason,
for 14th Amendment purposes, I'm not aware of that.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait. Because hold on, because you just said that you made it sound like willy-nilly any Secretary of State can just like strike somebody from the ballot.
When did I say
that
willy-nilly?
seems to be because you just said for a variety of purposes, and then Lauren challenged you. Can you give one example of that happening? Now, I don't know, maybe it has, but I'm curious, has there been an example of a Secretary of State? So like in Florida, we've got DeSantis, he appoints secretary. Yeah, just saying like, sorry, you're not on the ballot right now. Has this happened in a presidential in a presidential election?
For presidential candidates in the last 20, 30 years, I'm not aware of them. I'm not aware in the last 20
Okay,
years.
because that to me, that sounds like to me, if that were to happen, that would be a major.
I can get you disqualified. If what you're going on here is whether or not it's ever been the case that Secretary of States have made qualification decisions in the past, you're not going to have a good day. That's not going to be a good argument. There are people in states that have qualification responsibilities to make sure that everyone who's on the ballot is qualified to hold that office. And for you to pretend, and for everyone here to sit and listen and pretend that's not the case, that people aren't being qualified.
No one's pretending that's not the case. It's just that
absurd.
No one is pretending that's not the case. It's just the issue. I think the issue is that earlier it seems like we kind of brushed over like, oh, well, there's a lot of different processes and blah 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 blah. But it feels like for literally removing somebody from the ballot, probably the most important part of that question is the process. That's probably more important than literally every other part of this question. And I don't know.
You're not hearing, Steven.
Well, I'm hearing you. Okay. Well, I'm hearing you, but the problem is you take like 5 minutes. So for 4.5 minutes of your answer, you're not talking about any. Wait, no, wait. Let me be really clear. No, wait. Really crystal clear. I can ask you a crystal clear question because you haven't answered anything so far, I don't think. So the crystal clear question is: somebody wants to say, let's say somebody says Biden aided and abetted BLM and they attacked public institutions. I consider that to be a form of aiding an insurrection.
Let me finish. From the ballot.
Yeah. So what is the process by which people strike Biden from the ballot?
DeSantis has appointed Secretary of State, assuming this is the law in Florida.
Yeah, it is. They're appointed.
I'm putting these caveats.
Yep.
But I don't know if he's the qualification person in Florida. He says Biden engaged in insurrection and rebellion. He's gone from the ballot.
Yes.
You think that's the end of the question? What did I say would happen as soon as that occurs and he takes an official act as against Biden?
It sounds like you said then multiple parties would have standing then to sue the state. Like a citizen or a voter would be able to sue the state.
Of course.
Okay. But then the question, who
probably sues, Stephen? Wait, Stephen, who probably sues?
It could be the party, it could be the voters, it could be the candidate,
How about
it could
Joe
be
Biden?
Yeah,
How
the
about
candidate.
Joe Biden?
Yes, yeah.
Joe Biden sues.
Sure.
Who does he sue?
I imagine he would sue the state of Florida, or he would sue the Secretary of State. Sure.
So, as Lauren just went to law school, she learned all about exceptions to state sovereign immunity. She knows all about ex parte.
I don't know why you're bringing up anything having to do with Lauren. We're just talking to say words. But go ahead.
She's aware.
We don't. I don't care what she's aware of.
There's not going to be jurisdictional issues here.
I don't care. No. Why are we talking about this? It's not jurisdictional that we care about. What we care about is what is going to be the burden at the end of the day. Because you made it sound like a preponderance of evidence is an. Okay, never mind. You just want to say like so much without saying anything. You're not talking about anything that's interesting. What we want to know is ultimately I can ask you the question. The question is ultimately is can somebody strike somebody from the ballot and then somebody challenge that and then they go to court and they're like, seems like it's possible. You're off the presidential ballot. That would be insane. That would be a crazy standard to strike somebody from a ballot, and you seem unwilling to engage with the meat of that question.
Wait. Did you hear me say the words that there would be an evidentiary hearing and evidence would be
Yes,
put on in a
I
trial
specifically
court?
heard you say.
I
specifically heard you say earlier that something like a preponderance of evidence would be adequate to strike somebody from the presidential ballot. I heard you say that. Hold on. Did you say that or did I hear that? Am I making that up? Did anybody else in here hear him say that? Am I making that up?
I would say what I told you, Stephen.
Stop arguing.
I would put the standard of proof that's typical in civil cases. With respect, which is usually preponderance of evidence in civil court, but I would say that that's an ancillary illegal question.
How is that ancillary?
You're asking about who's the fact finder, right? The question of what the burden of proof is for that particular fact finder is a different question than who the fact finder is.
It is, but I think both the fact finder and the burden of proof are really important. Are they not?
Yeah. Would you not be comfortable with a preponderance of evidence standard? With respect to the 14th Amendment?
I don't think so. Personally, no.
Would you be comfortable with a preponderance of evidence standard? That is to say, if a court determines by a preponderance of evidence that Barack Obama was born in Kenya, do you think he should be able to be on the ballot?
I don't think a preponderance of evidence is good enough there. To remove somebody.
Let me ask that question again for you, Stephen. If a court finds by that is more than 50% that Obama was born in Kenya, okay. I think that's insane, but we can have disagreements. Fine. I will even grant you that it would be fine for me beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'm happy to concede that that's what the standard of proof should be in the federal courts. Whatever. To me, that's the not as important question as is Section 3 self-executing? Is it enforced, and does it apply? And can we finally apply these facts? Because right now, all we're talking about is procedures where it seems the only disagreement with you, Stephen, is whether it's beyond a reasonable doubt or, I don't know, clear and convincing evidence or preponderance.
You make that sound like it's insignificant, but like we can take Trump himself. The difference between him being civilly convicted of rape and whatever is way different than a criminal conviction of rape, right?
It's overdetermined because with every burden of proof, the facts of this case mete out the 14th Amendment, Section 3.
I agree.
And so this
100%.
question to me is less interesting.
Okay, I agree, but hold on. The reason why the question is interesting because when we talk about this, at least the lens that I view it, I don't actually care about Trump. I'm not thinking about Trump. What I'm thinking about is in the future when Republicans have power and say Kamala Harris wants to run for president, and they say Kamala Harris bailed out protesters that were attacking police officers that take an oath to the Constitution. She's taking an oath to the Constitution. Why the fuck should she be allowed to run for president when she's literally by dollar value aiding and abetting enemies of the state?
Different question. So you realize why your question is different.
Tell me
your
why.
question is now about what does it mean to engage in insurrection or rebellion and give aid or comfort to the enemies of the Constitution. Different question than the burdens.
Okay, I'm retarded.
Question.
I don't see how it's a different question at all. I don't think I have the IQ.
Okay,
That seems like to me that seems like no. We're not talking about
you?
evidentiary standard. That seems like the exact same type of question as it is with Donald Trump. Okay, I just don't understand.
Between the two of you, what you are doing, Pisco, what you're both doing is deciding what piece of evidence you want to look at and scrutinize for this 14th Amendment application. And neither of you are bringing up the definitive thing that a lot of lawyers have cited, which would be him abandoning his oath to uphold the Constitution.
No, we agree that abandoning the oath is bad. I think the question that I have, and I think Lauren has, is like, who's making that determination? Who's the fact-finding?
Your fear that you're bringing up, because it now feels like Pisco's outnumbered. Your fear that you're bringing up is, oh my God, what if they can use it when they're in power? Where most people are looking at it, they can prove it, and they're thinking, what the fuck is this if the citizens are not going to uphold the Constitution as it is? Do you worry about that?
Well, I just worry about who's making the determination. If the answer ultimately is, ultimately in the matters of the presidential election, it's probably always going to be the Supreme Court that is ultimately making the determination or whatever, then I'd probably be okay with that. Now, I'm retarded. I don't know, does the Supreme Court ultimately determine matters of factual,
they're not going to be the fact finder.
Yeah, I don't know how that works with the Supreme Court.
It'll be some trial court. It'll be heavily litigated. Everyone will be in the, they'll have their chance to put on their evidence. It'll be an incredibly important trial. Or evidentiary hearing at the very least, in terms of if you're talking about injunctive relief or anything like that. So there's gonna be evidence. It's gonna be weighed. Either it's gonna be weighed by these federal courts, that are reviewing state secretaries of state decisions or state official decisions, or it's gonna be done through congressional legislators. Because remember, this doesn't just apply to the president. It applies to previous legislators as well. Anyone who previously taken an oath. And so there's different procedures for different levels of government official. And so that's why Ruben and I are hedging, because the process for being qualified for a state office is different for the president. If you're just focusing on the president, my guess is the most likely channels that would come through is federal court through a state official act, or through congressional action by way of impeachment.
So does this mean, like, let's say we've got 50 states, let's say 24 strike you from the ballot. Is that then 24 individual court cases that you've got to chase through the states and the circuits?
Probably not, because there'll probably be one consolidated evidentiary case, and whatever, when there's a determination that a federal court determines that he engaged in insurrection or rebellion.
Wait, would it ever go? And I just don't understand the change. Would it go to a federal court?
How would any one court get the jurisdiction
Yeah.
to have the consolidated case in their jurisdiction?
Yeah, I mean, you're asking now about questions of case management. There's a lot of as you're aware, because I'm sure you took complex litigation and things like that, there's multi-district litigations. Usually, there can be situations in which courts collaborate on having a single forum to resolve disputes, or there could be forum shopping, which I know you're very
You're sure
averse
that I
to.
took complex litigation? Is that even a requirement for law school, or is that just an
No, probably
added
not.
class that you had at your
I'm just
school?
talking shit. I'm just talking shit.
'Cause I did
So,
not.
in the case of any particular federal court coming to that determination, that will be appealed ultimately to the Supreme Court, and that will probably have binding effect, and you'll probably need to go into the trial. As a procedural matter, you'll probably need to go into every state and show them, res judicata, the preclusive effect of the Supreme Court's decision there, but that would probably be binding based on the facts.
And for what it's worth, it's not just Pisco and I who are hedging. Even those who are like scholars who are like proponents of the Section 3's applicability to Trump, they even say that it raises all kinds of questions about the mechanisms and procedures and its potential for abuse. So this is why they also think, like in unanimity, that it has to be litigated by the Supreme Court to stand like the best chance of precluding these things.
This isn't like the boring. I think these are the boring questions, because I think these are all easily answered. And the question, like the alternative world that I guess Lauren wants, is where no one has to enforce Section 3. And in fact, right now as it stands, no one can. I mean, that's the world that you're presenting us.
Someone were
how would Section 3 be enforced?
If someone were charged with the crime of insurrection or rebellion, or I know that you're saying that it's not one-on-one to the constitutional, or a similar crime in which somebody could arguably say would fall under insurrection or rebellion or aiding a foreign enemy, then I could see, it being enforced and okay, this is concrete evidence. So like the other requirements, such as age, living as being 35 years old to be president, living in the United States for 14 years, being a natural born citizen, these are all facts, like hard concrete facts, which a fact-finding committee could do, which not really a legal issue. Whereas whether or not somebody has engaged in insurrection, I would say that is that's more based on legal analysis and application of facts than it is just
agreed that it's a more complicated.
So therefore, having an actual charge and being convicted of a crime, then having that as the fact to lay on, so the Secretary of State could say, oh, this person has actually been charged with this crime, so therefore I should exclude them, or they're not 35 years old, so therefore I should exclude them from the ballot. Those would be concrete things that I think the Secretary of State would be able to look at and actually make that decision based off of. But if they're just making this decision based off their head, like, oh, well, yeah, they're 36 years old, they've lived in the country for over 14 years, and they're natural born citizen, but in my opinion, they've engaged in insurrection, that I don't.
You don't like that? That's what you're saying.
To be fair, not that I wouldn't like that. It sounds like it's not the intention of the founding fathers, or not even the founding fathers, but the intention of the drafters of the 14th Amendment.
I believe it is going to be like cases or arguments brought to the Secretary of State. So it's not just going to be the Secretary of State making on a whim.
No, but let's say,
is my understanding.
In the current state right now, so you're going to have secretaries of state who are determining whether or not to put Trump on the ballot. So
and
in
they're
that
only
situation,
doing that
if he has
because
not
there
been
are
charged,
lawyers making the cases to them.
Yeah, but when you say making the case, what we're asking, I think, is just like, what is that process? Like, is this going to be like a criminal trial in a case? Is it going to be a civil trial in a case where Donald Trump is going to bring a legal team and they're going to present back and forth?
What you are asking for is that the people who wrote the Constitution, that they didn't think it through because what they put for Section 3 is not something that makes sense to you guys for public confidence?
I don't even know what the structure of our government was when Section 3 was drafted, when the 14th Amendment came about.
Stephen, that's a great thing to bring up, because I think one of the ways we can get to how this was meant to be used is to look at how it was used at the time. And my question for Lauren is, do you think that the people who were disqualified under Section 3 after the Civil War were charged? All of them were charged with insurrection?
I believe the majority of them were charged.
No.
And also the Civil War had a very interesting... after the Civil War, both the Confederate side and the national side attempted to, make amends, bridge the divide. There's a lot of memorial services.
That's fine.
That have so I would
that's not
imagine
relevant.
in the process of doing such and bringing two halves of the country together, they would attempt not to charge people who were engaged in what
they were still disqualified.
A legitimate
They were
battle at the time.
People were disqualified
And
for
also,
speaking out.
And also, they would need the Southern leader. They wouldn't want to prevent all of the Southern leaders who maybe were engaged in rebellion to be excluded from office, because that would ostracize the South even further.
I think that's exactly what happened, though, right?
It's just previous oath takers. It's just previous oath takers, and so previous oath takers, they were disqualified, and they had to pass a law. They had to pass a law pursuant to Section 3, the second sentence of Section 3, that gave immunity from Section 3 to previous people. But in the interim, before they decided to give to wipe the slate clean, there were people disqualified under Section 3, and it wasn't pursuant to some criminal conviction. And so how can you sit here and say, well, I know what the framers thought of this section, and they must have meant you need a criminal conviction based on some law that kind of approximates, I think, in my mind, insurrection and what's that?
Give an example.
Or can't we even on this, like, isn't this like a more simple question? Isn't this like the age question?
I want an example so that I can know
wait.
So
hang on.
Hold on, Pisco.
Hold
on. I want an example because I want to know the process that this person went through from being disqualified from the ballot and how they were excluded from the ballot and what that looked like in the
So if
process.
I give you some, I just want to be clear. If I give you some contemporary examples of people being disqualified without criminal convictions of insurrection and rebellion, you will agree that a criminal conviction is not required for Section 3? Is that what you're saying?
Sure. Well,
right.
I want to know what and also, is it a state?
I'm about to grab it.
Are you disqualified from running from president? Because that's a completely different qualification than like a state office.
Is president an officer of the United States? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it says very clearly, no person shall hold any office under the United States, or be an officer of the United States, who had previously given an oath and have engaged in insurrection. So obviously it applies to presidents, right?
Yes.
So I don't know why you bring up the distinction between president and non-president.
I'm asking. I didn't make any. I'm asking for a specific example of somebody who ran for president, okay, and was excluded from the ballot.
Why would they have had to run for president if we're analyzing what the procedure is for anybody?
Because the ability to be president has different requirements than almost every other officer of the United States.
Okay, but the disqualification clause is
the way in which the structure of the presidency is created is exclusively under the Constitution, which is why people feel as though so there is a federal statute, 18 U.S.C. section 2071, and that excludes any officer who's engaged in certain white-collar crimes from becoming an officer of the United States. However, people have looked at this recently and determined it might be an overbroad statute because it would also
that's a law. It's not a constitution. I mean, are you going to say the Constitution is not constitutional? I mean, it's different. The 14th Amendment is by definition.
It's an overbroad statute, which people have determined to potentially be unconstitutional, because if it were upheld, then it would exclude certain people from running for president. However, the office of president is exclusively determined by the Constitution due to supremacy clause. And so, therefore, people think that the office of president is distinctly different because of its constitutional protections, which is why
the disqualification clause. The disqualification clause makes no mention. I thought we were textualists. The disqualification clause makes no difference in how you treat disqualification as to senators, legislatures, and
the two of you are so. The two of you, I could listen to you guys go back and forth so much about this, but I do kind of want to rope other people in. I do believe you guys could split hairs over this for a while, and I think other lawyers will continue to do it. So maybe this will be a nice specific lawyer panel topic for one of these. I want to ask though, if we're looking at it, we're taking a step back and looking at it a bit more broader. Some people are saying the criminal cases against Trump, the convictions, that these are things that he should be, what is it called, when the president lets him off free? I'm lost in words right now. Yeah, that he should be pardoned. That he should be pardoned. And my question is, when we look at him not being on the ballot, we are being told that this is a risk because it could be January 6th in 50 different states, that this would cause riots in 50 different states. Part of the reason people don't want him to be removed from the ballot is because they would like the healthy result of the American people choosing not to have him as president. Is this responsible?
I think so. Chaeiry, I think you put it so perfectly. I agree with you. It's very responsible.
You think it's responsible? Which one?
I think it's responsible to let the American people choose and not just do all this lawyer mumbo jumbo nerd shit. I'm not a textualist, by the way. I'm Episcopalian. So I think it's more interesting to discuss the. Huh?
You don't care about applying the Constitution? If the Constitution says one thing,
that's
you don't care
pescatarian.
about it, right? Like, who cares what the law is, right?
Well, let's talk about it more broadly. Well, hold on. Why should we care so much about what the Constitution says when Thomas Jefferson said the Constitution should be written every 75 years and it was written by slave owners?
We have, just to be clear, we have nothing if we don't have the Constitution. It is literally the backbone to every single part of the structure of our government. So to say fuck the Constitution would be similar in a philosophy argument to saying fuck like propositional logic or fuck 1 + 1 = 3.
I don't think so. No.
Wait, where does anybody draw any authority or any right to do any action from if the Constitution is null and void?
Well, first off, the Constitution does not contain all of the objective answers within it. As Pisco said about textualists versus originalists, there's different subjective interpretations you apply to an objective text. So the Constitution, in and of itself, doesn't have the answers.
We have
it's
one
the interplay.
We have one body right now that ultimately determines answers relating to the Constitution, and that's the Supreme Court. My understanding is there are not competing visions of what the law means, and if there are, at some point, ultimately, that makes its way to the Supreme Court.
There are not competing visions between what the law means.
He's saying they're resolvable. He's saying that they're ultimately resolved by the Supreme Court to the extent they're resolved. I think it's a little bit of a simplification, but it's not far off. And ultimately, it's odd to hear you complain about Trump talking about, suspending the Constitution in one breath, but then also be like, you know what? I don't care what it says.
Well,
Thomas Jefferson said this thing, so oh, will.
I am a centrist, so I have no principles. I'm just trying to echo the arguments of the best version of people that I may or may not agree with. But I
only want to talk to you if it's your opinion. I don't want to hear you
I'm still figuring out my opinion. I'm testing the arguments that have been used against me, against you guys who are far smarter than I am. So if it is the case that the Constitution is not a metaphysically foundational document that is perfect in every way, which I don't think anyone would suggest it is, okay, let's say Trump violates the Constitution. Sure. Is there any sort of consequentialist argument for, well, maybe if he violates the Constitution, but he fights back against the Biden crime family, then it's worth it. Or he gets us out of the neocon war in Ukraine and stops us from risking nuclear war. Is there not any argument at all to be had there?
I don't think you can have if we don't have, not to sound like a conservative, but if we don't have rule of law, we have nothing, right? We literally have nothing if we can't appeal to, at the end of the day, to some law or legal procedure. It can't just be if this guy fights hard enough, or if all the conservatives in all the states are going to rebel and have a civil war, then I guess we have to let him break the law. That's an insane position to take, because then you're just encouraging people to basically break shit hard enough so that ultimately we have to let anybody do anything. Otherwise, people are going to, throw a riot? That's insane.
Not necessarily.
I'll say this.
Go ahead,
hang on. So Paul, so
spout your nonsense.
To me, it's an interesting question to like pitch it as like a utilitarian argument or consequentialist argument. I'm actually open to that as just like a just philosophy, but I think it would require the concession that you are deliberately ignoring the Constitution to achieve what you think is a greater good. I would not entertain any pro-Trump argument that did not begin with that preamble. Like, yeah, the Constitution's pretty clear, he's fucked, but we want to ignore it because we think the consequences would be too profound. I would be interested in that argument because we actually have, throughout the history of the United States, everybody's favorite president, I use him all the time, Abraham Lincoln, engaged in acts of non-acquiescence where he ignored Supreme Court precedent for
there we go.
good.
Trump is Lincoln.
But again, unless it begins with a preamble, like, yeah, that's just a question because we know he's fucked.
Fine.
Yeah.
I will not go down the Constitution was written by slave owners and everyone on this panel is white and therefore I can just use your privilege against you.
But then the question becomes, Paul.
What did that one guy say when he was talking to Kenny Zoo? Your white presenter.
That one guy is trying to say something else. But what about the? Where's your limiting
No,
principle?
not you. Okay.
Where's your limiting principle? Because couldn't
First generation America, homie.
Couldn't the basis by which you would want to ignore the Constitution in this case, like, also be used to apply to any other law? Because if we're willing to set aside the Constitution,
it's case by case. Like, hold on. You said Lincoln. What was it? Acquiesced?
Non-acquiescence.
Non-acquiescence. He did not acquiesce to the Constitution's request, as per Barbarossa, and he moved past it. And there was a case to be made that at the time that was the right move. So could a case not be made that we are in such a strange time politically? And one potential argument is we're risking nuclear war with Russia. So if Trump, circumvents the Constitution slightly, not entirely, but slightly, could you not make the case there's a consequentialist argument for that?
I feel like the consequentialist argument, if you break apart like what we're really talking about, I feel like the arguments of nuclear war and everything would make it an even greater imperative for us to not have Donald Trump in office. Wouldn't you want somebody that adheres to the Constitution, that adheres to process, that adheres to rule of law? Wouldn't you want that person in more than anything else than a guy who literally says he wants to suspend the Constitution of the United States because of false allegations relating to election fraud? Wouldn't this literally be the most important time to have somebody who would defend his oath to the Constitution and not the time to throw that out completely and put in a fucking raging narcissist?
Well, if it's Trump versus Biden, and Biden, who I think we all agree is...
I'm probably not going to agree with whatever you're going to say, but go ahead.
Not all there.
Whatever, not all there Biden is, there's way more of him there than Trump is. So
really?
Yes,
no.
Really, fucking really. 100%.
Look, Trump,
I'm so glad
Trump could, let's be honest, Trump could probably hit the treadmill. That's for sure. But Biden... Okay, all right, hold on. I'll save that Yu-Gi-Oh card for a minute.
What are you even saying? I mean, stretch.
Hold on. Biden is the one advocating for further involvement in Ukraine. Trump is his number one platform is getting out of Ukraine. Could that not be a valid argument to say, hey, yes, normally, obviously, the Constitution should be followed all the time. Again, many founding fathers suggested that it should be rewritten every 75 years, and it hasn't been at all. It's a little bit out of date. Certainly, I suspect some people on here do not adhere to the Constitution completely in regards to the Second Amendment, in that every possible firearm should be legal. So there is an argument potentially that the risk of nuclear war outweighs. Yeah.
Paul, the reason I disagree with you is, so I want to agree with you because your argument leads to Trump being in office, and you're saying that he's better at handling the Russia situation. The reason I disagree with you,
you don't say I want to agree with you.
I applaud the honesty, man.
I disagree with you though. Is because America has gone through times where we have suspended the Constitution in times of war, where we haven't considered the Constitution.
Lauren?
So, for instance, during World War II, when we put Japanese people in internment camps,
there was a Supreme Court case that
said
that was okay. You
no,
might not agree. I don't agree with it, but that just was the law.
That just goes to show you that morality is more important than the law, and the fundamental issue here is more of a moral one than a legal one.
How do we have a society based on that?
No, the Supreme Court case was whether or not the person was the people who put the people in the internment camps were
it was racial based,
criminally liable.
It was racial based.
Let's not get sucked down the
internment rabbit hole. And they determined that it wasn't racially based; that it was because of the time of war.
It was absolutely racially based.
Hey, can I answer a quick question of Lauren's that she asked like 10 minutes ago? Okay, so Lauren, you asked a really good question about 10 minutes ago, and I didn't have the answer on hand. So while you all were debating back and forth, I went and Googled it, and I'll send you the link. But I think you asked a question of, in the aftermath of the Civil War and after the ratification of the 13th Amendment, or the 14th Amendment rather, what was the process by which ex-Confederates were disqualified from office? And so there's a good article written by the Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington said, Section 3 adjudicants against former Confederates were rare in the aftermath of the Civil War. This because it was widely understood that former Confederates who took an oath to support the Constitution before the Civil War were disqualified, and therefore many didn't even seek office again because they knew it applied to them. In fact, ex-Confederates flooded Congress with thousands of amnesty requests to remove their Section 3 disqualification. So most of them just didn't run for re-election again because they understood at the time that it applied to them.
Hang on.
And there were 8. I found a few. Maybe Pisco found more, and most of them were decided. The ones that I found in this article were adjudicated by state supreme courts.
Hold on. To remove their disqualification, though, that means they had to have previously been charged with something.
No,
they understood.
That's your assumption. That's wrong.
Hold on.
They weren't charged.
I'm not talking to you, Pisco. Isaiah, what was originally on their record to be removed?
No, there was no conviction of anything because again they understood that the disqualification applied to them just as much as if they were not 35 years old or a natural born citizen. So they appealed to Congress. Hey, I don't have what the formal amnesty request was, but they wrote to Congress saying, hey, this applies to me. I am seeking Congress to get this disqualification removed as an ex-Confederate. Period.
Can we go back to the Ukraine war issue? I think it's more.
There is a major distinction here, though. These people, they knew it's kind of like knowing that you're over the age of 35. Like, you knew that you put on a Confederate uniform. You knew that you fought. You knew that you were an expatriate. This is very different than someone like Donald Trump, who, thought he was giving a speech at the Capitol and people argue that's insurrection, or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris for supporting Black Lives Matter. Both of these arguably could be insurrection if you want to make that argument. However, that's still something debatable. Whereas whether or not you were actually engaged in putting on the uniform of the enemy, that's very black and white.
Nothing says anything about uniforms.
Wait, Lauren, that's a great point. So I'm just going to ask you straight up. If there were any previous oath takers who engaged in violence on January 6th, do you agree that they're disqualified from office?
So once again, January 6th is very distinctly different than engaging in a battle in which you're putting on different uniforms signifying that you are of the opposition. The people engaged in January 6th very much feel as though they were protecting
So did the Civil War people. So did the Civil War people.
Patriots. They would consider themselves United States allies.
So did the Civil War people.
The Civil War people would consider themselves Confederate.
What they did was... the argument by the secessionists were absolutely based on the original Constitution, and that this was part of their initial pact that they made, and they had all those the colorable legal arguments that you're referencing on the Trump side absolutely existed with the Civil War people.
Wait, hold on. No, wait. The Civil War people absolutely
on a separate uniform.
Wait, the Civil War people absolutely understood that they were part of a different country that was now waged in a war against the United States of America. The Civil War people are not at all comparable to J6ers.
Thank you.
They in the sense of insurrection, yes, and I'll show you how. Mr. Steven, actually, I'm gonna ask Lauren. Lauren, do you agree that the attack on Fort Sumter was an insurrection?
Where they were actively trying to get the current United States government overthrown with the use of guns. I would consider that an insurrection. I wouldn't consider. I don't think the people who were there for January 6th were not attempting to go into.
That's not what I just asked you. Was the attack on Fort Sumter? Was the attack on Fort Sumter an insurrection in your mind?
I suppose.
I hardly know.
I mean, you're not clear on it. It's the first battle of the Civil War, right? It's the start of the Civil War, isn't it an insurrection?
Okay.
Yes. How many people died at Fort Sumter in the bombardment?
None, maybe. I don't know.
0.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Whatsoever. So, do you think that the people who enacted this clause of if the 14th Amendment? Do you think that an attack on Fort Sumter, some random fort that existed, you know, where no one died, would be an insurrection, but an attack on the Capitol wouldn't be?
Okay, so once again, if you're going into a place to attempt to overthrow the government, you're attempting to, with weapons to kill people in the current state of government, whether or not you're successful or not,
I don't think it has to
is
be
a
killed.
completely different thing. The people there for January 6th, I would say the majority of them didn't attack the Capitol. Many of them simply walked around, and none of them had
Were
weapons.
there those who attacked
Hold
the
on,
Capitol?
wait, hold on,
January
hold on.
6th?
The facts of this are completely different. South Carolina had already declared their secession from the Union when their militia started to attack the United States of America. Why would you compare that to a bunch of overweight protesters that flew into D.C. to go and protest at the Capitol?
Okay, so I'll ask you, Stephen. Do you agree the attack on Fort Sumter was an insurrection?
It was either an insurrection or an act of
You're
war.
not sure?
Can I finish my sentence? It was either I don't know if you would call it an insurrection if they'd already seceded from the Union, because it's not even the same country at that point, right? So it would either be an
Whoa.
insurrection or it would be an act of war. Yes.
So you just have no historical knowledge. You don't know at all what the texts
Okay,
say,
let me know
what
in
people
5 minutes when you
contemporary-
actually
Hang
get
on a
to your
sec, hang on a
point.
second.
Holy shit.
So we know what they meant by insurrection, and we know what Lincoln was saying, contemporary politicians, what dictionaries say at the time. You were too bored to read the article. You don't know anything about this time period, and you don't know what they mean by insurrection, and you're just going off your gut feeling without having any knowledge whatsoever.
I tried.
He just did a whole ramble without even getting close to answering the question about it.
They all characterize the attack on Fort Sumter as an insurrection.
Pissing. This is the problem with what's happening right now in the media and what's happening on this panel, is that you know everything, you are piss quizzing everybody, but really you are the lawyer with the knowledge, and you're supposed to be able to make the argument to convince them of why the 14th Amendment Section 3 should be applied. You're supposed to be able to convince them, not attack their confidence.
Lauren, I tried to make the case that we shouldn't even agree to the Constitution, and the leftist infighting still ends up taking over. So,
Stephen, I mean,
you guys really got to turn the mirror
Fort
inside.
Sumter,
Okay?
so
This is
the case,
ridiculous.
Stephen, and you tell me if you disagree. The attack on Fort
You're
Sumter
brilliant,
was
Paul.
obviously an insurrection, as the people.
If you want to call it an insurrection, I don't know if it would be considered an insurrection or act of war, whatever you want to call it, it's fine. That's not really the relevant situation. The relevant situation is comparing the violent actors at Fort Sumter to the violence in January 6th. They're completely different. If you want to call it an insurrection or whatever, that's fine, but it's totally different.
What's a comparison, Stephen? What's a comparison? For years you have said a comparison is useless if it's the same thing. We're comparing them in some respects and not in all respects.
We are comparing them in some. Hold on.
The respect in which we are comparing them is whether or not they're insurrections or not.
That's true. And when we make the comparison, comparisons don't have to be the same thing. That's why they're comparisons. But there are also disanalogies that make comparisons not the same. For instance, a state seceding from the Union would dramatically change how we view actors there. If it was the case, for instance, that West Virginia or some state around the Capitol seceded from the Union, and then those people went up to the Capitol, bro, at that point, I'm like, mobilize the army and nuke them. That's a totally different argument than protesters from all over the country showing up Jan 6. That's a totally different scenario.
So let me tell you why what you're saying is just not backed up by the historical definition of the word insurrection. There are a ton of insurrections that contemporaries at the time would recognize as insurrections that didn't have as their ultimate aim secession as their particular motive. The Whiskey Rebellion, right? That's what is that rebellion about, right? That is a rebellion about
whiskey.
The price, exactly. There you go.
Taxes. Yeah.
It names itself, right? There are other insurrections that occurred at the same time. To say nothing of the John slavery guy. Someone help me. John Brown is his name. John. Someone will know what I'm talking
John
about.
Brown was the Harper's Ferry guy, wasn't he?
The person who the person who got all the slaves and were trying to attack slave owners and all that stuff. That
John
was
Brown.
there you go. So I got it right.
Here,
That's
actually,
an example of
wait,
insurrection.
Can I bridge this and maybe we can agree, okay? If every single person at the Jan 6 rally, if they were all part of the Proud Boys or whatever, then I'd probably agree. If it wasn't just like 5% or 1%, 95% of the people there were wanderers that were kind of on.
Cut it.
Okay, all right.
Not going to cut it. So
that's fine. But that's fine. But if you want to say that those people are the same, that the overweight type 2 diabetics that were dying of heart attacks in the Capitol are the same as the South Carolina militia bombarding a U.S. fucking base, then whatever, dude. If you want to say that's the same, then knock yourself out. Okay.
This is bad faith. You're trying to ascribe to me an equality in all things between the Jan 6ers and the people at Fort Sumter.
Yeah, and you're trying to tell Lauren. You're trying to tell Lauren. You're trying to tell Lauren when Lauren asked you, do you think that Confederate soldiers that were fighting in the war are those people being, or how are they being disqualified by Section 3? And you're going, well, what about the very first attack of the Civil War? Like that wasn't even her question. But that's where you went. You went to the hardest to determine case to make an argument about the general obvious case of the people that were wearing Confederate uniforms fighting in the Civil War.
No, the point is, Stephen, it's not a hard case. The attack on Fort Sumter is so obviously an insurrection and recognized as such by everyone at the time that to deny that Fort Sumter is, the reason I picked it is to deny that Fort Sumter is an insurrection makes you, self-evidently disqualifies your opinion on insurrections.
That proves my point. Everybody at the time agreed that was an insurrection. You know what everybody at this current time doesn't agree? That January 6th was an insurrection.
Okay, but obviously...
You're not going to get everybody in the United States to agree on that.
The basis under which to say that, like, we agree or don't agree on today's insurrections or non-insurrections, the case may be, is not evidence of what the text meant back in the day. When we evaluate text, right, I thought that what we do is we look at the original public meaning of the text at the time that it's enacted. Isn't that your position? And so now you're citing the fact that there's, public controversy today about categorizing this particular thing as an insurrection. That is not helpful in our analysis of what the Constitution actually says.
You were citing the public opinion of the current time, of the time back then, of everybody agreeing that it was an insurrection, but now I can't use the public opinion of the current situation.
Do you think you should be able to? You think you should be able to
use the
well, I don't think Pisco was making the argument. I don't think Pisco was making the argument that Confederates were disqualified by their participation in the siege on Fort Sumter simply because pretty much everybody agreed it was an insurrection.
Correct,
right?
Yeah.
Right, but not
because
but
everyone agreed with the word.
January 6ers on the same issue. However, January 6ers, not everybody agrees was engaged in insurrection. In fact, majority of conservatives would say they weren't engaged in insurrection because they had no means, they didn't attempt to overthrow the United States government. They didn't go in there with weapons, and the majority of them were just walking around.
I agree with Lauren. Lauren, can we argue about that? Let's argue about that.
About what?
Was January 6th an insurrection? Isn't that relevant to whether or not Donald Trump should be president?
It's 100% relevant.
So who thinks January 6th was? Who said it
was an insurrection? Easy.
Who thinks it was an insurrection?
January 6th was obviously an insurrection. Yes.
It was not.
And why are you fighting me on fucking Fort
Hold on.
Because I don't. My issue.
My God.
Because I agree. Wait, I agree. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I agree that Donald Trump shouldn't be allowed to run for president. I think the way Section 3 reads, Donald Trump shouldn't be allowed to run for president. I agree with that. I just think the process by which we determine that is really fucking important. I don't know why you're shaking your head at me. I already gave you 2 great examples earlier.
Why did you fucking talk to me about Fort Sumter? Why are you giving me shit about that?
What do you mean? Why am I giving you shit? I just don't think that comparison to January 6th is a good comparison because Fort Sumter.
You agree they're both insurrections? That's how I was comparing them.
Yes, but January. No.
Well, how about the people who agree on insurrection aren't the ones debating right now?
South Carolina was obviously an insurrection because they seceded from the United States. In January,
so you agree they're both insurrections. That was my point.
No, but the point is that we were arguing earlier. I believe we were arguing earlier. I even brought this up 50 minutes ago, and then I think Lauren or just somebody brought it up again. How did we know that the people were disqualified from the Confederacy under Section 3? And then the answer ultimately was, duh, they were fucking Confederate soldiers. And it's okay, that's a fair point. But when we look at J6ers, okay, if you go down to the Confederacy and you say, are you fighting against the United States of America? Do you want to secede? All of them are abso-fucking-lutely. If you go up to the Jan 6ers and were you guys fighting to break free of the United States or to throw over the government? Half of those people would probably say, I have no fucking idea that even happened. Some 1 to 5% of them were literally directly involved in planning it, and probably 20 to 30% would be like, you know what, if that's what we're there to do, fuck it, I'm on board with it. Yes.
Let's make it super easy. And I'm sorry, I've been very combative. I'll take the temperature right down, and I'm real sorry. I'm very passionate about this stuff. I let my emotions boil over sometimes. What I'm going to ask, I think this is an easy question or easy example to use for someone in January 6th who says, yeah, we were trying to put Trump in office, and yeah, we did try to do that.
Disqualifying from every office.
Do you think that person needs to have a criminal conviction for him to be disqualified? If they took part in violence, that they didn't encourage it. It wasn't like some equivocal statement. They took part in violence.
That.
Well, no, but they didn't take an oath. So
they either need a criminal conviction,
assuming that they took an oath.
Oh, okay.
I think they need either a criminal conviction or it needs to be apparently obvious that there's no like dispute in fact on the matter. So the issue for me is whether or not it's disputable in fact. If you're putting on the uniform of a foreign country and you're not an American spy, then yeah, you're putting on the uniform of an enemy combatant. It's clear as day there's not anything to be adjudicated with in a trial. However, if a person doesn't believe that they've ever engaged in anything insurrection or rebellious and they want to run for office, I would think that they would need a criminal charge against them to be excluded. Yeah, I think the level should be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Why do you think that? You just think that because that's your field.
No, wait, because what if a Jan 6er went there because they legitimately thought they were trying to protect an electoral process?
Being mistaken about the law has never been an excuse to insurrection or rebellion.
No one's saying it's a mistake in the law. It's a mistake in fact.
Yeah, no. If you think that what has happened, right? Yeah, mistaken fact, right? Like if you think that.
Hold on, wait. A mistaken fact, unless we're talking about like a strict liability offense, a mistaken fact can absolutely change determination of.
If your intent, right? Like
you're actually a lawyer, right?
I'm a lawyer. Yeah. You didn't let me finish what I was saying. You don't know what I was going to say.
Cook. Keep cooking.
You've been wrong about a lot today. You didn't even read the indictments, and we're having a debate about the indictments.
Okay.
Wait, first of all, we're not having a debate about the indictments. We're having a debate about Section 3 of Amendment 14, to be clear right now. Okay,
but it can include everything. But to be fair for Lauren, there is somebody who has been held to the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and been removed from office in New Mexico, but she is correct in that judge was convicted for trespassing. So they did go through court already. Yes, but that person went through a conviction. So is she wrong for saying why shouldn't the president?
She is wrong, but it's a great point to bring up. And Chaeiry, I'm really impressed with these panels, and you always bring up relevant stuff, and I appreciate it. What do you want to say about it?
Boo! Suck up! Boo! Go back to fighting with Destiny.
In New Mexico, under New Mexican Constitution is different than the requirements to be president, which are completely different with the federal
Constitution. They applied the 14th Amendment. No, Chaeiry's correct. They applied Section 3 of the 14th Amendment in that specific case.
You're talking about Coy Griffin, right, from New Mexico, the commissioner?
I believe, yeah. I think that's right. So what Chaeiry said is, but he did have a conviction for trespassing, so doesn't that go to your point, Lauren? And the answer is, of course not, because a conviction for trespassing isn't the standard. It's engaging in insurrection or rebellion. It'd be fucked up if someone who was merely trespassing and wasn't engaging in insurrection or rebellion was disqualified, right?
Well, where were they trespassing?
He trespassed in the Capitol building.
Okay, so
I'm not
they
here
were
to say
a
that
county commissioner, not a judge. That was my
well, wait. To be clear, isn't that kind of important? Because if they were engaged in trespassing in like their neighbor's house to steal some barbecued Lays, that's a lot different than engaged in trespassing in like a courthouse or something where you could argue that the Constitution is.
Pisco's point is that if trespassing alone, as your point is with the Lays, is completely different than trespassing in the Capitol. So therefore, if trespassing on the Capitol is enough to remove her, then the Capitol itself would be considered an.
I don't think they're connected. The criminal conviction for trespassing in the Capitol is not connected to the determination made that you engage in insurrection or rebellion. They're separate. And you're trying to impose a connection there because it feels right that there should be this criminal process that I'm used to.
Wait, so then what... Yes, the criminal conviction of trespassing on the Capitol was absolutely used to prove that she was involved in insurrection or rebellion.
As a factual matter, I will tell you that, like, yeah, probably as the fact that they're identified, the fact that they were convicted, the fact all that probably like causally led to them noticing this person and having the gumption to disqualify them. But as a legal matter, there's no connection.
What court? What process was used to prevent her from being on the ballot? So
he was already on the ballot. He was taken out of office by the judge's decision.
So,
kicked out
because a lawsuit was brought up, and then for his involvement in the Capitol riots, and it was the trespassing conviction that was the.
So he was impeached then. He was removed from office.
No.
I don't think he was. I don't know. I don't think that was the mechanism. I think the judge just ordered.
Wait. Pisco shook his head. How was he removed from office? What was the process? You just shook your head and laughed when she brought up impeachment.
Hang on. I don't know what you're, Steven, are you pissed at me?
No, wait, hold on, wait. You've been incredibly sorry this whole conversation. Hold on, wait. Because
What
I'm
did I
sorry,
do
my
to you?
understanding,
The gaslighting.
wait,
The
hold on, let me
gaslighting.
explain my thought process.
So
My
I'll
understanding
explain.
is just
Have
being
I
convicted of
dodged
a
any
crime. Hold on,
questions?
yes,
Wait,
almost
wait,
all of them.
let Steven
Wait, my
explain.
question is, just because you're convicted of a crime, does that automatically remove you from office? I thought there'd have to be an impeachment process. And somebody mentioned, okay, so of course not. So explain to me, because I don't know. I didn't do law school.
Because you're
Tell
not
me.
paying, you're half paying attention. You're
I'm
always
fully
like,
paying attention to everything you're saying.
No,
you're
not fully
diverting
paying
again.
attention.
You just did another diversion.
And so
If I wasn't
no,
wait,
no, no,
if
no,
I
no,
wasn't paying
I'm gonna-
attention,
I'm
how did
about
I
to
notice
answer.
you laughing? How did I
I'm
notice
about
you
to- I'm
laughing
about
when she
to-
gave that answer? I just want to hear the answer.
The thing is, because Josiah has said it now 2 or 3 times that the process was the section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and there was a court order that removed him from office. That's the process, and it's been stated multiple times.
What is the
He just
process?
said a judge removed him. So there was.
So a judge said leave?
singular-
I just want to know what the process is. That's my question. Why don't you do
Bro,
this? Isn't process
bro.
like one of the most important fucking things you study in law school? Like civil procedure, criminal procedure. Like, isn't like the process really important?
Do you think that? Do you think I'm putting my hands to my head because like I don't think process is important, or because I just explained the process to you and you ask again what the process was?
So you said so a judge removed him. So if you're guilty of a crime, a judge can say you have to leave office. Is that the process? That might be the process. I'm just asking.
Oh my God. There was a determination as to the applicability of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. There was evidence put on. A hearing was had. People talked about the relevant provision. By the way, this failed in several cases with Marjorie Taylor Greene and others, where they had processes and they failed, and there were judicial determinations on the record that said, we don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene engaged in insurrection.
So I'm going to throw this here. I'm going to send you the link. But yeah, defendant shall be it's the conclusion at the end of the judge's ruling, Stephen. Defendant shall be removed from his position as Otero County Commissioner effective immediately. Defendant is permanently enjoined and prohibited from performing any official acts in his purported capacity as an Otero County Commissioner on behalf of the board. Yada yada. Permanently enjoined. Yeah, basically get the fuck out. You're done.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
But Lauren is correct that this whole thing does have to do with labeling this as an insurrection and goes towards it being viewed as an insurrection, because part of what was wrong with Griffin was that he would not solidify or certify the state's primary election results, and the judge themselves called it an insurrection for the first time, and that's why a lot of people
the determination, no one denies or disputes that the determination of insurrection or rebellion is absolutely necessary, or that you give aid or comfort to someone who engages in insurrection or rebellion or the enemies thereof. That has been crystal clear. The question is who decides, and that's what Destin has been soying out about for the past hour, is who decides. And it's like this world-shattering mind event for him that a court of law might decide in a proceeding with evidence and a
court
judge,
of law.
and they write an
So
opinion.
your local city courthouse with your judge, sheriff badge 0001 shows up, and that court of law just determines. Sorry, but like, okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if this does hypothetically, this is my lack of legal training gets the better of me. If it does make its way before the Supreme Court, can't the Supreme Court mandate a universal you got to create a commission to determine
100%.
these questions?
Yeah.
Right.
So if the Supreme Court could disagree with these guys, you guys are just accepting our framework in some ways that we're talking about, and it's not at all. There's no settled law here that it is what we say, and the Supreme Court could come out and say, and there have been a court, I believe there's a court in Arizona that said no, it's not self-executing. This amendment needs to be enforced with congressional legislation. We disagree with that, but
it was a case brought against the current district attorney Fincham. Yeah.
Okay, so can I ask a question then on this? So let's say that you have, let's say that there is a county commissioner in the state of New York. And let's say that video footage comes out and he gets convicted of throwing a Molotov cocktail or being in a group of people that threw a Molotov cocktail in Seattle at a police building. Okay, let's say that he gets convicted there. He serves 2 weeks in prison. He bails out, gets out, whatever, other bullshit. He goes back to New York. And then a judge in New York says, I'm sorry, but I think that this is essentially an insurrection. You tried to overthrow the government in Seattle. And they remove him from using Section 3. They remove him from office. Do you think that would be an acceptable chain of events?
Factually, maybe it would be, it depends on the facts. As you're laying them out, someone like, and just repeating back your facts in terms of like the actual substance of what you're talking about. If someone were to like to throw a Molotov cocktail in Seattle with the purpose of overthrowing the government of Seattle,
or let's say he's just a protester that was in Chaz. He didn't throw it. He was just somebody that was part of the Chaz.
That's a harder case of whether or not he engaged in insurrection or rebellion.
Wait, Chaz was literally an independent autonomous zone.
No. He's describing an individual who did not actually throw anything, or just like happens to be standing there, right?
Well, what was the county commissioner involved in? Did he actually break a window, or was he just there trespassing?
Yeah. So I'm just telling you, like, if this guy is leading Chaz, I don't have a problem with that. 100%. I would say that fulfills the insurrection, so long as he was a previous oath taker and he fulfills all those other requirements. Then yeah, that chain substantively makes sense, and procedurally also makes sense. And it's appealable, so it's not just this county commissioner. So he can go to the appellate division, or maybe he goes directly to to the court of appeals. I don't know the process necessarily in court of appeals, the highest appellate court division in New York State. And from there would be a federal question pertaining to the 14th Amendment that the Supreme Court could answer. So
I guess,
all of that
and the
is
hard
totally
thing would
reviewable.
be, so this is the question I think ultimately that Lauren had, and I guess is one now that I have. The question would be, at no point, my understanding is that this county commissioner, he was never convicted of sedition or insurrection or anything like that. He was just convicted of trespassing. So how do you make the determination? He appeals that up to a court. How do the judges make a determination of whether or not this falls under Section 3?
So the burden's probably going to be on the person. I don't know what the specific burdens in any particular jurisdiction might be. That's why I'm hesitating before I tell you. But like, suppose that it's like the normal course of events, and someone is suing to, remove you from office or something like that, where whatever reason.
It shouldn't be on a particular jurisdiction, because as you said, that this is based off the 14th Amendment, so you should be applying federal standards.
It would be federal standards applied, but I won't say as you know. State courts are presumed. I believe the case.
You're not going to say as I know because you don't think I know. Go ahead.
No, because that was a dick thing to do, and I'm sorry about that. There's a case called Taflin v. Levitt, or some other case, or Testa. So one of these cases in federal courts where state courts are presumptively assumed to be able to enforce federal law, and they do. There's, I believe there's state enforcement of federal RICO, or there might not be. I don't know. There's some areas where there's exclusive federal jurisdiction over stuff, but state courts are presumed to follow the Constitution and follow federal law, and so there'd be no problem with the state court interpreting and applying the 14th Amendment.
But what's the standard? What's the burden of proof that the state court has to apply in order to uphold federal law in determining whether or not somebody is insurrectionist or rebellious and therefore should be precluded from a federal ballot?
Yeah, the substantive standard is the 14th Amendment, Section 3, which says if you engage in insurrection or rebellion, or you give aid or comfort. That's the substantive standard. You're asking about what the burden of proof is, and that's going to depend on the state courts at the time.
It shouldn't. It should be a federal standard, because as you said, it's federal law.
But hang on. Just because you're interpreting federal law, this is like another eerie question of state substantive versus procedural law. State courts have the right to impose their own procedural rules, and so I don't know if the burden of proof is a substantive rule or a procedural rule, or what the deal is, or whether the Supreme Court is going to.
That is not procedural.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure that's. I'm not sure, and so I'm assuming for purposes of federal law that eventually the Supreme Court will enunciate some standard, but that's like not the interesting question. That's not an interesting question. The interesting question is like, let's apply this to Trump, and we're an hour and 20 minutes in, and we haven't applied it to Trump, and those are the difficult questions I think that you guys can impose on us. Is how can you prove that Trump engaged in insurrection?
That's so easy for Trump, though. I feel like that's.
Don't even agree that this was an insurrection.
Yeah, they're insane. They're wild.
That might be interesting.
I feel like the Trump one isn't interesting, because I think if you're not being an insanely partisan person, it's obvious that Trump did. But again, I think the worry is that, like, say Dylan Burns was there filming during the fucking riots or whatever, and he steps into the Capitol and he gets a conviction for trespassing. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I just have a totally different understanding of this. Like, we're waving away like, oh, well, it's boring to figure out what burden of proof would be. I feel like that's like one of the most important questions here. Like, if I ever get convicted for trespassing on federal property and I've ever held an office before, am I Section 3'd out of any particular office I could hold in the future of my entire life now? That seems insane to me.
hang on. The question, there's two questions there embedded, and I just want to help you identify them. One is, what level of certainty do we have that you fulfilled a given standard? And number two is, what is that standard? Does that make sense? So am I 50% certain that you fulfilled this standard? Am I 80% certain that you fulfilled that standard? Am I beyond a reasonable doubt that you fulfilled the standard?
Sure.
What are you specifically worried about? The standard or the degree of certainty that we have that the person actually fulfills the standard?
I feel like both are
There
very
questions
important.
for both.
I feel like both are very important.
Because there are a lot of people who say, how can, there are First Amendment concerns. How can you, how can you disqualify based on speech? How can you disqualify based on non-violent conduct if that's what Trump did, right? Trump, you agree, he didn't engage in any violence.
Sure.
So there are some.
Or
tough
like somebody
questions
could
about
literally
the
say
standard.
that like if you commit any sort of felony on federal grounds or any sort of trespassing, that counts as breaking an oath.
Right.
But then there'd be
Is
questions about
insurrection
like
include
what
the
if you were
BLM
what
stuff?
if you were a civil rights or a civil rights activist and you were doing a sit-in at a congressional building? Are you now barred from holding any future political office because that was an insurrectionist act? Or if you were one of the feminists that
Are
went,
you
like,
implying that Biden could be held to the same standard for supporting the BLM, right?
or especially Kamala Harris for the aiding and abetting enemies because she was helping people post bail who were attacking the United States, right?
Well, let's deal with them. Let's deal with them. So one that I was often brought up by people is during BLM there was an attack on the White House. You guys aware of this? There was an attack
in May
by
Late
people.
May.
This was during the bunker
Really?
situation.
The drone?
No. This was.
These were people at the
literally
gates. They had to
attacking
take
Secret Service
Trump.
people.
They had to take Trump to a bunker.
Yeah.
Whoa! I didn't hear about this. Did CNN suppress
Yeah,
it?
this is like. No,
No, it
This
was
is-
reported.
this is-
That is odd,
Twitter,
though. That
Twitter suppressed this. That's why you didn't hear about it.
Probably. This was before Elon.
The new edition of the
tweeted
Twitter
out.
files.
Yeah.
Okay, so in May 2020, right? If someone had gone to try to attack and assassinate Trump, which a lot of people accuse the protesters that they were trying to do something with Trump, right? Why were they trying to get to the White House? But let's say that we could read into their minds, and we knew that they wanted to go in, they wanted to kill Trump, right? And we knew that this was like a previous oath taker. Everyone, I think, on this panel should agree that that person who attempted to kill Donald Trump should be disqualified under Section 3. If in part of this general revolt against the White House, there was a person who wanted to kill the president, shouldn't that person be disqualified under
If
Section
we
3?
could read their minds and in fact determine for a fact they were attempting to assassinate the president, yes. However, just based off what actually occurred, which was people being unruly outside of the White House with firecrackers and being obnoxious, and I would say like slightly worse than the January 6ers, but pretty much online with them.
Let's talk about that. It's more interesting.
There's a lot of people who were hurt.
I wouldn't say that would be enough to qualify for insurrection.
She raises the mic.
After Lauren, PF, what are you saying? Because I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we talk about some of this? I mean, I know this has been incredibly exciting to watch the Orc boys fight each other constantly on the left. But this whole independent state legislator theory thing, this is the best argument I've heard from the right. And I want to ask the lawyers what they think of it. That Trump was operating under the advice from his counsel that he had a valid legal contesting of the election. And didn't in Moore versus Harper, the Supreme Court case that recently got struck down, weren't there, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 Supreme Court justices who said independent state legislator was a thing? So could it...
Well, because 3 is fewer than 6, it doesn't matter. So.
Well, but it certainly is evidence that it's not some crackpot legal theory.
Unless the 3 in question are crackpots.
Well, that's fine. In which
all,
case, why not subvert the Constitution and the
three didn't rule
Supreme
in the
Court?
merits. I believe that you had 3 people who wanted to
Can you
didn't want to
explain?
take the case.
Can you explain for myself and people watching the steel man of independent state legislator theory?
Okay, so different parts of the Constitution, the elections clause of Article 1 of the Constitution says that state legislatures will be the ones who determine, the Senate, and in the case of the presidential electors clause, that's the one that determines who the electors are. That state legislatures will be in charge of where the presidential electors, who they are, right? And so what the independent state legislature theory says is when they say state legislature, they mean state legislature exclusive of governor's veto, exclusive of any sort of referendum or ballot initiative,
or the Constitution, even,
or the courts,
or
right?
or the state constitution, even if the state constitution provides a provision which says that those decisions are subject to review. You can override the state constitution.
They're not bound. They're only bound by federal law and federal constitution. They're not bound by state constitutional law. They're not bound by state judges, state determinations, all of that. That's sort of the theory. And the 6-3 split, I think, is a little bit deceiving in terms of the Supreme Court justice. But it's also, he's not being indicted, or he wouldn't be, subject to Section 3 because he asked a couple state legislators to change the presidential electors' votes. There's a lot more stuff going on here.
Well, wasn't the indictment that he had false electors lined up?
Yeah, that's different. But
that's the independent state legislator idea.
No. Notice the sleight of hand here, right? The independent state legislator theory says state legislators are in charge of who the presidential electors are. In the case of Trump and the fake elector scheme, the state legislators, even if you buy the independent state legislator theory, they had spoken and they had chose their electors. And
True,
what
they
Donald
certified.
Trump conspired to do, right? What Donald Trump
could hypothetically, and I genuinely don't know. Like I said, I'm just trying to make the argument that has been used against me to smarter people. Could it not be the case that, for example, like in Georgia, this is not the case, but if the state legislator decided, hey, we have reason to believe there was fraud, that they could, in fact, do a recount on their own accord and not have it subject to the courts?
I don't know.
They did do recounts and
pass
audits.
A law. I mean, well, they did do a recount.
That's fair.
I don't know if they could pass a law that said we now award our electors in favor of Donald Trump, or
because I think because
that's not what happened.
Okay, but because when I read the indictments, I was like, oh damn! I was under the impression January 6th, was a bunch of bullshit like the BLM stuff in terms of it was bad, but it wasn't a literal attempt to install a puppet government. And then I read the indictments and I was like, oh shit, he had false electors lined up. But if the false electors were electors that were chosen by the independent state legislators, or that was what his lawyers were telling him, then doesn't Trump have legal defense to say?
No.
Hold on, but regardless of whether or not independent state legislator is a valid theory, which I have no possible bearing on, which I could say.
I'm saying regardless.
Yeah. So isn't Trump operating under the guidance of his legal counsel a valid defense for him not committing treason or whatever it is?
Because the state legislators, even if they are independent or non-independent, the state legislators had assigned the presidential electors, and those presidential electors were picked by the state legislators pursuant to state law. In reality, it was an election, but that they didn't choose to follow Trump, and so Trump cannot claim the independence of the state legislators to block him from trying to subvert.
Why?
He's subverting the state legislators.
It would be the independence of independent state legislature doctrine that he would be peddling, because he's not even deferring to state legislatures.
So what is your understanding of what Trump's lawyers were telling him that he could do? Some were disputing it, but there were some lawyers who were pushing forward state legislator theory, and I'm asking you. That's what I want to know.
Yeah. So it doesn't.
What's the steel man of the legal perspective that
there is no steel man as relates to independent state legislator theory? That steel man only goes so far as him asking state legislators to please, redo it for him. Like he could have, but they rejected him, right?
Well, I don't know. Okay, you could be right. I don't know.
They did. They did. So governors rejected him.
Well, you guys also believe in Russiagate, and Josiah has lied to me about Russiagate. So it's hard. When you say they did. I'm like, okay, I believe you, but I've made that mistake before.
I think the issue is that if you read, for instance, if you read the Trump, the issue is when you read the Trump indictments, for instance, relating to the collaborating with some people or conspiring to say that the election was fake. Part of the evidence brought up for that is Trump did not have all of these people behind him that were saying you're in the right. You're in the right. You're in the right. On the contrary, I believe it was the case that some of his most ardent defenders, like Barr even, were saying, you are wrong. You are full of shit. This is not true. Yes. So I think that was part of the issue, is that I don't believe that Trump had this legitimate backing or ever believed that he had a legitimate backing for any of these things. He was just doing whatever he could to hold on to power.
Well, that's fair. And if it is the case that there really were no lawyers advising him about any possible legal contestation,
you have John Eastman.
You just said. Destiny just said there weren't.
Steve, basically 99.9% of Trump's advisors, from his own attorney general, his White House counsel, the people you could put on two hands the number. The people who are advocating Trump's position, saying yes, you do have a basis to overturn the election, and they're like outnumbered 100-1 by the people in Trump's orbit saying you absolutely don't.
Okay, does the number of people giving you advice
it should
disregard the defense of operating under general counsel?
Wait, no, there's no.
Don't
general,
think so.
Sorry. So if a lawyer I just want to get this clear. If a lawyer tells me it's okay to shoot and murder someone in broad daylight, that's not a defense to any fucking crime.
Right, but if a lawyer tells you, hey, this is how you legally contest something that is not, settled on how you legally contest it, that seems much more like a valid defense.
Okay, so they're telling him literally. You have certain lawyers of his, Sidney Powell and others, and Eastman, telling him to invoke the Insurrection Act and seize voting machines.
And that Mike Pence can unilaterally decide which votes. And by the way, when Eastman, the guy saying, yeah, Mike Pence can just toss out the votes he doesn't like, when Eastman is asked by Trump's own White House counsel, okay, so does that mean in 2000 when Al Gore, Democratic Vice President Al Gore, could he have done that to Bush? Eastman's like, well, no, of course not.
Could he have
meaning it only applies to apparently Donald Trump uniquely. It's bullshit.
Sure,
It's
I'm asking because I have been told by people who really like Trump, even more than Lauren, that he was operating under the guidance of his legal counsel, and that is his defense. And it's interesting because I did go back and watch a video of his on Twitter the day after the January 6th riots, and he said, we condemned the violence, it was disgusting, we did everything we could to legally contend the election. So, he could cite that in the court case and say, hey, I was operating under the belief that I was trying to pursue legal avenues that my trusted lawyers, maybe 99% of them, which I find to be an exaggeration probably, were telling me no, but the ones that I trusted were telling me that this is valid. That at minimum, I understand how that could be a valid legal defense. I'm not saying it is. I don't know jack shit about it. I don't even know who John Eastman is. I thought that was Clint Eastwood, but John Eastman is what, his lawyer?
Lauren, you're muted.
Lauren,
If you're talking,
muted.
Lauren, you're muted.
You've been muted this whole time.
The
It
entire
would be
show.
a valid legal defense if there was a mens rea which required there to be a thought of a certain level of degree of mens rea means how culpable are you in your brain, how much are you meaning to do something. However, most of these crimes don't require a mens rea. You're either guilty of doing it or not doing it.
What are you talking about? Most of these crimes don't require mens rea.
For instance, trespassing. You could not mean to trespass, but if you walk onto a property in which is not yours, in which you don't have the right to be there, you're guilty of trespass even if you didn't have the mens rea. So if your lawyer tells you it's okay to do a particular crime in which there's not a mens rea element, and you engage in that crime, it's not a defense to say, I thought it was legal because my attorney told me so. And this is exactly what happened in the Martin Shkreli case, unfortunately, which is why his attorney went to prison as well.
Ben Brafman went to prison?
He had several attorneys.
Okay.
Wait, so does the mens rea apply here or not?
Mens rea absolutely applies to all these crimes. What she's talking about are a few strict liability crimes. I don't even know if I'm probably fairly confident that criminal trespass requires mens rea. Mens rea is the default assumption for every single crime, even when in the particular statute.
One of the main examples in law school that doesn't require.
Yeah, but again, obviously it's very
civil trespass, right? Civil trespass in the tort field.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't most tort and civil procedure, isn't most of that strict liability, doesn't require mens rea? But I think for criminal stuff, I think
that's not a crime. We're talking about crimes, right?
Yeah.
So in crimes, the default assumption for strict liability, it's nuclear shit or putting off fireworks or some stuff the inherently dangerous shit that where we just want to impose, or what's another one? Statutory rape, not other ones where we don't allow mens rea. I didn't know that she was 16 or 15 or whatever. That's not a defense. But most of these crimes require mens rea.
Or my lawyer told me that in this state, 15 was the legal age.
Let me ask.
Even though
but I think it depends. I think there are certain crimes. There are certain crimes that a lawyer can't convince you out of. Right? Again, like Pisco said, if a lawyer tells you, yeah, you can definitely murder somebody, and you'll be okay. I don't think you can just offshore all that responsibility onto the lawyer. There's probably going to be a general expectation of laws. If a lawyer tells you if you don't have to file a 1099 this year, you'll be fine, and the IRS finds you, that's probably going to be a different thing than telling you to commit a felony, I would imagine.
And Trump undermines the mens rea argument in the indictments. I mean, we have, depending on what case you're talking about, classified documents, we have recording of him saying, I could have declassified these, but I didn't. And then in the one with January 6th, there are multiple times, and he tells Mike Pence, you're too honest, when Mike Pence says that he, won't cooperate to overturn the results of the election. So there is evidence proposed in the indictments that Trump knew he lost the election.
Hang on,
Let me ask Lauren and PF, because I understand that you guys are a little bit dogpiley, and if I do
me?
give to you guys, no, not you.
I'm getting dogpiled. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming to my defense.
If I were to grant to you guys advice of counsel, the question is now today, if he knows better, but he still believes that Pence should have been able to do something different, that Pence should have been able to like answer the call or whatever, would you not then completely throw out advice of counsel?
So
He knows better.
I don't know what is going through his head. I watched his interview on Tucker Carlson, and at least in his mind, and perhaps he's just truly insane and hallucinatory. Yeah, and he said he at least in the interview is under the impression that if there was reason to believe that there was fraud at the state level, and I think this is where independent state legislator theory comes on, where it's like, hey, if we think there's fraud in Michigan or whatever, then the Michigan state legislator is the sole authority of whether or not there needs to be a recount or something like that. And Trump thinks, as of 5 days ago or whatever he got interviewed by Tucker, that Pence had the authority to say, hold on, we suspect there may be fraud due to the mail-in ballots. We're going to send it back to the state legislators for a recount.
So if he thinks that 5 days ago, can he still apply advice of counsel? And that's why.
Well, the question is, why does he think that? Did he just make that up, or are there lawyers who believe that to this point?
Well,
I don't know.
I think the question would be, this would be my guess, and something would go to proving this, is if Trump goes up to one lawyer and he asks him a question, hey, can I do this thing? And that lawyer says yes, then it seems like Trump is probably acting out of good faith. But if Trump goes to one lawyer, then another, then another, then another, and 10, 15, 20 tell him no, and then he finds one that tells him yes, and then he stops, my guess is going to be is that's going to play into his state of mind of whether he was...
Is that what happened?
Absolutely, that's what happened.
How many did he ask? How many lawyers did he ask?
His Justice Department. He's like
that's not his counsel. Will Barr is not his lawyer.
Okay, you're asking if his personal lawyers, not his White House counsel or any kind of investigatory body.
I think William Barr. William Barr was
so
the
only. No,
wouldn't the Attorney General be like the chief guy that would know if you could do this or not? Or am I wrong? Or like, would
I don't know that, but like certainly there's a difference between William Barr and like
no,
was the woman John Eastman and the other one.
He was seeking a lot of different opinions on the fraud or non-fraud of the election, and he was shopping for opinions.
And look, if you're right, then that's fair. I'm just asking questions.
How do you prove
okay,
that
I'm a
you're right,
centrist. I don't have any principles. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah. So you prove you're right by reading the second impeachment and the House. The
January
Select Committee
6th.
on January 6th. Those are fountains of information. Public reporting on it suggested as well. And really just take this approach to its logical conclusion. Suppose you had John Eastman saying something like this to Donald Trump, and he says, it's actually legal in the case of fraud. You actually can suspend parts of the Constitution, and you can order the Department of Defense to put, Marines into Congress and force you yourself to be declared the president. And that's legal, actually. Would you ever be like, well, his lawyer said?
I somehow doubt that that's how his lawyer would say it.
No, I'm sorry. Answer the fucking question. Sorry.
Well, hold on. I think that you're putting him in a really tough spot because
can you answer the
question? How do you force him to answer the question? You answer him a question that you can't even prove. Like, absolutely. Trump kept looking for lawyers until he found one that said what he wanted. How do you prove that?
He absolutely did. No, he...
Okay, he is charged with 40 indictments of containing the containing classified documents, and he's also charged with trying to overthrow the election. What is the mens rea culpability for these charges? Can he say,
they're different.
I didn't know that it was illegal to have this conversation and therefore escape liability, or just the fact that he
have you read the statutes? All right, I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question for all of them. So with respect to the National Defense Information, that's part of the Espionage Act, and the subsections in which he's charged specifically state that you have to have a willful mindset. So the mens rea in that case is willful. The mens rea in obstruction cases is always going to be intentional. You have to intend to corruptly influence proceedings. So there's an additional kind of pseudo mens rea element, which is the corruption part of it. And for all the crimes related to the election stuff, there are mens rea components to them as well. The one about the deprivation of rights, the one about, it's not a crime to accidentally deprive people of rights, right? People do that all the time. People argue that Joe Biden, accidentally, I could say, or maybe intentionally, deprives people of rights if he imposes some legislation. And guess what?
Wait, what rights are they accusing Trump of depriving?
Your right to vote.
In what did he do specifically?
By trying to send fake electors.
So if you have the right to vote, if states give you the right to vote for presidential electors, and people vote for their presidential electors, and that's given to you by the Constitution, Article 1 and others, Article 2 as well. If that's the case, and you subvert the electors that are picked by those independent state legislators, and you send fake ones, aren't you trying to undermine your right?
Okay, hypothetically, if there was fraud, and obviously the Trump supporters claim there was evidence of fraud. I have no possible way to look at it. But let's say hypothetically there was fraud. Is there not valid reason to then say, whoa, we want to look at this? That's not depriving people of rights.
For these indictments, okay, this is really, really, really important, and it's spelled out explicitly in the first paragraphs of the indictments. Donald Trump has every right to believe that the election was fraudulent. He can think it was fake. He can think that people stole it. He can think the machine was rigged. That is absolutely A-okay, and it is well within his right to think that. The issue, and the reason why they're going with the conspiracy charge, and they're not doing the insurrection, the reason why they're focusing on this specifically is because the problem is that he took actions. He had every legal right to seek remedy through Congress, to seek remedy through federal courts, to seek remedy through state court, whatever he wanted to do, whoever was charges.
To lie.
Yes, he could do that. The issue is that when he started to take steps to deprive people of their right to vote, meaning he started to take extrajudicial steps to deny the electors, to tell Pence to deny the vote, to do these extra things, he was operating on a non-factual basis because everybody around him was saying, hey, I don't think you can do this. Hey, I don't think you're right. He took, instead of just believing that the election was rigged, he took steps to act like it was rigged, and that's what they're going after him for. He did not have the proof to deprive people of their rights to do this. It would be the difference between me saying, like, I think that guy yesterday that I saw yesterday, I think he was going to kill me. I really do think he was, versus me going out and preemptively killing somebody because I think they're going to kill me. I have a right to believe that my life is in danger at any point. I'm never going to get in trouble for that. But if I go and I kill somebody thinking that my life is in danger, well, now I need to prove that that was actually the case. And Donald Trump took extrajudicial steps to deprive people of the right to vote without winning any of the proofs or having solid evidence that that fraud was actually happening. That's the key difference.
That's fair. Lauren, can you, as the resident Trump supporter, provide us the evidence that there was fraud? Because I don't know if that's the case.
In your situation, Destiny, in which you believe that somebody is trying to kill you and then you kill somebody, you would only need to prove that you actually thought that you were in fear of your life. You wouldn't actually prove...
come on. That's not true.
Hold on, wait, Lauren.
Wait. Focus on that. Focus on that. Wait. Focus on that. My understanding is it would have to be a reasonable fear, though. If I went into a bar and I killed somebody because there was a black person there, and I said, no, I'm really scared of black people, that wouldn't fly in court. I would have to prove that there was
Right. We're
just
arguing
because
over
you're
whether
really
it's reasonable.
scared of black people, that doesn't mean that you believe that you're in imminent fear. So now
whoa, you're dead wrong. I totally could feel that way. I could walk into a bar and hate black people and say, I really do think I think he saw my Rittenhouse clip and I felt like he was going to kill me, right? I could feel it, but that wouldn't fly in court. I would have to prove more than that.
Possibly would. You'd probably be able to.
No, it wouldn't.
The DGG legal defense.
No shot.
If you had,
wait, why talk about? Hold on, wait. Can I?
To be in reality, to recognize that not every black person is going to shoot you, and you're so insanely.
That's an insanity defense.
I would
That's
imagine
insanity.
that you
That's
would
different.
need.
This is insane. Wait. Why are we arguing about the hypothetical? Hold on. If the argument.
That would be an insanity defense, Lauren. If what you're saying is you're actually deluded and you think that you have like no perception.
Actually deluded, like
no, but that's not what you're implying.
But hold on. Also, none of us would care if Donald Trump wanted to plead insanity and go be locked up in a mental institution. I think we would all be okay with that. I'd be fine if he wants to do that. But yeah,
that would be funny.
Yeah.
Hold on. Why argue about the hypothetical, Lauren? Hold on? Tell us. I don't know. Is there reasonable? What was the evidence? What is the best evidence that the Republican side has to offer for that there was reasonable suspicion, reasonable reasons for Donald Trump to suspect there was fraud that would justify depriving the rights? Because exactly what Destiny said, that makes sense that it wouldn't.
Why they believe that there is fraud? I mean that has to do very easy to explain with the whole changing of the electoral process during COVID to allow mass mail-out ballots.
Whoa. Saying "oh my God" is not an argument, okay?
Actually, more importantly, Lauren is completely. Lauren is right.
Giving concrete
yes,
examples.
you are right. You gave concrete examples, and Trump was fully within his right, and the states were fully within their right to explore that potential fraud in federal courts and state courts all across the United States, and they did, and they lost. And that's where it starts and stops.
She's saying that
how did they lose, Destiny? On what basis? It was almost
on
always
some basis it was because they didn't have standing. On some basis it was merits.
Based on the merits. It was always based on.
It wasn't always based on
the
merits.
They were prevented because they didn't have a case yet, because they hadn't been grieved yet, because the election hadn't occurred yet, or it was locked out because it was moot because that election had already
they lost
passed.
on many different grounds in many different cases.
Hold on, wait. In some of the cases also, they literally reviewed evidence, because I remember some of these evidences that were thrown on YouTube, for instance, the box of ballots that was mysteriously pulled on the table. There were federal judges that threw these out because once they viewed the full tapes, there was no case. It was obvious that these were brought in earlier. It was literally seen on tape. Not every single case was lost on standing alone.
Also,
you're just talking about the Georgia case.
No. Stop. There were other evidentiary cases that went to the merits.
What case did they win? What case did they win on the merits, Lauren?
You're only talking about civil suits in which Trump's attorneys were not involved.
What case did they win on the merits?
Yeah, did they win any cases?
Mother-daughter situation.
Are there any ongoing cases still?
No.
Did they win any previous cases on the merits?
I don't think they. Did Trump himself have any case on the merits, or did a third-party people have
My Pillow guy?
Why does that matter to you? I mean, like, we're talking now about the evidence of fraud. Why does it matter if they brought it or not?
And he didn't have the opportunity to defend himself with the full power.
He 100% did. No, he 100%, but he has to comport with the Constitution too. And don't you agree that standing is a requirement under the Article 3 of the Constitution? That's a requirement.
Yeah, standing is a requirement.
So the judges shouldn't be. They shouldn't. I don't know why you guys live in this world where you just want to break the Constitution whenever it's convenient. If the judges are, if they swear an oath to uphold the Constitution, that means upholding Article 3. And you want them to what? Skip the Constitution and go right to the merits because they feel like it, because it's not fair.
No, I don't think they ruled on standing properly in almost any of those cases, and they prevented Trump from ever getting to the merits of the case.
Just take the Texas case, this absurd Texas case that the Texas goes directly to the Supreme Court on their original jurisdiction, and they try to.
I could have sworn it was in Michigan and Arizona as well.
Well, I'm just giving you one example where it's so obvious. There's no. I mean, there's been so many cases.
With that example. To help Lauren make her case, that example is an outlier. That was the first one, and that was the first one after several failed to apply the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Oh, sorry. No, I was talking about Article 3 of the Constitution, which is about the standing issue, where I'm sort of pointing out that
okay.
Essentially,
but also
there were
talking
cases
about the insurrection and the
I would want to go there too, Chaeiry. That's my inclination as well. And
the complaint is that
you guys still haven't.
A lot of people think that, like Trump, a lot of people think there was election fraud in a lot of these states, or that the procedures were changed improperly, and that those legal arguments were never tested because the people that were bringing these suits, I think like some states, like I think the state of Texas tried to sue another state for how they changed their procedure.
Yeah.
And the problem was why the fuck should Texas have the right to bring a suit against another state about how they do their election procedure? What is the standing there? And standing is important legally because you can't just have a random person suing a random person or random entity suing a random entity at any point in the United States. They've got to prove what is it? I don't know, injury. They got to prove that they're affected.
Injury and fact causation. Yeah.
And because a lot of these failed on the standing grounds, now the Trumples can live in this weird world where it's like, oh well, they absolutely would have won on the merits, but because of this bullshit standing argument, they didn't even get to try their case legally. That's their argument essentially.
Yeah, Lauren, I believe it was far right fascist sympathizer Jordan Peterson who even said that all of the evidence that was brought in the court cases most of them were Trump appointed judges who rejected the court cases. And if it is the case that there was suspicion of fraud and it was investigated in the courts and there was not a single single recognition that there was fraud, then it's looking pretty rough for Trump. I'm not gonna lie. I may have to vote for Biden over Trump.
There's other things that you could look at other than like an actual fraudulent ballot, which would be more difficult to find. I think the actual changing of electoral processes, you could argue, unconstitutionally undermined.
Also, you could make the comparison. You could also make the comparison that the Biden crime family is worse than Trump, even if he is guilty on all this.
Facts.
You couldn't, but we're 5 minutes
We
away
should've
from
started-
Lauren.
we should've
We're 5
started
minutes
with
away
the
from
Hunter
Lauren.
laptop.
We are
Finish
5
it.
minutes away from
Nice
Lauren
meme.
saying it's unconstitutional for a Democrat to win a presidential election. We're 5 minutes
I mean,
away.
that's
from
really
that.
where we're at.
Listen,
I mean,
all you neocons in the pocket of Raytheon, okay? You can sit there and say that this is all nonsense, but Burisma, that's all I'll say. Right, Lauren?
What is up with Burisma? Do you think Hunter Biden knows any? No, I'm just kidding.
Lauren, you
Okay.
point to changes in election law, which are, by the way, totally normal. I don't know. The main one that people cite to is one of the acts in Pennsylvania that was passed in 2019 prior to COVID. People, I don't know why you're saying it's a COVID measure. It was supported by Republicans, state Republicans, and it was passed by the Democratic governor at the time. And so I have no idea and it's been upheld by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court as totally within Pennsylvania law. The independent state legislature theory has been thoroughly
Biden won it.
debunked
Biden won
by
the
the Supreme
state
Court.
I just want to say
there's no basis.
And I just want to say, I hate the games that we play in terms of like, was it constitutional, blah, blah, and because we're all like playing this dumb shit game. The reality is Republicans didn't want mail-in ballots because they knew they would skew Democrat. And at the end of the day, that is the answer for all of the election fraud claims. And I hate it when conservatives pretend it's anything different than that. We know there's a reason why Trump was claiming like a year before the election that it was going to be fake. The mail-in ballot, were the Democrats' plans already in action and Trump had already foresaw into the future? There's a reason why even Bernie Sanders was on news, I think months before the election, saying things like, we know that the mail-in ballots are going to change things overnight. We know that some states we aren't going to know until the morning. There's a reason why the night of, people were hesitant to call elections. They were everybody was waiting for the mail-in ballots to come in. This idea that it was horrible, it was so unconstitutional, that they gave more people the opportunity to vote via mail-in ballot? That is a wild claim to
There
make.
were Republican officials openly saying that if we maximize eligible voter turnout, Republicans will never win another election in this country. They know if it becomes a popularity contest, they
Democrats
lose.
don't care about preventing people who are not supposed to vote from voting. That's why Democrats are against signing of ballots. That's why Democrats are against voter ID. That's the main one. They're and mail-out ballot is the most ripe for fraud. So that's why Democrats are pro mail-out ballot. It just seems quite
You could go to the Heritage Foundation.
Is making all the ways of cheating a lot easier.
Maybe if you could offer evidence of cheating.
I don't think any of us
maybe you
even
could offer.
disagree with that. It doesn't seem the worst thing to me to have an idea or whatever. It doesn't seem the worst thing to have signature verification if you really want. I don't see any strong arguments against it other than one should be provided for free.
Far right
However, there is a big difference between saying that these things might be more prone to manipulation than other forms of voting and saying it's almost for sure they were manipulated. There is zero evidence.
Skip a
and
step.
why does it seem like every single time ballot fraud or any of this shit comes up, why the fuck is it always Republicans that are the ones doing it? I feel like there were two or three.
Republicans are the ones who are trying to make the elections more secure by having a single.
No. That's not what I said.
They're cheating to expose flaws in the system.
I'm asking. You misunderstood my question. You misunderstood my question. No, you misunderstood my question. I'm asking, why is it that Republicans are the ones that usually get caught trying to cheat ballots? I feel like there were 2 or 3 cases that came up where it was Republicans that were doing it. It wasn't even conservatives. Or I'm sorry, it wasn't even liberals. And when there was finally a big film made showing ballot harvesting, which was the Dinesh dipshit guy or whatever, right?
That's Sousa.
Almost every single fucking video. Do you remember the one horrible ballot harvester guy
that
that he showed?
walking donkey
that
one
was
or whatever?
that was going over and over again to the ballot box, and it was obvious that he was manipulating votes. And then one day later, people were like, "Oh, he's a nurse and he literally works at this clinic." Or the one black dude that dropped off 8 ballots and people found out who it was. It was oh, he literally has a family of 7 at home. Every single time conservatives try to find fraud, it's either bullshit or it's them committing it.
Right.
I think it's okay to make the statement that mail-in ballots might be more prone to manipulation. I think that is a totally fine statement, and I think anybody here would be insane to say otherwise. However, you are equally or more retarded to say that fraud has absolutely happened, but only in the states where Trump lost.
I didn't.
Lauren, you should have started with Burisma. You should have started with Burisma, and we could have avoided this whole legal nonsense.
I was told not to talk about Burisma in the beginning.
Insurrection. I want to get there.
I'm sorry if I crippled the argument for bringing back Burisma and Biden's cock, but I really appreciate everybody switching your schedule and coming to do this now. I do want to give you guys a closing statement. Shout yourself out. I want to start with. We'll go the opposite direction now. We'll start with Pisco.
Can I just before I do my closing statement, I just want to get some statements on the record for our two friends here, Paul and Lauren. Do you think that there was an insurrection on January 6th,
No.
2021 or no? No? And
No.
Paul, what about
This argument has been so fruitful that I am not sure.
Wait, where were you at before the argument?
I certainly said no. I was like, of course not, because there's the videos of the protesters being not protesters, rioters being let in, all that shit. But again, on the indictment stuff, and I would be very interested to hear an intelligent right-wing lawyer, who I know is a mythical person in your guys' view, but it would be interesting to hear their perspective on it. So, well,
I'm
yes.
sorry, no, that's
No,
What am I chopped fucking liver?
No.
That's actually not fair.
No longer are.
That is
She
not.
has made most of the
Okay, I'm
fair
not-
arguments this whole panel. She just
Yes.
happens to be solo.
That's okay. That is not. I was not making a dig. My point. You weren't getting dogpiled. I have no legal training, and I'm the centrist, so I'm not even technically on your team. I'm on no one's team. I'm like Treebeard. But the lawyers who are close to the actual cases on a case by case basis, because you were talking about the Texas case getting thrown away on its standards versus its merits, which I don't even fully understand. I think you would have to look at it on an individual case-by-case basis. Yes, Lauren obviously is the only person here who put up any sort of fight whatsoever against
Still
the
love you, enlightened centrist.
far
but I do
left
want Prisco to finish
commies.
his closing
Yeah,
statement.
sure. First of all, thanks to Lauren and Paul for being good sports. I know that I came on you hard and no hard feelings whatsoever. You guys both seem like fine people. And
You did come on me hard.
So, my bad. So for me, it's 100% clear that the 14th Amendment is in force, that it's self-executing, and that it applies to Donald Trump's conduct. If you look at the historical definitions for what an insurrection is, for what a rebellion is, it absolutely fits in Trump's conduct. And, put aside all the stuff about the speech he gave at the Ellipse. Put aside that he is the foundation, the intellectual and moral foundation for this entire event at January 6th. Put aside the statements that he's making to others, the conspiracies that he's being charged with. Put all that aside, even the bad faith elector scheme. Put all that to the side. Put yourself in Trump's shoes when there's an insurrection happening at the Capitol. Trump has a stop insurrection button at his disposal. At any time, right? He could press that button and stop what's going on in our Capitol. And the law usually abhors affirmative duties, but Trump took an oath to defend and support the U.S. Constitution. And the fact that he did not press that button and stop the insurrection as soon as it started, absolutely, if it's not engaging in insurrection or a rebellion, it is giving aid or comfort to those who are engaging in insurrection or rebellion. Imagine that you were in Fort Sumter and you were the general of the garrison in Fort Sumter, and you could press a button that could get everyone to stop and get them all to leave Fort Sumter alone, and you didn't press it. Do you think it would be the most obvious case at the time that person was giving aid or comfort to insurrectionists and people who are committing rebellion? We can go into further detail at later times about the actual mechanics and procedures. There's going to be judicial review of all this. Destiny laid out a parade of horribles that he doesn't fully understand, and I'm hoping in further conversations with him I can sort of assuage some of his fears. But absolutely, he should be disqualified, and I'm glad to see that certain secretaries of states are taking their constitutional responsibilities seriously and starting to implement those procedures and starting to seriously consider their duties under the Constitution.
And where can people find you?
Pisco Liddy on Twitter.
Thank you. PF Young.
Quick clarification. What's the button you're referring to?
I know facts. I was going to mention that.
It's hypothetical. No. Closing statements.
Okay.
Don't care about your button. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. Pisco's is invalidated because he didn't define the button.
Fair.
What do I think? I think that there are 70 million some potential Trump voters. I think it's important to understand their perspective. I think it's also important to understand the far left perspective and all that stuff. I'm not comfortable saying if you vote for Trump or you're thinking about voting for Trump, you're a terrible person, you're a fascist. I think that's going too far. However, as I learn more about this, because again, I see videos of, things, the Dinesh D'Souza, walking donkeys or the mule thing or whatever. It's like, 1,000 mules. It's like, okay, I never watched it. I suspect it's bullshit. The way that Destiny just described it sounds like it's probably bullshit. So now I'm, slightly less on the maybe we should vote for Trump train. Although we didn't get to the other side of the equation, which is, given all this, even if Trump has done all this, is he potentially a better candidate still than Biden? And that will have to be
You're
another
gonna
time.
lose your centrist title. Where can people find you?
PF Jung, Jung, on YouTube.
Awesome. And Josiah.
So I think that as a matter of constitutionality, Trump is definitely disqualified, is probably in addition to a number of other Republicans for attempts to steal the 2020 election and participation in January 6th. I do think that even if you want to say that he did not engage in insurrection, although I think the case can be made, he certainly gave aid and comfort, as Pisco said. We used to believe in this country that with great power comes great responsibility, and Donald Trump was the sitting president of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, therefore the most responsibility to behave a certain way, and he failed. And the centrists and the conservatives on this panel would never have accepted a counterfactual in which President Obama did the same thing that Trump did, so you should apply the same standard. And I look forward to seeing this potentially litigated. You can find me at youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics, one word.
Thank you. And Lauren De Laguna.
Hey, so if Trump engaged in an insurrection, first of all, I didn't know about the magic button that could have airlifted all of the protesters right out of there. But I do know of a agency called Secret Service, and I'm aware of other agencies in which Trump, 2 days prior to January 6th, so on January 4th, informed Marion Bowser, the Washington, D.C. Mayor, and informed Nancy Pelosi that he would like more people at the Capitol to protect it on the date of January 6th, knowing that there were a lot of protesters there. Furthermore, he said during his speech that he wanted the protesters' voices to be peacefully heard. Make your voices peacefully heard. And he specifically used the word peacefully. I think it would be a matter of having to determine for a fact, beyond a reasonable doubt, that he was engaged in insurrection if you want to prevent him from running for office. As for the judge who ruled against the man in Texas, the commissioner in Texas, keeping his position based off the charges of trespassing, I would say that he has a case to go to the appellate division. I don't think that the judge ruled accurately in that decision. That's why we have an appellate division in the first place. And Trump is, in my opinion, not guilty of insurrection. The election was bullshit. 2,000 Mules is a whatever movie. It's not that bad as Destiny's making it out to be, even though there were a few issues with it. And Trump 2024, if not Vivek, if not DeSantis. All right, and you can find me at Lauren De Laguna on the YouTubes, on the Instagrams, and on Twitter.
Awesome, thank you. And the white liberal Destiny.
Yeah, Trump is a fascist. If you support him, you support fascism. You might be too ignorant of what that means to realize it, but that is absolutely the case. Donald Trump sat in his office seething, not lifting a finger to do anything when the riots were happening, because secretly we all know that Donald Trump hoped they would have succeeded. He hoped they would have overthrown the election results. He hoped that he could have capitalized on that chaos to install himself as president for at least another month or two while he found other ways to subvert the process. I think everybody in here knows that that's absolutely what happened. And I think that the most exciting thing past President Biden winning his re-election is going to be Pisco figuring out how to answer a fucking question without rambling for 15 minutes with irrelevant bullshit while he tries to scramble through his brain to figure out a way to non-answer the question that was given to him. And I look forward to that day finally happening.
Awesome. And do you want to shout out anything? Like your show that's happening now?
I want to shout out Chaeiry for tolerating my bullshit, because I double booked today because I was in New York and I didn't move my Keeper Kick thing. And then when I checked my Keeper Kick thing that we've got a ton of big people booked for, I had to move it to today. And I promised Chaeiry that I was going to... I'm not kissing.
Shout out your Keeper Kick. That took my time. That's what I want.
Fuck all of you. But fuck Pisco the most.
Everyone can stay tuned, because next, when my panel was supposed to start right now, it's going to be Kick or Keep. Thank you all for coming. Tomorrow, I'm going to be on Sitch and Adam, and I am now an enlightened centrist and an anti-fan. Okay.
Be careful, don't trigger them too hard, because they'll tweet about you for 7 weeks, so.
No.
We're bringing the enlightened centrists
I don't lie about
everywhere.
them, so.
Okay. Wow.
Okay,
I love y'all very much.
Thanks, Chaeiry. That was a lot of fun.
Everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Chaeiry.
I think I shake it.
Oh, look who it is!
Right? Do we have to record on our end, Destiny, or do you handle it all?
No, I got all this. Why would I make you record on my end like a lazy podcast host that doesn't know how to manage his own shit? Who does that?
Hey man, I don't.
Lazy podcast host.
Where's the turkey loser? Is he in here?
He's late to the gym. He's about to be in.
Yeah, right. Okay.
He does, yeah.
Swear to God.
He pretends to work out here.
Where are you at?
Tom's put on like 40 pounds of muscle in the past like 6 months.
Has he? That's scary, bro.
Just because he wanted to not be a twink anymore. He said. Ask him
Oh, I
about
thought you meant you.
Does he still wear the nail polish?
Yeah, you're a twink.
Yeah, I'm
You're
still
actively a twink.
Brandon, are you coming at us like? Is this? Are you dreaming right now, or what's going on with your lens, buddy?
I'll be honest. I'm having some technical difficulties. I don't. Is there like? Am I just being retarded, or is?
Bro, your microphone's
like that
probably
camera.
set to manual focus. Check the thing. Check the side of the lens. You might have to switch it to AF.
I'm resetting August.
Shut off your computer.
God damn it! I'm sorry about this here.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Oh, alaikum salam. How are you? How are you? How are you?
Wow, Carantos coming at us from his third mansion right now. That's cool. Where's this one located in?
Okay, stop. Ever since you've been saying that stupid shit, subs have been going down, by the way.
You have a big room.
You're bad for business.
Okay.
You have like a
It's a green screen. None of this is real, by the way. It's all a green screen, guys, please.
Frontes, you had that oil money, right? You were telling me.
Do not redeem.
Come on, dude. Guys, sub, it's $5, okay?
It's crazy. He's investing in a business with me, guys.
Why did he choose
Carantos.
you?
No, Carantos is our principal investor, bro. He's got like $2 million in this business. He just doesn't tell his
Out of
audience.
anybody you could have done it with, why you?
I don't know. Because we're Muslim brothers, bro.
Hey.
True. There you go.
Similar ethnic backgrounds.
Wait,
who's?
I'm not Indian, by the way. Let me just say that
Well,
real
no,
quick. I'm not
I know
Indian.
there's a difference. I understand. Technically, there's a difference, but you know what I mean. Wait, this is kick, right? It's
Yeah,
not-
I know. Like, we're both Muslim. Yeah. It's kick. You could say anything pretty much.
Okay, baby.
It's Liz Steve stream, so it's okay.
Wait,
Okay,
that's
so when's-
seriously how kick is? You can just do anything out here?
Pretty much, especially.
All right, listen, you guys. I love you all very much. I'm hopping off YouTube and I'm switching to Kick exclusively. If you want to watch, kick.com/Destiny. We're gonna be wild. We got the whole commentary community here today. We've got Too Mad, the accused rapist. We've got Brandon Buckingham, the drama Sneeko guy. We've got Muda, the podcast YouTube guy, and all these guys are famous, and I don't know any of them, but you guys know all of them. They're your favorite commentary community YouTubers. Okay. Good luck, guys.